So yes, it's easier from the perspective of not having to build around stuff, but again, it's very challenging in the perspective of making sure that you get people into the stadium.
There's some who believe that all finals should be played at Kensington Oval. I know that Ezra Short, the noted journalist, he's written about it. He believes that should be the case. But there are a lot of people, maybe like Lyndon Yard, maybe like some of the other commentators, my very good friend Donovan Lovell and Andy Payne, who feel that the final should go into the country areas. Now, what's your view?
I'll give you my
Is that an unfair question to you?
no, it's not. I'll give you my professional opinion first, and then my
Okay.
personal.
I'm keen to hear.
So, from a professional standpoint, there needs to be balance. Coming to Kensington should be the pinnacle of everybody's cricketing career in terms of playing at this venue. So, if you're in a club or a school and you play well professionally, Kensington is the place. But from a personal standpoint, I've found like persons want to speak from both sides of the coin. There are people who love Kensington when it's filled 10,000, but not when it's only 3,000, because they feel that they're only in that space in the 3W stand. But they love Kensington for CPL. They love Kensington when they stand, but you're not going to get 10,000 people for a local game. So my personal opinion is that they should be balanced. School finals, I believe, should be played maybe at an outside venue, but clearly when you get to the clubs level, I would bring them here to Kensington Oval.
So why would you play a school's final say at Lears and not at Kensington?
Um,
Because there's going to be an argument that, look, these youngsters should come to the region's Mecca. I think that's a reasonable question. And logic is a sense of reason. So, Stephen, the ball is in your court.
well, for me, the followings of the schools, again, you're not going to get as many people coming to watch. So I feel if you get 1,000 people
Right.
at Kensington, you're not going to get the same energy and the same response. If you get 1,000 people at a outside venue for a schools final, that will be, for me, a better ambiance. But from, as you said, second part of the discussion could be that any final should come here. So, as I said, just from a personal standpoint, I would balance it off either way.
Interesting enough, you talk about going into the communities. I remember last year when Gladiola, I think, played against YMPC. That game was at a beautiful venue, Police, which is just in the outskirts of the nation's capital. And we had about 4,000 people or more. There was some speculation that perhaps things would have not gone well, but that's certainly in terms of the interest of spectators. I mean, there's no question about it. Several people came to the Weymouth Sports Club to watch that game. You remember that game?
I remember it very well. And again, Weymouth is very well located. It's easier to get to Weymouth than it is to get to most other venues in Barbados in terms of if you're using public transport. So when you saw 4,000 people there, you remember the type of feel we had at the ground. It felt like maybe 5 or 10,000 people because everyone was in most of the spaces. You had people with their chairs, people with their lunch bags. So yes, but if you had bought 4,000 people here, it would have not had that type of energy.
Right.
So it's a really interesting discussion. As I said, I like to find balance, and my balance is bring people to Kensington so they can say they played at the Regis Mecca. But for some of the venues that we have North Stars, we have Weymouth. There are lots of venues that really are well appointed to host finals.
I think it's important to let our viewers know that as I look out, looking pretty good now. The sun is coming out, peeping through those heavy clouds. But we've had a lot of rain in Barbados in recent times. And as you know, last week, this game was scheduled for Lears and it has been switched to the region's Mecca. Of course, you're talking about Kensington Oval. They don't like me to say that in the region. They get very upset with me when I talk about the region's Mecca, but there's no question about it. In fact, only last week I was in St. Lucia, and there were some people in various boxes saying, no, not Kensington Oval at all. But of course, we know that when you look at venues across the world, you talk about Lords, you talk about Eden Gardens, and you also talk about Kensington Oval. So we expect that once there's no more rain, the sun comes out, we should be getting some action. The news is that CJM Enterprises Boscobel, they've won the toss and they've elected, of course, quite predictably to bowl first up against ASFE Pickwick. Had a chance to see Boscobel and I had a chance to see Pickwick. In fact, Pickwick, when they played recently, in fact, against the Eden Lodge side, and I thought they were pretty good. Tell me, as the man in charge of communications, how has it gone so far in relation to the whole question of marketing such a competition?
Well, let's work back from the final. The final of itself, we had a very well put together ad produce, which was running most of this week in Barbados. So
Yes.
you had a representative from Boscobel, a representative from Pickwick, being able to encourage people to come to the venue. I was told a few moments ago that the covers are being removed, so we are getting some improvement in terms of cricket probably starting very shortly. So the promotion aspect of this cricket, Andrew, was it was refreshing to get the individuals from both teams involved. And one of the great things about it is that they're very hype. There were some social media clips, both entities, Boscobel and Pickwick. They got some of their players and they did these very short
Really?
1 minute clips.
Wonderful.
And it was very effective. So it shows that they were taking the initiative. They weren't relying solely on the Barbados Cricket Association to encourage people to be part of the game. So I'm very pleased with how things have gone, and we do anticipate a good crowd to witness this final.
Yeah. Let's spend some time on Boscobel. I mean, here is a club that is in rural Barbados, St. Peter, but has had tremendous success. There's no question about that. And they've got a lot of support as well. In fact, as I was coming to the ground, there were their supporters coming to Kensington Oval. Talk a bit about Boscobel.
Well, as I recall, a few years ago, they had the services of a couple former international players in their squad. I believe it was Corey Collymore and Omar Phillips who played at the international level. And if you look at the fact they've not lost a game since 2021, and I think that game that they lost was a final as well, it means that that group of individuals at the Boscobel venue are doing a tremendous job in terms of soliciting talent. I believe that the core and the nucleus of their team has remained the same over the last 3 or 4 years. And one of the great things about Boscobel, from what I gather, is that they're a very close-knit community. We intend at the BCA to feature Boscobel in our monthly Club School of the Month feature after this final, because we want that the narrative could be we won 3
Yes,
consecutive,
yes.
or we came after winning 2. So whatever it is, we're going to tell that story. We're going to allow the individuals at Boscobel to say what they've been doing, but it's very evident that they've been doing a tremendous job at the club.
Of course, balance is always the key word here. Let's talk about Pickwick. They've been pretty good so far. Recently promoted, of course, to the elite competition. They were out for a little bit, but it's good to see at the lower level they're also doing well. Pickwick.
Well, Pickwick, being the second oldest club in Barbados, formed in 1882. They've relocated from this venue at Kensington some years ago to Forest Square, and they do a tremendous amount of work at that venue. Now, remember, this group of people here that we are going to see over the next few hours are not the Shea Hopes and the Kyle Hopes. They're the second group of persons who make the club what the club is in terms of their reserves. So I believe that Pickwick has really shown that their junior program, they have a junior program that is every Saturday morning, that they're bringing through some good cricketers who are also able to play elite cricket, are also able to play at Shield for the over level. So kudos to Pickwick, and we wish them all the very best today.
That program for the youngsters is a must in my view. Up at St. Catherine's, we have a pretty good program. The problem is that the players then tend to go and play for other clubs, and that is something that I think that the organizers and of the program should address. But the importance of having junior programs, I'm sure the BCA will be happy with that.
That is very important, because remember, you have to build from the foundation up. So if you get youngsters from age 6, 7 coming to cricket at a particular club on mornings, and most of it is going to be weekends, and you're building that team camaraderie, and you have people coming together and working with coaches in an organized setting, I think that Pickwick and most other clubs in Barbados must continue their junior programs in order to build cricket throughout the Caribbean and the island.
So the good news is that, as you can see, the covers are off the square at Kensington Oval, and we're hoping that we could get some cricket soon as I look towards the St. George Valley. It looks as if we may get some rain, but as we said, the conditions are good at Kensington Oval. And when you look back to 2007 World Cup, I remember then Tony Marshall was very much the president of the Barbados Cricket Association, and there was an association with Sandy Lane in terms of ensuring that the drainage at the ground was improved, because we had challenges throughout the region. I know at Sabina Park, I know in Guyana border, if the rain set up as they say, they call it woman rain in Guyana, you wouldn't get any cricket. How important is the maintenance of Kensington Oval and, of course, the drainage at Kensington Oval? Tell me, Stephen.
Well, Andrew, I would start by saying that the drainage here at Kensington is of international standards. So you could have rain, as we did in Barbados, all yesterday, Saturday, and you come today, there are no puddles of water. Once you've got adequate covering of the square and there's no leakage, that's critical. We're going to have cricket to be able to start once you get this clear weather. So the investment made back in 2007, and since then we've hosted about 2 or 3 other World Cup finals. So we've had a development from 2007 up to the most recent time here in 2024. And I think that what we've done here at Kensington is really one of the finest drainage grounds in the Caribbean. You call it the Mecca because it is the Mecca. And that means that you've got a really well manicured, a well maintained venue. And that's what we strive to do here at Kensington Oval.
Now, we're going to spend some time, of course, looking at some other aspects. You spoke about the importance of highlighting clubs. You said perhaps you may be highlighting Boscobel. How has that program gone so far?
Well, Andrew, the first club that we actually highlighted was back in 2022, and we started with the oldest club in Barbados, which is the Wanderers Club. That club was formed in 1877. And what we've done on a monthly basis is that we started with Wanderers back in 2022, and we went to St. Catherine. We went to Queen's Park, which is the Spartan Club. We went to the Empire Club. So we've highlighted all of the famous clubs that have really put together the wonderful former cricketers that we've had. But we've also highlighted the schools. So we started with the Harrison College, the Lodge School, Queen's College, Coppermere. So all of these schools have been given an opportunity to tell their story. And I think that it's a fantastic opportunity. Sometimes we in Barbados and the Caribbean take things for granted. So persons who have done tremendous work for clubs or schools are being able to tell their story. And you would recall, I would just reflect back on the Barbados Cricket League losing their stalwart in Mr. Christopher McCulling. We highlighted the Barbados Cricket League and persons like Glenn St. Hill and others from the BCL sport, and BCL being one of the nurseries to develop and to give us all the cricketers that we've had. So in that same way, Mr. McCulling, he died a couple of weeks ago, and he's going to be buried. Again, we want to offer condolences to him, his family, and to the BCL cricketing family. I understand he's being buried tomorrow, which is Monday, the 25th of November, from 3 p.m. at the Mount Tabor Church in St. John. So we want everyone who's part of the cricket fraternity to come out and to lend and to pay their respects to Mr. McCulling as we bid him farewell tomorrow.
Talking about death, we also lost Kenroy Williams, a former Barbados captain at the age of 15, on the 19th. In fact, even captain Barbados at the highest level in the region, at the first class level. And it must be a sad occasion. I remember myself, we certainly went to see him just before he died, and I understand he's going to be buried pretty soon. It must be very sad for the BCA to have lost such a wonderful young man.
Andrew, every time I hear about Ken Roy, it really brings me to a point of reflection. I mean, as you said, you and I visited a mere few days before he passed, and one of the things about Ken Roy Williams is that having represented St. Catherine so well, having represented Barbados and captaining Barbados, when a young man just age 40 passes away, Andrew, it is really something that forces everyone to recognize the fragility of life. So I understand there will be a vigil, a candlelit vigil later on this evening. I saw it circulating on social media. At some point, as you know, the details for the funeral will be made. But we at the Barbados Cricket Association want to extend condolences to the family and friends of Ken Roy Williams, the entire St. Catherine Bayfield family, which she represented, as you know, with distinction for many years. And one of the things about losing a person like Ken Roy Williams is truly sad, but also gives us the reassurance that while you're here on earth, that you want to make as much of an impact. And certainly Ken Roy Williams is one of those persons who made an impact on the landscape in Barbados.
Yeah, sad occasion up at Bayfield because, as you know, only last year they lost Felston Payne, Trevor Clark, who would have taken him into First Division, Roger Blades, a stalwart, certainly there for a long time, and Terry Watson. So it's a very sad time. And then for former President, the Honourable Cappy Greenwich, who actually passed a couple months ago. It's been very, very sad up at Bayfield. It's my club, and we hope that they can really pick up the pieces, because it must be a very difficult time for them. The news then, of course, is that we're looking towards this game. The weather's a lot better. When I came here, it was raining, but the news is that Boscobel, they've actually won the toss. They're going to be bowling first. It's against ASAP Pickwick. CJ Enterprises Boscobel out of St. Peter, very much involved in terms of this final against Pickwick, and we're certainly looking forward to the action hopefully pretty soon. Now, Stephen, let's look at the entire season now. We're coming down to the home stretch, so to speak, in terms of all your competitions. We've had some finals already. What stage are you at now at the elite level?
Well, Andrew, the elite season, they've completed 7 of the 9 matches, so we're going into the penultimate series at the beginning of December. The champions, Empire, they would have had that situation where, unfortunately, they give away 20 points early in the season. So right now, the Wanderers Club, the oldest club in Barbados, is leading that zone. So there are just 2 series remaining in the month of December. And for most of our other competitions, we've had the intermediate, the first division, the schools league. All of these competitions are really coming to their climax.
So when you finish, what the exact date of finishing the elite?
The scheduled date for the last game, I think, is the 18th of December.
The 18th of
I
December.
believe it's the 18th.
Okay.
So we've got a wonderful opportunity to see maybe Wanderers, the oldest club, being able to win that competition. And one of the critical things, Andrew, is the fact that the season began back in April. So we've gone through all the different formats. And the other thing that we have is the BCA Schools Under 19 tournament. The Barbados Public Workers Cooperative Credit Union Limited sponsored Under 19 tournament. That final is scheduled for the 3rd of December. So we are very pleased with the progress that we've made so far.
Now, you're talking about the elite competition. Harold Eastman, this is why we pay him big bucks to give this information. In fact, by the end of this, we're going to increase his pay. He tells me that Wanderers are out front, 85 points, followed by Willie 78, YMPC 68, Spartan 64, Empire 62, Gladiola 59, Yorkshire 55, Empire 50, UWI on 42 points, and of course you know the schools well in terms of their points, 34. What catches my attention when I look at the points, UWI, they could be relegated. Now, here's a club, let's say this, and you were involved with them a long time, that dominated at this level. And there's some who feel that the CCC, the youngsters, the students are not as involved in terms of cricket as before. Is this a concern of yours, though, that given the fact that they were so dominant a couple of years ago, they could be relegated, UWI?
Well, if I'm correct, I believe that university is also fairly low in the first division league as well. So I think they can, if they don't play well, be relegated from elite and the first division, which for me is an interesting development. And I'll use the word interesting from the perspective of I did spend close to 2 decades at university within the cricket program. And that university team was certainly not just dominant, but there was a brand of cricket that was played then that most other teams were very much following and really admiring, even though the university was winning so many games. Now, I'll give you a simple example. When Sir Hilary Beckles was at the university, the emphasis and the investment that was made would have been one that was very, very important, from the infrastructure, from the way how the field, the drainage, the sight screens, the pavilion, everything was taken seriously. You were held to a very high standard. Now, in recent months and maybe a couple of years, when you visit university, the 3Ws Oval, you don't see that same ambience and that same picturesque feeling, and you don't see the type of detail being paid. So I think that's something that also lends and goes into the cricket of itself. I can't say what the program is at this point, because I haven't been there for close to a decade, but you still got good coaches. You've got Floyd Reefer, Pedro Collins, Arrow Barrow, but the quality of players as well, the type of work that they had to do. They were school maybe 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Then you go to the nets at 3. There are people who came back to the nets after 7. When you visit the university now, I don't know if that same intensity is there. So from a perspective of cricket in Barbados, to see that the university could be relegated in two divisions is an interesting development, and one that I believe they should address with urgency.
Well, some news, good news, 11:30 start cut off, 8 minutes past 2 then, the restart is 2:38, and we're looking to finish just after 5 o'clock. Thanks, Sarah Leesman, for providing that information. And there's now 30 overs, 37 overs reduction, just double check that, 37. So then let's go through this again. We're hoping to start at 11:30. The cutoff is 8 minutes past of 2. The restart is 2:38, and we are hopefully going to close just after 5 o'clock. And there's a reduction, 37 overs aside. So looks as if we can have some prayer pretty soon. And you've done a wonderful job. We've been talking for about 2 hours now. Or is it not quite?
That is not quite, but I'm very happy
Feels
that we
that way.
have. It feels that way. I'm very happy that we've got a start time, 37 overs. I mean, you're at the best venue on the island, so the only thing that you can consider is the light factor if it goes beyond 5 o'clock. But really, an opportunity for the CJM Enterprises, Boscobel, and the ESF Pickwick to start and to be able to play what I believe will be the game of their lives, because today history can be created, Andrew. If you have Boscobel winning today, we're going to be able to see a three-peat, and Pickwick will be looking to dethrone them.
Wonderful work. Of course, our good friend Mr. Green is away, but he's got a wonderful team to make sure that you can see this. And where can this be seen?
Yes, you can visit
Say that
www.barbadoscricket.org.
slowly. Say that. So I got my pen and paper.
Yes.
www.
www.barbadoscricket.org. And you can also, once you're at home, take a look at CBC TV.
Right.
And then we are going to have the live radio coverage on 92.9 FM from 1:30 p.m. this afternoon.
Well, I want to thank you, Stephen, for a wonderful job. We're just getting ready for the start. Of course, Boscobel there in the field. Pickwick will be looking to get a good start. But the kind of promotion that you're given, we really want to thank you. And of course, sometimes you can actually go to your website and even hear radio commentaries as well.
Yes, that was an initiative that was implemented this year. Some good advice was given and we took it. So everything is going very well in terms of the radio promotion as well.
Thank you, Stephen. You're wonderful as normal, and we're going to certainly be looking forward to hearing from you a little bit later on. So we're just about ready to start the action. Of course, Lyndon Yard is just about to come a-calling. He's got his very good friend, a Liverpool man, I'm told, Andy Payne. Oh, I thought he was a Manchester United man. They're going to be starting for you. So the news then, we're just about ready to start the action. CJM Enterprises Boscobel winning the toss, electing to bowl first up against ASAP Pickwick. And we're going to invite, of course, Lyndon Yard to start the broadcast. Alongside him is going to be Andy Payne.
Of this, the BCA Shield 40 over final, now reduced to 37 overs, has yielded the first sundry of the game. A wide delivered down the leg side by Jordan, and this delivery, first run off the bat down to short fine leg. So Bartlett and Jills the openers. So 2 without loss. I'll say good morning to Andy Payne.
Good morning, Lyndon. Good morning to our viewers. It's a pleasure to be here at the Kensington Oval Nov. This final, the scheduled final, ESAP Pickwick coming against CJM Enterprises.
So Jordan operating from the Malcolm Marshall end. Brilliant conditions, brilliant sunshine. The outfield lush green, and a few spots of sand there thereabouts with the shore that would have taking place at this venue last weekend. And just let me give you the adjustment formats momentarily. As here is drop catch, a slip and the pin, loose drive by Jilts. Gerard Jilts, the opener for Pickwick, who were invited to bat, and he gets a chance, and Pickwick they benefit by 1-3 without loss.
Yeah, very good delivery there, bro, by Kimo Jordan and that man, Jadeja Edwards, that slip. Just grounds flooring what should have been a catch. It was catchable height. They went very high to him, but within good catching range. And what a chance for Gerard Jilts to get off the mark and taking the Pickwick score up to 3 without loss. But a good delivery there by Kimo Jordan, who's got good pace. He also says a little swing. So that's the chance going to Bacon.
Delivery just beating the bat of a probing bat of Bartlett, taken by the keeper. Ill directed and a brilliant take there by the keeper on the leg side.
Keeper Lopez, like we said, we think he's one of the better keepers in the intermediate division. Just skipping around, diving further to his right to take what was a very lovely take by the young man. So one of the integral players in this Boscobel 11, the wicket keeper, and also main opening batsman, and also doubling up as the wicket keeper.
Beautiful delivery. Delivered by Jordan, and Bartlett has nothing to do with it. I thought about trying to force it off the back foot. So good start by the Boscobel side, unbeaten since 2021 when they lost that final. So it's been a 3-year run. They are the dual defending champions. And just to give you the two teams, I'll give you that as soon as this over is completed. Once again, outside in the awesome. So the CJM Enterprise Boscobel, Richard Graves, Dario Lopez is the wicketkeeper, Jadeja Edwards, Kyron Boyce, Alston Babb, Ronaldo Griffith, the captain, Tony Edwards, Jamal Boyce, Kemar Goddard, Kemar Johnson, and Kimo Jordan, who is presently operating from the Malcolm Marshall end. And there is the first wicket. A short delivery. And there is Bartlett in no man's land. The ball got a little big on him. And the captain, that is Boyce, Kieran Boyce, who took the catch. And he goes. And what a way to strike. Great start for the defending champions, CJM Enterprise Boscobel, as they pick up the first scalp. That of Bartlett, caught at short square leg, stuffed by short ball and the pin.
Yeah, testing over there by Jordan Linden. You see the length that he's bowled. It was good carry to the wicket keeper throughout, and this time he was a bit shorter. It ended the body there. Bartlett, who had no control on that one, as you rightly say, he was stuffed, but a good bouncy delivery from Kimo Jordan, who, like I said, he's capable of staying a bit of pace. And on this Kensington Oval track, which is good for bounce and pace, he put it in the right area. He goes for the pull. Wasn't in good position. And he's gone. So first wicket for Boscobel. So I think they take first strike.
So the Boscobel doing justice to the fact that they won the toss and asked the Pickwick side to take first. Not just let me give you the conditions. 37 overs the game has been reduced to, and with 11:30 start, we'll break for lunch at 2:08, and that will be a 30-minute break. 30 minutes break. We restart at 2:38. And then we go until 5:16, which will be the second segment of the game, 2:38 to 5:16, to conclude this BCA 40 over Shield final featuring CJM Enterprise Boscobel, the dual defending champions, against ESA Fields Pickwick. In the allotment of 37 overs, 2 bowlers are allowed to bowl 8, 2 bowlers are allowed to bowl 8, and 3 bowlers will bowl 7, or I should say can bowl 7, because things may go all wrong on the pin, and then you're forced to bring in bowlers 6, 7, even 8.
Yes, so that's just the allocation for maximum account. But as just rightfully say, you can bowl any amount of bowlers, but just the maximum numbers is that 2 can bowl up to 8, and 3 can bowl a maximum of 7.
Jadeja Edwards to start from the Joe Garner end. The new batsman in is Dalvin Bennett.
Yep, what a good start there by Jadeja Edwards to the experienced Gerard Jilts, playing straight now in the lower division. So he will be a key man here in this Pickwick side. But you can see the carry on this pitch, Lyndon. Good bounce, good carry. I'm sure Boscobel, they're really satisfied with having won the toss and sending the Pickwick team into bat.
Well, I beg to differ in asking the opposition to bat first. As a matter of fact, that was the genuine consensus of the panel. So no ball signaled by umpire Adrian Jones, who signals a free hit, and he's doing duties. He's a standing umpire. At square leg is none other than Ezra Marshall. Winston Dowich is your match referee. Harold Eastman in company with Amelia Quick, the reliable scores employed. Good slow bouncer there, wide signal by the umpire, so you'll still have to bowl it over. And he's been given the signal of 1 short ball for the over.
Yeah, you saw Edwards with that free hit trying to try the short ball variation of no pace, but the height was a factor and a wide call there by Jones.
No ball once again, so Edwards clearly having his problems. And since the no ball, he delivered a short ball, then he delivered another no ball with a free hit. So he's going to have to reload and come again, as they would say.
Yes, so questioning Empire Jones there, but Jones just showing him where he's infringed that front line.
So he did infringe the front line.
And it's gone over. So
it was wide, but he opted to go with the front line first, which is what will happen first, because you have to watch that line first before. And it's really an awkward start by Jilts, trying to ascertain what he's really trying to achieve here. 2 slips, there's a gully, there's a cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square leg in front of square, so the fielder just in front of square, and the fielder on the fine leg boundary. First pitched up delivery in this over, gets the edge all along the carpet, so Jilts looks a little out of sort at the moment, and maybe he's a little concerned with the pace scenario that the bowlers have been getting thus far. It's a good pitch, but I was saying at the pain, had I won the toss, I would have opted to bat first. We're playing like Kensington Oval, despite the fact that there would have been some cloud coverage and water yesterday.
yeah, I think they would probably much be thinking about the moisture in it. Like you said, there was some cloud cover, lots of rain around for the last week, so they probably were concerned as to how much preparation would have gone into that pitch. I mean, you've seen it's got some true bounce and carry here. You saw that one that what's happened here is that Boscobel guys, they haven't been as full as yet, so they're just about on that 3/4 length and they're getting some good bounce and movement.
Beautifully bowled on a good line by Edwards, who's come back well the last couple of deliveries. And Pickwick at the moment in over number 2, 7 for 1.
Yeah, all things being told, like you said, you will want to bat first here, but I mean, drawing first blood with having that first scalp, they will want to think that the decision was a bit in their favor, Lyndon.
I agree with you 100%. And make it 7 for 2. Brilliantly caught at cover. Gerard Jilts goes Andy Payne, and I was saying at the beginning of this over that something's got to give, because I was really trying to ascertain what exactly he was doing in terms of trying to get back on the ball. He got 2 short deliveries outside of the off stump. He was backing away without really looking to cut. Then he gets 1 delivery pitched up. It turns him around a little bit, took the edge along the carpet to second slip. And now Boyce comes up with his second catch. Kieran Boyce at cover. A short delivery that was slapped with no venom whatsoever. As I said, he was basically Andy Payne in no man's land. And Pickwick in the Shield final, they are 7 for 2 in the process of over number 2.
Yeah, Lyndon, I don't know if they've done their homework, but the link that they're bowling to Gerald Jilts, that's a very testing line to Jilts. Jilts is one, if you know, if you're bowling a bit too close, he's easily go over the top. So that three-quarter length, like we said, that 6-meter mark there, they're just hitting the ball in the good length. And what a lovely catch that by Boyce. What a difference a week can make. If you remember last week in the first part of this, he had an easy chance that he spilled. But here he is today with 2 catches and 2 consecutive overs, Lyndon.
Yes, and that second catch, a brilliant catch, Andy Payne, because it was going down to his laces. It was started at maybe, I would say, knee height, but then it was dropping all the time, and he took it inches from the ground. A good catch, and Pickwick 7 for the loss of 2 in the process of over number 2. The BCA 40 over final, the end of over number 2. And Jerome Stewart is in a little early, a tad early, but 7 for 2, 37 overs available, another 35 to go. And you'll say that they have justified the decision to ask Pickwick to bat first.
Yeah, it's very much justifiable. Still testing overs. He was troubled by a couple of wides and no balls there, young Jadeja Edwards, but he was good enough to bowl that one in the area where he had Jilts on the back foot, punching it there to that man at short extra cover, and Kieran Boyce, who came up with a lovely catch. So very much in the ascendancy, those 2 early scalps.
And here's the outside of the line of the off stump, and goes through to the keeper. There's no run.
Yes, for you viewers just having a look at this man, Kimo Jordan, what a lovely approach to the wicket, and he's given some good movement off this Kensington Oval track, and then he's just bowling the ball in that area, just having it moving away from the right-handed batters, and good carry to the wicket keeper and Lopez.
A wicket apiece for Jordan and Edwards. And there's a booming drive, and doesn't make any contact. There's Bennett.
Bennett, he's new to the crease. It's just his second delivery faced up there, Linden Yard, and what a big drive being essaayed by the young man. Still got a lot of overs here to bat. There's 35 overs. You would think that he also gives himself a chance. You can see the manager and Mimi just very annoyed. Amelia Crick, she's not happy with that shot at all, Linden Yard. She's just telling him to spend some time, have a look, just get yourself in.
I'll tell you what, Andy Payne, the last time she wasn't here, she was very annoyed as well. In the end, she was totally annoyed. So let's hope that today brings her a different results. At the moment, she's looking down the barrel already. 7 for 2.
But one thing you can say about this Boscobel team, Lyndon, they look a very well oiled unit. You can see them very experienced. They've been here before. They've been to this final on many occasions. They're 2-time defending champions, and they've got their noses well ahead here, Lyndon.
Wicket number 3 as Bennett goes. He stands there in no man's land and just flashed a catch at slip and caught by Bob, Alston Bob at slip. So Pickwick, they are in serious trouble at Kensington Oval, and they tell him brilliant cricketing conditions and sunshine to go along with it. Asked to bat first in the BCA 40 over Shield final. They are 7 for the loss of 3 in over number 3 in a game that's been reduced to 37 overs. Andy Payne.
Oh yes, Lyndon Yard, a great start, like we said, by this Boscobel team, CJ and Boscobel Enterprises. They're playing very good cricket all season. They've made their way into the playoffs of the independent division, Lyndon Yard. But this man, Kimo Jordan, I told you, have a good look at his approach to the wicket and how he's just continuing to bowl that ball on or about the off-stump, getting some away movement from the right-hander. And you can see Bennett that time going for a big booming drive, and the outside edge taken, and a lovely catch again there by player coach Alston Bob.
So 7 for 3. With Bennett yet to score. The scorecard doesn't look good at all. Bartlett got 1. Jilts contributed 1. Bennett did not contribute. And at the moment, Stewart is yet to add to his non-contribution. He's yet to get off the mark. And Thaddeus Chase. Thaddeus Chase is the new batsman in. So how do they get themselves out of this hole, Andy?
It's a big hole, but they're known for coming from St. Philip. But the roads are all paved up there now, Lyndon. So,
I like that. I like that.
so I don't know how they. He's from rural Boscobel. He knows how to be in a hole. But here they've put themselves in a smooth position.
And Jordan sends down a beautiful outswinger from the Malcolm Marshall end, or the southern end of the ground. He's picked up 2 for 4, and he's just one delivery shy of completing over number 2, and the game reduced to 37 overs. Pickwick 7 for 3. Yes, 7 for 3.
Yeah,
Serious trouble
a lot of
at
trouble.
the Mecca. No terror in the wicket whatsoever.
Is what you would say is a typical Kensington Oval wicket, Lyndon Yards. You know, you get the early exchanges when the new ball is doing quite a bit and get a lot of bounce in there. But that's the third over coming to an end. And at the end of it, it's 7 for 3, the ESA field Pickwick. And like you said, really steering down the barrel here, Lyndon. Just a reminder, this is the BCA 40 over division final. This ESA field Pickwick coming up against the CJM Enterprises Boscobel from, like you said, right down the rural Boscobel area, which has produced some very outstanding cricketers of late. You had the likes of Fidel Edwards, Pedro Collins, Corey Collimer, Omar Phillips. They've all played the trade for the West Indies level, and there would have been some aspirations of some of these guys here, some influences and some mentors. As Stephen Leslie said earlier in the broadcast, they had Corey Collimer and Omar Phillips playing with this team as recent as last season. So a good position to be in, the Boscobel team right now, Lyndon.
Edwards' first delivery brings Chase onto the front foot. Stewart, sorry. And there's no run.
Stewart, pretty experienced player as well. He would have played this trade at the Premier level, the elite division for Pickwick. So he's one here. He's in the middle. A lot is asked of him. In this innings, Lyndon Yard, if they're just to draw anything out of this, is they need a partnership. And this pair now, the fourth wicket, it needs to really buckle down and spend some time here in the middle.
Stewart gets a beautiful outswinger on that line of a 4th stump Andy Payne and making its way towards a 5th stump taken by the keeper.
Yes, and a little bit more on this guy, Jadeja Edwards, Lyndon. We said last year he would have been the player of the tournament for Boscobel. He had runs, he had wickets. He's just come back from a professional contract in the UK, and what a timely it's very timely that he returned when Boscobel made their way into the playoffs. So what a great acquisition to have at this time of the competition for Boscobel, Jadeja Edwards.
And there's an expansive half/half cut. Makes no contact. Signal wide by umpire Jones. And Pickwick, they've gotten off that dreaded number of 7. They move up to 8 for 3.
Yeah, just continue to bowl that ball on that or about the off stump, and then that one again, just a bit of bounce. So Stewart going for the cut, but that one was a bit wide of what Jadeja Edwards would want it to be.
No ball now, so Edwards clearly having his problems at the Joel Garner end. Suppose a no ball signal by umpire Adrian Jones, so freebie coming up.
Yeah, I'm sure the Boscobel team, they're not as worried with the extras, with the 3 wickets in the hatch. So they obviously want him to get it right. But if he can continue to produce wickets and bowl these extras, I don't think they will want to kill him today.
And this is hit down behind square, all the way down by the Mitchie Hewitt stand for your big 6. So the first counter attack by the Pickwick side, who've been on the back foot, having been invited to bat, and they're now up to 15 for the loss of 3, with Stewart opening his account with a U6, a freebie down the leg side, and he just helped it.
Yeah, very badly aligned, the free hit from Jadeja Edwards, and Stewart doing the right thing, capitalizing. He had no chance to get an out there, and that one was badly lined down the leg side, and he went big and hit that one over the fine leg area into the Mitchie Hewitt, reason for maximum 6 if you have to again. But, good scoring there. Like I said, Stewart, he's been around for a long time, very experienced player, so he's the one who the Pickwick team would like to stay there for some length of time.
An attempted drive. Ball essays past the bat into the gloves of the keeper, Dario Lopez. There's no run.
Yes, just a good delivery being ball there this time by Jadeja Edwards. That's the lane that he wants to continue the ball, not to carry it a bit too wide. So you just need to continue the ball on that line, but just stay a little bit inside from the batter. Oh, well ball that time.
So just one delivery remaining in over number 4 of the Barbados Cricket Association's 40 over Shield final featuring CJM Enterprises Boscobel, the dual champions. And as over number 4 concludes, Pickwick has to bat first. ESA fields Pickwick. They are 15 for the loss of 3. Stewart has 6 against his name. Chase is yet to score. And 2 wickets for Jordan. 2 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 4. And Jadeja Edwards, 2 overs, no maidens, 1 for 11.
Yes, productive over there for Pickwick. That man Stewart, just Jerome Stewart taking charge of that free hit and hitting it over the square leg area for that 6. But a good over there in the context again there by Jadeja Edwards, who continued to be bothered by the wides and the no balls. So the extras, that's playing a pivotal role here for the Pickwick team. So Boscobel just needs to be a little wary of that and try to keep their foot behind the line in Jadeja Edwards. But in the other case, the Pickwick team, they will like this pair of Thaddeus Chase, the wicket keeper, and the experienced Jerome Stewart to spend some time in the middle here for them and give them a chance of a good score.
They be played up to mid-on, and there is no run.
But lovely conditions here now, Lyndon. After we had that half an hour delay, you know, the sun's out in its glory, and some spectators continue to grow from all reports. What a lovely feature here at the Kensington Oval.
Swing and a miss. An attempted cut by Chase. It's a mate contact taken by Lopez. So Andy, as a fast bowler, I'm very intrigued by the bounce. And having said I would prefer to bat first as a fast bowler, I really wouldn't mind bowling not given the fact you're getting this kind of bounce. It's not a steep bounce, but good to see the fast bowler can extract some bounce out of the wicket. I don't think it has a lot to do with the early moisture.
And then if we can go back to the 3 internationals that were played here over the last 2 weeks, with England taking on the West Indies in the CG United fixtures. You know, we had the first of the 50 over, the last of the 50 over games they played here, and then we had the 2 T20 games they played here as well. And most of the teams you saw that had that first choice to bowl first, they kind of exploited the conditions and had the better of the pitch. So I don't know if Boscobel took that into consideration as well, and that's why they would have bowled first here also.
My reply to that would be that we're playing on a different pitch. Same mecca, but a different pitch. And this pitch has offered more bounce than both those pitches that were used for the CG 50 over and the CG T20 international thus far.
Yeah, but I'm sure some of the same type of preparation would have gone into it. So yeah, but a good toss. I mean, from the Boscobel's position and having the Pickwick side at 15 for 3, we're into over number 5 here, and it's still carrying on with some very good bounce. So they would think that they've made a good choice. And you, Lyndon, I meant to put this to you before you said it yourself, but as a former fast bowler, wouldn't you like to have the cherry in your hand to start after you saw what happened here this morning?
Oh yes, definitely that would be the policy, to have that cherry in your hand. Mind you, myself personally, I would prefer to use the older ball to my advantage due to the fact that most of the times I was faster than those who use the cherry. So when the first change or second change does come on, you were of the impression that it will get a lot lighter, wherein actually and truthfully it got a little heavier. And you aren't missing any play as over number 5 comes to a conclusion. And Pickwick, they're 15 for the loss of 3. Chase is yet to score. Stewart has 6 against his name, and if you're just joining us, play got going at 11:30 due to an early morning shower just before the scheduled start of play. And the game reduced from 40 overs to 37 overs per side. And Pickwick, ESF's Pickwick, having been asked to bat first by CJM Enterprise Boscobel, the dual defending champions. And they have made full use of inviting the opposition to bat, having them 15 for 3, with Jordan having 2 for 4 from 3 overs, and Edwards, who continues, having 1 for 11.
What a piece of a delivery that. And then here is just again pitching on that off stump and carrying away from the outside edge of the bat. Jerome Stewart had a tentative prod and beaten all ends up. And another lovely take by Lopez. What are your thoughts on Lopez, wicketkeeper Lyndon Yard?
He looks so good. He looks good thus far. What I like about the keeper is always the foot movement first, and he's demonstrated that. And here is a boundary, a short ball outside the off stump, and given the room, and Stewart making full use of it and pulling it over long on, over the mid-on region, the mid-on fielder being up and helping himself to another boundary. So in 2 scoring shot, he has 10 against his name, and ESF's Pickwick in the process of over number 6. They're 19 for 3.
A lovely shot that by Jerome Stewart. One given some whiff outside off stump. The length was a bit short as well. He was easy to rock back on the back foot and hitting that one over the long on area Lyndon Yard for his first boundary.
Crashed away over cover, glorious shot, given the width, the length, and the room. And Stewart helps himself with another boundary. He is up to 14, and suddenly in the process of this over, things seems to have changed a lot. And noticeably, Andy, is that Jadeja Edwards has gone a lot closer, so he's utilizing that 2 and 4 meter mark, which has cost him, as opposed to the, I would say, the 6 and 8 meter mark, which has worked for him in the first over, despite the fact that he sent on a couple sundries. It is 23 for 3.
Oh, a lovely shot again. A no-nonsense type of batsman, Jerome Stewart. But anytime he's given arms, like you said, he played at the highest level before Lyndon Yards. So anytime given arms, he'd be happy to capitalize. And so far, he's done that for his team and getting to move on with it.
Leg by, signal by umpire Jones, as this one is just worked into the leg side. It's now 24 for 3. Stewart to 14.
Yes. Just a little bit of a attack by that man, Jerome Stewart, and a very good counter attack, if I might say. So getting the ball in his areas and capitalizing. He's just not getting ones or twos, so he's really getting boundaries. So with that, that's going to really help the score move on.
Good comeback delivery. Considering the awesome and chase just allows it to go by, to be taken by the keeper. So 2 slips in position. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. We'll be back on what you would call the circle. There's no fielding restrictions in this 40 over shield, but they are penalty runs. There's a straightish mid-wicket, fielder in front of square, and a fielder on the long leg boundary, or I should say the fine leg boundary. Hit hard in the ground, chance for round. The return comes in, and the keeper unable to get up to the stumps. They're going to come back and get the overthrow. So the overthrow moves Pickwick up to 26 for loss of 3. And we have 6 overs completed, 11 runs off that over, and the extras are up to 8. So you would say, Andy, that despite the fact that they have collected 3 wickets, Boscobel could be maybe a little more tidier in the field 1, and especially with their sundries leaping up to 8 sundries in 6 overs, maybe they're going maybe a little too much to the front line, and that's one of the areas that they will want to counter and clean up.
Yeah, I think they take that the Pickwick side, that over from Jerome Stewart, just putting the pressure back on the Boscobel team. And just like you said, Boscobel will need to tidy up a little bit. But Jadeja Edwards, he's proved to be a little bit expensive. He bowls some extra balls, some wides and the balls. But if you know this Boscobel team, Lyndon Yard, they're very strong with their slow stuff. So it's just probably an opportunity where Jadeja Edwards got a few overs out of the way with a new ball. And it won't be too long, I can assure you, before they go to the slow men.
Start of over number 7. The chase on 2. Stewart has 14, 26 for 3. not an overly attacking field, but just having the fielders in the right position is key at the moment for the Boscobel side. Kimio Jordan with 2 for 4.
Yes, and continues to be very economical. Jordan continues to bowl those good lines and lengths, just coming, putting the ball there on or about that off start. I can tell you this man, Kimo Jordan, he would have spent a lot of time with Koi Collymore. He's also a product of the Alexandra School in the yard. That man, Peter Vaughan, who would have worked tirelessly with a lot of these pace bowlers. He's had the likes of Kimar Roach, Kyle Mears, to name a few. And this guy, Kimo Jordan, he just continues season after season to show his mettle and just in the lower division and just bowling that ball in some really, really good areas.
Well, you aren't missing any play on the pin as Stewart seems to have played the ball into that very uncomfortable area. And I will leave you to describe that uncomfortable area for the public. Usually once the ball comes off the inner portion of the bat and hit you anywhere in that area where a box is supposed to be located, it can be very, very disconcerting on the pin. And he's doing his hunches. Alston Bob is giving him some free exercises and just trying to get that area that is very, very tender, just trying to get some release on the pin. And I don't know if you've been hit there before, but in my time of being hit there, I can tell you, you just grimace in pain, and the pain just seems to work its way up the belly very, very slow. It just seems to contract the various muscles. Mimi looks at me very surprised.
I don't know. She don't know that pain. She probably. But yeah, it's a very sensitive area, and you're not missing any players. You look out there, you can see the Boscobel team just regrouping and just trying to get just some refreshments. As you saw in the emergency feed in Clark, they're trying to offer assistance to Jerome Short. But a very uncomfortable area to get hit in Linden Yards. So let's continue to talk a little bit about what was encountered this morning. So if you start from the top, that man Kevon Bartlett. He was caught. Kieran Boys bowled Kimo Jordan for 1. Gerard Jilts, he was caught boys as well, bowled by Jadeja Edwards for 1. Delvin Bennett, he caught by Alston Ball by Kimo Jordan without scoring. And Jerome Stewart, he's doing 14 and counter-attacking 14 off 13 deliveries with 2 fours and 1 6. And Thaddeus Chase, the wicket keeper, he's in support. He's got 2 runs off 10 balls, Lyndon.
To come, Preston Clark, Rashid Edwin, Jaquil Ford, Greenwich, Prescott, and Orion Seal. And that's Jatario Prescott, Darnell, Greenwich, Orion Seal, and Jakeem Ford to come. So you would want to say not a lot of batting. Preston Clark have a lot of time for him. Rashid Edwin also has some time for him. The others are down the line. They're very questionable. But first order of business is to at least get to the first 20 overs without losing this pair, which will definitely give the Pickwick side a fighting chance. Sure, we'll see whether that hit in the area of the groin, I call that the area of the groin, how did it affect him? But he's up. He's ready to go again. He has 14 from 13 deliveries. Chase is on 2 from 10. And Pickwick asks to bat first 26 for 3 in the process of over number 7.
Kimo Jordan continues to be immaculately bowling those line and lengths just on that good length area. You can see there, Short just still trying to stretch that pain out. And then I can tell you very much, he's still feeling it.
It will take some time before it goes down. We know that.
Tell you that. Yeah, anyone who's been hit there will tell you it's a very uncomfortable feeling.
Tablets, not a magic spray, don't work.
Another testing delivery. But as I was about to say earlier, Lyndon, as you said, with the amount of slow bowlers that the Boscobel team's got on offer, there's also got some very steady medium pacers in the captain Ronaldo Griffith, as well as Kieran Boyce, who've taken those 2 catches in the outfield. But there's a question of skill, and you just need to know how you want to execute. Because as we said, the slow bowlers, they've been very good for Boscobel throughout the season. But coming on this pitch, would you want to go to your seamers, the other seamers in the team, or would you want to continue with what was worked for you for the season?
Here is the ball taking the outer portion of the bat. The batsman will turn and come back for 2. The ball traveling all the way down to the protected third man area. And 2 runs attained. Stewart with those 2 moves to 16 from 16. A runner ball. Chase has 2. And Pickwick advancing on to 28 for 3 in this the live coverage of the Barbers Cricket Association 40 over Shield final between ESA Fields Pickwick and the dual defending champions CJM Enterprise Boscobel.
Yes, so another good delivery there by Kimo Jordan as the over comes to an end. It is 28 for 3, Linden Yard. We just we have that man Stewart who's have some 16 runs. You have another 30 overs remaining there after that. First 6 being bowled there by 7. That is completing over number 7. But Jerome Stewart 16 from 17 and just moving his team along at 28 for 3. So some form of partnership being forged here. As remember, there were 7th of 3, the ESA Field Pickwick side. As it looks like it will be a bowling change, Lyndon.
No, still going to be errors to continue.
Still Edwards.
Operating from the northern end or the Joel Garner end. And the bowls a peach of a delivery outside of the off stump. The batsman in 2 minds, he got to the pitch of it, but in the end he opted just to keep his bat inside the line, but it wasn't far from that edge. And you'll say that's a victory to Jadeja. This ball not as well as he a little in and out basically. He's been trouble with no balls and those wides in his first 2 overs. He sent no 3 overs before that delivery, 1 for 21. But the bowler of importance has been Jordan, who has sent down 4 overs, no maidens, 2 for 6. 2 for 6 in 4 overs. And he's really been on top of his line. And this stuff Bartlett with a short ball. And after that, Boyce, who took the catch to dismiss Bartlett, took the catch to dismiss Gerald Jitz, who was playing a nothing shot after bowling of errors for 1. And Bennett, he also played a nothing shot, sparred at 1 on the line. He also moved away from it, from him, and gave Bob catching practice in the slip after bowling of Jordan without scoring. Stewart has looked good for his 16, and Chase has 2 thus far, so these 2 will need to consolidate. That's the biggest word in cricket these days with batsmen, consolidate.
Some form of consolidation is required, and Chase, he's just offering his support to the free scoring of Jerome Stewart. Quick single and offer. Ooh, Linden Yards. So that one could have been close. You know who it was coming in there from the point area. It looks like the captain of Ronaldo Griffith. A quick single being called there by Thaddeus Chase, and good response from Jerome Stewart at the non-striker. Jerome Stewart, that is, from the non-striker in, and he got there safely in the end, but it would have been a close call if it was a direct hit.
It definitely would have been touch and go at 29 for 3. It was a little too close for comfort, really and truly. Maybe he caught Griffith, the captain, sleeping because he really wasn't walking in with the bowler. And in the end, they got through safely for the single. 29 for 3. Chase is on 3. Stewart on strike has 16. And the current rate is 3.78 after Pickwick were asked to bat first.
What was interesting, Lyndon, is that this ball is still continuing to have some shape on it. Still moving around a bit. I mean, the conditions now have gone a little bit more overcast. And when we started here, it was a bit brighter and sunnier. But you see another good delivery there from Jadeja Edwards. Just looked to be leaving the outside edge of the bat from Stewart, who's been the main scorer. And he just needs to continue to be there. So see some reinforcements being added here now to the offside field for the Boscobel team, Lyndon.
Yes, he's going to pull the mid wicket out and put in a second slip. Actually, he's going to split up the slip. So we're going to have a second slip more than the first slip, Andy Payne. And then they're going to have a gully instead of having a third slip. So you call it a slip, a gully, a point. And by that slip, as that over come to end, it was more or less a second slip, another first slip. So a second slip, no third slip, no first slip, a gully, and then a point. So just trying to drag the batsman wide. In the end, he bowled the ball maybe just a tad too wide. And with over number 8 completed of 37, ESA Fields Pickwick asked about first, 29 for 3. Stewart has 16 from 19 deliveries. Chase has 3 from 14. And Edwards with figures of 1 for 22. Having sent no 4 overs. And maybe it's time for a change, Andy.
Oh yeah, well, that was a better over there by Jadeja Edwards. Just conceded this one run from that over, but the line was a lot better. It seems that he actually put a lot more energy into that over as well, albeit he bowled majority of the deliveries to Thaddeus Chase, who's just trying to get himself in, and not the aggressive Jerome Stewart. But a very good over in the contents after conceding 11 runs in his previous over.
Chase looks a little uncomfortable playing that short delivery. Angle into the midriff area, and that's usually the areas where fast bowlers would attack batsmen these days. That midriff area is a very disconcerting and depending that you don't want to miss it, because if you miss it, your ribs are exposed, the tummy area is exposed, and you just kind of like off of me. Squirted off the outer portion of the bat, down to Edwards, who finds himself patrolling the third man region, and the batsmen are back for 1. So Chase out of strike, he's now on 4, and brings Jerome Stewart on 16. ESF's Pickwick 30 for the loss of 3. And of course, this is the Shield 40 over final, where Boscobel are the dual defending champions. They won the toss in good cricketing conditions and asked Pickwick to take first knock. And at the moment, 30 for 3. Looks somewhat in the balance, but you still have to say, Andy Payne, that Boscobel are definitely in front at this stage.
Yeah, with 3 wickets down and getting well into the middle order, just this man Jerome Stewart, who's holding it together, he's getting some support from Chase. But yeah, I would think Boscobel will want to say that they're in a better position. Run rate is just 3.5 runs up to this stage. Still another 28.3 overs remaining, but a lot of cricket to be played. Ooh.
Wide signal by umpire Ezra Marshall, and a diving attempt to haul it in by keeper Kieran Boyce. Did well to stop it, really. Was ill-directed.
Dario Lopez.
Sorry, Dario Lopez, the keeper, ill-directed. Did well to haul that one in. And it did hit the ground. 31 for the loss of 3. Spanking shot, short ball outside in the off stump, and Stewart capitalizes on it and hits it down in front of square, down to the boundary for 4. So he rushes to 20. That's the first boundary of Jordan, who sent now 4.4 overs, 2 maidens, and it's conceded some 12 runs while picking up 2 wickets. But loose delivery, Andy Payne was saying maybe time for a change.
Yeah, just he thought that he wanted to bowl some extra short balls to Jerome Stewart. That one didn't make much bounce, and Stewart played was a lovely cut shot, Lyndon. Was the shots that you want to play at the Mecca?
And now he is forward, plays the ball to the fielder at point. Can't pierce the offside. There's no run. Those 2 slips. There's a gully. There's a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on. Square leg. And Edwards patrols the third man boundary. So interesting, there's a big gap, Andy Payne, between square leg and mid-on.
Yeah, but he continued to bowl on this off-stump area, so he's being very accurate.
No, Edwards will have some work to do. Has to run at least 15 meters to his right. Can't prevent the second run. And it is now 37 for the loss of 3. 9 overs have been completed. Stewart is in control, 22 from 23. Chase has 4 from 16, and with another 28 overs remaining in this grand final. Conditions are cool for cricket. But Jordan has picked up 2 for 14 after 5 overs. Would you ring a change, Andy Payne?
Yeah, definitely a change should be coming pretty shortly. But that man Jerome Stewart, nothing can be said about what he's done this morning. Came into bat, his team is all types of trouble. 3 wickets down, 7 runs on the board, and he didn't just try to bite his summer occupy the crease. His intent was to score. You could have seen the intent from this man, and anything given whiff or loose, he was able to capitalize on. He's now added some 3 4s and a 6 to his batting so far, and he's really pulling the Pickwick team back into this contest. Offering good support is Thaddeus Chase. He's 4 from 16, but he doesn't need to do anything rash as this man Jerome Stewart. He's continuing to score anything once he's given the opportunity.
So we're gonna have a bowling change, and Captain Ronaldo Griffith is gonna take it up. So one medium pacer replaces another, and his first delivery is cut over the fielder at backward point, and it trickles into the boundary for 4. So Chase gets into the act with a boundary, and with that boundary he's up to 8 from 17, and Pickwick 41 for loss of 3 in the start of over number 10.
Captain Ronaldo Griffith, if you have a look here, just decided to get himself into the attack. A short ball and Chase just cutting it over the backward point area. Richard Graves, probably one of the heaviest set guys on the field, having to jump, but he wasn't able to get to it, and that one run past the backward point for 4.
Delivery outside in the off stump, and Chase thought about going after it. Allowed to go by to the keeper. Just in case you're just joining us, Ronaldo Griffith captains the CJM Enterprise Boscobel side, and he has with him Richard Graves, Dario Lopez the keeper, Jadeja Edwards, Kieran Boyce, Alston Bob, Tony Edwards, Jamal Boyce, Kemar Goddard, Kemar Johnson, and Kemore Jordan. Fluent drive, parried by the bowler to the fielder at the mid-off position. ESA fields Pickwick, Rashid Edwin the captain, Kevin Bartlett, Gerard Gills, Dalvin Bennett, Jerome Stewart, Thaddeus Chase, the wicketkeeper. Then there is Preston Clark, Jakeem Ford, Orion Seal, Darnell Greenwich, and Jatario Prescott. So that is the team again reduced to 37 overs. 2 bowlers can bowl 8, 3 bowlers allowed to bowl 7. Playing time 11:30 to 2:08. There'll be a 30 minutes break for lunch. Then we start back at 2:38 and go until 5:16 when play is scheduled to be concluded. Here's a drive up to mid-off, and there's no run. Pickwick 41 for loss of 3. Remember, despite the fact that we are playing in colored clothing and the pain, there is no field restrictions in this Shield competition, and there's also penalty runs that is applied to this competition, which will vary from the elite competition.
So that completes that over the 10th for Linden Yard by Captain Ronaldo Griffith, and after the end of that, 41 for 3. But a good comeback over the first ball, just going to the boundary off the backward point for 4. But his next 5 deliveries was 5 very good containing deliveries where no runs were scored by the Captain Ronaldo Griffith. So 41 for 3 after 10 overs, Linden Yard. I don't know how we will say it, but without those restrictions, it gives you such a challenge to see what would be a challenging score, because someone can go all on the defense. And if you're chasing, the team feeling can go all on the defense as well. So with that, you don't know what's a good score to post here. But it looks like it's going to be that bowling change from the Malcolm Marshall in that we were all speaking about, and it's going to be the player coach and Alston Bob.
Yes, so Bob is going to come in from the Malcolm Marshall end. Andrew Mason should be coming to call in shortly. And we're more likely having a double change. Boscobel having won the toss and elected to field. 41 for loss of 3 after 10 overs. Bob, left arm, operating from the Malcolm Marshall end or the southern end of the ground. He'll be doing business with Stewart, who has 22. Chase has 8 against his name. And the figures of Edwards, 4 overs, is 1 for 22. Jordan, who's now been pulled out, is that 5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 14. So I'll just complete this over. Then Andrew Mason will be joined. And the first delivery of his spell, Bob strikes. Stewart has lost his off stump and the pain. 41 for 3 becomes 41 for 4. What went wrong?
Yeah, big wicket in the contest here in these circumstances. Jerome Stewart, who was scoring very freely off the pace bowlers this time. The first one up from Alston Ball, very experienced bowler, Linden Yard. He bowled that one with a little bit of pace into the wicket, and he was beating all ends up, just bowling it straight onto the pads. He's going for the big drive, just making no contact, and the stumps disturbed. So putting the Boscobel team in further position of ascendancy, 41 for short 4, and losing that major wicket in that man Jerome Stewart, who's batted for some 24 deliveries. He's met 24. He had 3 4s and 1 6 in that innings, Lyndon, all told. But Boscobel, they are very, very, very much in the ascendancy here. If you have Alston Bob just bowling that one into the middle stump
Well,
with the arm.
obviously the ball sliding in with the arm and he played outside the end of the ball. His head was outside the ball as well. So really was in no man's land against what he was playing or what he was playing for. You can't say he was playing for the ball to come in because the ball did come in with the arm, but he played outside the line of the ball, and his enterprising knock comes to an end. And unfortunately, he was there for some 25 deliveries. He made 22, and is 41 for a loss of 4.
But yes, that brings Preston Clark to the crease, Lyndon, a young man with immense talent, one for the future, definitely, in my view. A very good player coming over from the Barbados youth, and now he's playing straight here for the Pickwick team. He's making his way in this division final, but I'm sure he will be playing in the elite division for Pickwick. So I'm here to see this young man. I'd like to see him have a good knot here. But rightfully, I told you earlier that the Boscobel strength is really in their slow bowling, and the first ball of one of their slow bowlers in Alston Bob, and he's picked up his first scalp.
So they're in more trouble. 41 for 4 as Preston Clark is the new batsman in. And his first delivery is played back up on the onside. And there's no run.
Young man of immense talent, but have represented the Barbados on the 19s a bit earlier this year and moved his way over to the 4 square oval. So he needs to show his mettle here in the final and really drag his team out of this big hole.
Bob operating left arm between the umpire and the stumps. The current rate is 3.84. And just two deliveries remaining in over number 11. The game reduced to 37 overs per side. The final of the Shield 40 over competition. Forcing shot off the back foot by Clark. Can't pierce the offside, can't beat the bowler, who has a slipping position. There's a point. Sweeper is now going out on the boundary. Cover, long off, long on, deep mid wicket, short mid wicket. And this one is worked out to the fielder off the cover boundary for what will be run number 42. As over number 11 comes to an end, Pickwick has to bat first. 42 for loss of 4. 11 overs gone, and Bob first over cost him not a run. And most importantly, Andy Payne actually cost him 1 run off the final delivery. So he has 1 for 1, having sent down 1 over. More for Andy Payne, and then we'll be joined by Donovan Lovell.
Yes, Alston Bob, like you said, a very experienced campaigner. He would have played straight here in Barbados. He's been sanctioned by nationality, but he would have played for the Windward Islands as well. He's played a lot of cricket over here for the St. Catherine side in the Division 1 competition before he's moved on to the Boscobel, where he's also doubling up as player coach. His first delivery, one of very accurate. His accuracy was good, just sliding that one into the arm to the aggressive Jerome Stewart to got the wicket off the first ball and moving his team in a good position at 42 for 4 as we welcome Donovan Lovell. Good morning, Donovan.
I think it's afternoon. Good afternoon to you indeed, and good afternoon to all of our visitors. Indeed, a pleasure to be here with you again, Andy Payne, as we watch this delivery from Griffith, and really the CGM Enterprises Boscobel side really in charge and really making further inroads into this ESF's Pickwick side. Experience again by this Boscobel side.
A very good team, a very closely knitted unit. They've played here. They very much own this competition. Donovan, this is the third consecutive final. They've been defending champions for the previous 2 years. So coming here to the final is nothing new to them, and they're really showing their method, their exploits as a premier team, if you want to add, in the intermediate division, and really showing their strength here. Donovan.
Certainly remember not losing a game since 2021. CGM Enterprises Boscobel. Jerome Stewart, he was looking pretty good for his 22. Really, I would imagine they wanted him to carry on and really carry on deep in to these overs. He was looking really well. Played some wonderful shots, I must add. But once he was gone, bowled by by Bob, then really the writing was on the wall.
Well, it's not very much on the wall as yet. As young Preston Clark, he will want to show his worth here in the middle at the Oval in his first Premier final for the ESA Field Pickwick side. Very talented young player. Like I said, he just plays straight for the Barbados under 19. He's moved over from the Barbados youth into this ESA Field Pickwick outfit now, and he would want to show what his worth is really is about what other but a good team of the CGM Enterprises Boscobel.
Yes, certainly. I might remember him from that Queen's College side. I really had some good players in that mix himself, along with the Lord, and those guys really a good player in my opinion. Not a bad batter at all. Preston Clark, pretty good with the ball as well.
But you see the adjustment being made there by young Ronaldo Griffith, the captain, as the over comes to an end. That's the end of over number 12, and the score is 42 for 4. Donovan made an over being bowled there by the captain Griffith. He's now sent down some 2 overs for 4 runs. His first delivery in his spell went for 4, so his next 11 balls of ball without a run being scored. So economical stuff from the captain. There's still 25 overs remaining, 42 for 4. Chase, he's on 8. Preston Clark, he's on 1, run rate of 3.50 as they're going to make their way for the first water break. Words from Donovan.
Yes, and this partnership, one of, I would imagine that would be key. I hear Preston Nurse, he's on 1, and Thaddeus Chase, he is on 8. If they can bat as deep as possible, let me say, see how it goes after about 20 overs or so, and trying to consolidate somewhat here to get a score on the boards that would really challenge this Boscobel side, and really ESA Fields Pickwick behind the 8 ball, as they would say, Andy, loses some early wickets when they lost Bartlett early for one. Gerard Jilts, one who's very, very attacking and very good player in my opinion at this level, had some experience at the elite level as well, and he was one they would have been looking forward to in terms of getting some runs, but he went early, caught by Boyce off the bone of Edwards for 1. So really they were off to a very, very bad start. Jerome Stewart tried his best of the 22, that first delivery from Bob Bull, and in the end a pretty enterprising knock would have need to go on further, trying to get himself anyway in the region. A half century to 100 is always good to perform in the finals, but he looked good while he was there. Nevertheless, really needed to push on some more, and the CGM Boscobel side really large and in charge here at the moment, as they would say.
Yes, so good first session. That would say that session probably was very much won by the Boscobel team. Got 2 pretty new players in the middle. Chase, he's been there for some 22 deliveries, but not of any immense scoring talents or scoring abilities. He's 8 runs off 22 deliveries. Preston Clark, he's faced up some 11 deliveries since the fall of that Stewart wicket. He's on 1. But I can tell you, like I said, the Boscobel strength very much lies with their slow bowling, and the slow bowling is only now came on in Alston Bob. He's bowled some 1 over for 1 run, so it's been a lot of that to go. The captain Ronaldo Ding Ding Griffith, medium pace by nature, but he's bowled some accurate deliveries just there or thereabout the off step, attacking that off step, asking the batsman to go after him. So a very well set field as well when the medium pace of Griffith is in operation. But a big job here, a big repair job for the Pickwick side by this young man, Preston Clark, who, like I said, is a very attractive player, and I will hope that he can stick around and get himself a score, and hope the Chase would add some support to that. So we're back to the cricket, and it's Alston Bob to continue from that Malcolm Marshall in.
And Bob continues to be accurate, giving little enough in a way that wanna zooming in on the middle stump, and the batter tried to make some room to get it into the offside. Would have played for St. Catherine's in the local tournament Division 1 then, as this delivery is played in the offside again. No chance of a run. Bob continues to be accurate. He would have played for St. Catherine's and did pretty well as well in the domestic tournament. Bob, one who's always stingy, as they would say, to use Bajan parlance, giving little or nothing away. And he continues here this vein. Really a good addition to the Boscobel side, and one who played a pivotal role in the success of that side and really have done well throughout the years. And this one is struck for 6 over long off, as we again giving him lots of credit, and that one was floated and really easily hit over long off for 6. So as soon as we give him some credit, typical Chase getting to that one, a flighted delivery and hitting it beautifully over long off for 6 indeed, as you can see.
Yeah, first attacking shot that by Thaddeus Chase, given some air by Bob to the final one, just a bit greedy. You might think he wanted to close out that over, but you're giving that one a little bit of air, and Chase, he was all over it, hitting struck a lovely shot over that long off area for his first 6, so second 6 of the innings to move the score up to 48 for 4, and that's 13 overs completed. But a little bit more on Bob, like you said, yes, he would have played at the St. Catherine and in tandem with that man Derek Bishop, who told him used to send them some very tight overs there, and Donovan Lovell.
Yes, certainly, as it's going to be Jordan from the northern end to continue. Griffith from the northern end to continue to Preston Clark, who is on 1. And Thaddeus Chase certainly looking to consolidate here, looking to get up to a good score. This one is struck down to long on. They've gone for 1 and indeed is back for 2nd. And I have the list here with me. We made an attempt in the first match that was ran out at Lears when we were looking at the individual scores, and indeed loads of centuries, which is good. And if you look at the list, you would see not only a mixture of youth and experience in terms of batters getting some good scores throughout this 40 over tournament, but Loranda Best at the top, who played for Ipswich with a double 100 at 210, and we know Loranda, who would have played some first division cricket as well, a very talented all-round cricketer, bowls a good leg break as well, and he was one that was very pivotal in terms of the Ipswich side making it as far as they did. And that 210 came against the prison officers side.
Well, today is a day when some players here would like to get themselves to a century from this ESA Field Pickwick side. And what a better day than to come good in the final, in the, Donovan, a final at the Mecca.
This delivery is whipped down 2 square leg, good running in the end by this pair, back for 2nd. Whipping this one, Preston Clark, sorry, off the pads, down 2 square leg and back for 2nd to take a score on to 5. But indeed, it's always good to perform, but especially in the finals, people tend to remember that for a long time. So if one of these batters can come good, for sure, St. Philip crowd would be celebrating. If that happens, this one is played through cover beautifully by Preston Clark again and into the boundary for 4. I told you, you mentioned as well, some ability by young Preston Clark.
A lovely shot being played there through the offside by Preston Clark. He is a man of immense talent, very attractive player, Donovan, and if he can get going here today, I'm sure the crowd will be very impressed to see this young man on the go. But a lovely shot, if you see it, just room given on the offside. Not a lot of pace by Ding Ding Griffith, and the man was able to get on the front and work that one through the offside for 4.
This one wider, not searching as he did before, going through to the keeper, and not offering a shot, young Preston Clark. And he looked on the list here, Romeo Alves, a Cupid Cavaliers. He got a double 100 as well, 205 against the Pioneers. the Cupid Cavaliers, their home ground, is at the Lyris playing field, and really a group of guys who've been together for a while and really played some good cricket as the over comes to an end. 56 for 4 after 14 overs. Chase on 14 and Clark on 9.
Yeah, good batting there by young Preston Clark. You see them picking up a couple of twos in the outfield there, and then the bad delivery by Ronaldo Griffith, given room on the outside. He was able to capitalize and crash that one through the offside for 4. So that's some 8 runs coming off of that Ronaldo Griffith over. As Pickwick score, he's up to 56 for 4. Preston Clark, he's made it way to 9, but rightfully so. Good middle order batsman by Clark. You know, just working the ball into the outfield, picking up the singles. It's a big outfield, so there are a lot of spaces, and then just getting the boundary whenever it comes along.
Yeah, Bob continues. This one is played past the gully area. It's gone down to third man. Back for a second. I'm going to answer a question here now, Andy. I'm not going to put you on the spot, but I'm curious to see or hear what your thoughts are. Finals at the Oval. Are you pleased?
Of course, I'm very happy. Like I said, everyone's got their opinion on it. Everyone's got an opinion on it as well. But that's things like the substitute Lopez. He's on. I think he's on for Kemar Goddard, who pulled up at the Lawan area. If he ran that ball from Preston Clark a bit earlier. But yeah, I think teams, especially from these divisions, if you've worked your way so hard in the season and have an opportunity to play at the Mecca, I'm sure it's added incentive if you know that you're going to have a chance to showcase your abilities at the Mecca, where you know international cricket is being played. So I must say kudos to the BCA for bringing this one here. But yes, I think division finals should be played here at the Mecca.
So you're saying that all finals should be played at Kensington Oval, the Mecca?
Well, I'm saying all division finals. I heard the marketing and communications manager earlier said he has his personal views and his professional views on it. But yes, all finals, in my view, should be played here at the Oval. I think it's a good incentive for teams.
As this one is struck down to long on by Chase, and he goes for 18. Shortish delivery, looking to hit that one out of the ground, and the ball just carried easily down to long on. So wicket goes again for the ESA Fields Pickwick side, and the CGM of the replay shows not getting that one off the middle of the bat really, and it's gone down to long on for a catch to be easily taken. 60 for 5. Now the Chase gone for the 18, and he was looking good, looking to settle in with Preston Clark. So further trouble for the ESA Fields Pickwick side, Andy.
Further trouble indeed. You saw Alison Bob just bowling that one into the pitch. It looks short of length, but I think the pace is what done him. It carried on to him a bit quicker than he anticipated, and all he could do was get it down to that long on area where Jadeja Edwards ran around and took a comfortable catch in the end. So he has to go. You know, he struck a ball for 6 in the previous over. But what he was doing a bit early in the over, Donovan, is that he worked his way around. He had 2 twos already in the over, so scores of 4. He just probably wanted to just continue to pick up a couple of 1 and 2s and, you know, build some more pressure on the Boscobel team. But he went for the big shot, and he lost his wicket in the process and put his team in further trouble at 60 to 5.
Yeah, certainly. It was a short delivery, but it seemed to skid on a bit quicker, so he couldn't really get the control that he would have wanted, and the elevation really to get it over the rope. So 6 in the end. So a good wicket for the Boscobel side. Chase, who was looking pretty good. This brings to the crease the captain, Edwin, who also would have played at the highest local level for ESFP's Pickwick side. Himself, along with young Preston Clark, needs now more than ever to see if they can get a partnership going.
Well, the captain, he's come to the middle. I'm sure he'll want to control it from here. Probably in a bit earlier than he would have wanted to be. We're into the 15th over, and he's in at number 7. So it's good work by the Boscobel team, but an upward task here now for the ESA Field Pickwick team.
Yes, certainly, as Bob is, as usual, bang on target. Can't score. The over comes to an end. 60 for 5, the ESA Fields Pickwick side in this 40 over Shield final, and really with Clark on 9 and Edwin not yet to score. Certainly the CGM Enterprises Boscobel will feel that they're in with a good chance of dismissing this Pickwick side for anywhere in the region 130, 150. Your thoughts, Andy?
Yeah, dual defending champions, the CGM Boscobel teams. They've been here on numerous occasions. Like you said, they haven't lost a game since the 2021 final, where they were lost to, I think someone said it was been isolation, if my memory serves me correct. But they're really showing their mettle here in these finals, and they continue to prove that they're a big team in this lower division. Donovan, they continue to show the unit that they are. They're playing together. You can see the cohesiveness as a unit in the outfield, and they continue to do well. As it's a bowling change, that's like Jamar Boyce. He's the man who's interested now to take the attack.
And this one is played beautifully by Preston Clark, out through cover point and into the boundary for 4. So looking good, Preston Clark. He moves on to 13. Yes, indeed, it's a bowling chase. Boyce is in the attack. But when you look at this Boscobel side, and not only you talk about being together, but I call them a family. So you have teams, you have units, and then you have a family. And this is the way this Boscobel side, in my opinion, that's the way they operate with a big foreign as well. The support is always there for them. This delivery is bringing Preston Clark forward in defense. Can't score. So yes, indeed, that foreign is there. The support is there. And not only the support is there with the fanfare. This ball played down past the gully area. Good, sensible cricket by Clark. But I must mention the West Indian players who are from that area, who have lent their support to that group of young and experienced gentlemen in terms of Corey Cullimore. Then there's Omar Phillips. Then Fidel Edwards and Pedro Collins. So good in terms of ability and experience helping that side. And I think that's one of the things that's really made them a force to be reckoned with at this level, local domestic cricket. This one is driven pleasantly by Preston Clark down to long off for a single. 67 for 5. The support is there. You can hear it whenever there's a wicket, and in my opinion, that's very important, Andy.
Yeah, I can tell you it's a very homegrown team, if I would call it, lack of a better word. It's homegrown. Majority of these guys are from within Boscobel, probably outside of someone like Alston Bob. I think everyone else is pretty much from Boscobel or have some relation of people in Boscobel. So it's a very homegrown team, if I can tell you that, Donovan. So again, this over comes to an end. It's 67 for 5. That's over number 16 completed. If I just want to add a little bit more about the Boscobel team, and you mentioned the support, Boscobel is in that rural Boscobel community, traversing the Gaze, the Mount, the Castle areas of very close proximity, and some very talented people in all of those areas. You would have remember back in the day, the Cognity Braves, they would have been the home football team of that community. And most of these guys will have played football as well. We've had a veteran here. I call him the grandfather of the Boscobel team, Tony Tabuff Edwards. He's out there. He haven't had a ball as yet, but he keeps the team very much together. He's been around for some time, and I can tell you, pass around rural Boscobel any afternoon, you will see lots of these guys on the hard court or on the field having themselves a practice.
As Bob continues from the southern end. Clark in defense. Bob. Bag on target, zeroing in on that middle stump. Again, quicker delivery. So far, 2 for 11 from his 3.3 overs. So in a pretty good spell. In terms of a target from here, 67 for 5. We are in the 17th over. A target that might be challenging. What would you imagine the ESA Fields Pickwick side would want to get up to from here?
Good question, that Donovan. As I was speaking to Lyndon a bit earlier, and I said it's hard to predict what's a good challenging total or what's a good total in these kinds of circumstances. Remembering there are no feeding restrictions in this competition, So you can really go on the defense from early. And I would like to say, I think the Pickwick team at 67 for 5, they've lost two of their premier stroke players in Rash, Gerard Jilts and Jerome Stewart. They're two that can easily get the ball over the top. This guy Preston Clark, more of a stroke maker, and he's been doing a good job in picking up the singles and getting the ones and twos. But in terms of someone to come and hit it a long way at the end, I'm not sure if they have the depth for that. But remembering the Boscobel team, they can also go on the defense. So I'm not sure what would be a good total here down the road.
Okay, fair enough. And now Bob has completed his fourth over. Boyce continues from the north. And this delivery turned out to short mid-wicket by Edwin. And this one through for a single. A point taken, really.
But one thing I can tell you is in the final, runs on the board are runs on the board.
Always runs on the board. But if the Pickwick side from here can try their best to bat as many overs as possible, looking to get anywhere in the region of 180, in my opinion, could be, as you said, runs on the board, runs on the board. If they can get up to 180, it could be with a few early wickets. We're just speculating, really. Being lost by the Boscobel side, you never know.
Yeah, and I agree with that. 180 in the final is a mammoth total, man. Playing among spectators that you've probably seen in crowds that you've never played before. You're just overwhelmed by the occasion. With losing early wickets, panic sets in. These things can put you under a bit of pressure. So, I mean, like I said, I don't want to predict what would be a challenging total, but I can tell you, posting the score in a final, you always put yourself in with a chance.
Yeah, certainly. As the sun is out now in all of its brilliance, the clouds are looking pretty good in terms of blue. So hopefully the rain has gone away. This one is played back down the wicket by Edwin. The over comes to an end, 69 for 5 after 18 overs. With Edwin, he's on 1. Clark is on 17 and looking to do a repair job here for the ESFE's Pickwick side. Captain Edwin along with Clark. And as I said, if they can bat as deep as possible into the 40 overs, see where they're at after that, then you never know what could happen in the second half.
Yeah, and that would be deployed. They want to take it down as deep as possible. You don't want to get dismissed before the completion of your allotted 37 overs. So that would be the first cardinal sin. So this period, they just need to take it down as deep as possible. I can tell you, it's a lot of slow bowling to come from here for the Boscobel team. You've seen Bob continuing from that, the Malcolm Marshall in, and an easy single there by Preston Clark. Doing the right thing, just stroking that one up to the one and get a one. It's just for Rashid to be able to, transfer it back to him and get him back on strike and just keep the scoring rotating to give the scoring team a chance of a good total.
Again, good, accurate stuff by Bob. As I continue my journey through my centuries list here, I see 203 by Jamar Willoughby, another double century in this competition. A good delivery by Bob, quick one. Then Shanalda Taylor from Wildy versus George Park, 187. Young Shanalda Taylor from the Wildy club. This one is swept by Edwin. They've gone for one. They're looking for a second, and indeed they're easily back for the second. Take the score on to 73 for 5. And he is one that have always believed have loads of ability, young Shanalda Taylor. As this delivery is met with a defensive bat by Edwin, and as I spoke about the clouds being blue. There's just one that's come and settle over the playing area, and the ground staff are getting on the ready, just in case they're needed.
Yeah, so the weather really playing peekaboo here with Donovan. A minute ago you were speaking about how bright it was and the clouds were all up, but then all of a sudden one cloud just looming directly over the outfield here, and you can see the groundsmen just getting prepared just in the event that the umpires call on them to get the covers on. But again, as you're looking through the century list, Donovan, I was just trying to see if he had any scores of a century maker from the ASA field Pickwick in any of the earlier rounds. I don't think we've had that, as the covers are being called on now by umpire Jones and Marshall. And you can see the players just going to make their way off the field as you continue to go through that century list of interest. Like I said, it was just going through to see if there was a Pickwick player with a century.
Yes, indeed. Dalvin Bennett, he got 119, and this was a game against Melrose, and he would have been one that they would have been depending on today, along with their senior statesman Jerome Stewart, and along with Stewart, they would have been depending heavily also on Gerard Gilks, as the covers are coming on here at the Oval. As I said earlier, it was looking rather bright. The one cloud has hovered over the ground, and that seems to be the one that's going to give a little trouble here today. So the covers are being summoned on by Vincent Reed. He's there, you can see him in the distance, making sure that that is done, and done correctly and speedily also. And really a fine job as usual by the ground staff here at the Kensington Oval. As I said before, we always see the finished product. We never see the behind the scenes and the work. As we look here at our scoreboard, with Bartlett caught by Boyce off the ball of Jordan for one. Jilts, very important wicket, caught by Boyce off Edwards for one as well. Bennett caught Bob off the ball of Jordan, and really the wicket of Stewart for 22 was looking pretty good. Played some wonderful shots in the end. He was gone bowled by Bob, and Chase, the last one to have gone, caught on the long on boundary off the bowling of Bob for 18. He also was looking pretty good, Andy, but a delivery that was shortish, looking to pull, but it was not only short, it was a bit quicker, and as it was say, cramped him a bit. You know, he really couldn't get under it. The bowling so far, Jordan, 5 overs, 2 for 14, 2 maidens included. Edwards 4 overs and no maidens, 1 for 22. Griffith 3 overs, none for 12. Bob 2 for 14 from his 5, and the boys so far 2 overs, none for 9. So a pretty good display of bowling from the Boscobel side, and the bowling partnerships really, as you can see, restricted the Pickwick side to 72 for 5 after 19 overs. Clark is on 18, Preston Clark is on 18, and Rashid Edwin, he is on 3. So far looking good, as they would say, Andy, in terms of restricting the ESFE's Pickwick side. The lines were pretty decent in the end. The lengths were okay, very few bad deliveries really. So far they've done a wonderful job at the CGM Enterprises Boscobel.
Yeah, just giving up some 6 bone switch 4s and 2 6s in their turn so far. Like you said, pretty disciplined, their bowling. That man, Kimo Jordan, this morning, as you continue to speak about the movement, those lines, the length that he continued to bowl with that outward movement to the right-handers, and he picked up those 2 early scalps to really put his team in trouble. Jadeja Edwards bothered by some extras, a few wides and no balls, but I would say he got the big wicket in Gerard Gilts, because you and I both know how explosive a player Gilts could be. So to get that early breakthrough where Gerard Gilts was concerned, I would say that was a big scalp. And then the experienced man in Alston Bob, he's now come to the fore. He's bowled his 4 overs. He's got some 5 overs, 2 for 14, and he was struck for a 6 in that as well, Donovan Lovell. But he continues to bowl the ball wicket to wicket at good variations. You see him giving a bit of air back on the wicket, and as well you saw him cramp that man Chase for room for that quicker delivery as he tried to pull it over the long on area to be dismissed. But good experience there. Now we've seen Jamal Boyce, one of tremendous talent, who was out of the cricket for a while, but now he's back, and he's bowled his first 2 overs for 9 runs. So a good bowling effort. The captain and Griffith himself, he put together some 11 dot balls on the trot at one time in his spell. So good discipline on display by the Boscobel team.
Yes, certainly I would agree with you 100%. and a wonderful performance so far from the Boscobel side. But I'm going to look here quickly, Andy, and we'll skip a few names, and I will beg some forgiveness, but I'm going to focus on the hundreds of our young players. And I'm going to look, and I'm going to start first with Kevion Newton, 112 for Foundation versus Wanderers. And then there was Shamari Gittins from the Law School, 134 versus George Park. Then Joshua Dorn, 119. Cupid Cavaliers versus Ipswich. And Joshua Dorn, he would have played for the Ipswich side. And then there was Jahidi Hines from Colomere. You know what I think about him already. And there was Alex Brown and Shaquan Griffith from the RZ School. Shaquan 100, Alex Brown 101, and Jahidi Hines 102. So it's good to see that our young batsmen are not only performing well, but they're getting hundreds, and that's important.
So, okay, we've got some rain, and certainly it's that kind of a day. There's no doubt about that. We had rain this morning. In fact, we've been having lots of rain over at the region's Mecca, and one would imagine that once it clears, we will get some more action with the ESFE Pickwick in some trouble. There's no question about that. Having been inserted 72 for 5, Clark is on 18. A little bit surprised that he's actually coming so late in the side. One would have thought he would have been a lot higher in the team, but the situation is that he'll have to really try to recover with Edwin, who's got 3. And we've got a situation certainly where the Pickwick side in trouble. What we're going to do, we're going to relive some lovely moments. Of course, we've done that for you a lot. We're going to go back to the BCA T20 final. Wildy up against Gladiola.
Well done.
And he does. Well, when you bowl like that, first ball, a free hit. And there's McCaskey getting that ball over the top of the... Oh, that's very well played. Down behind square in the offside. Another boundary. Beautiful shot. More runs. Another boundary. Full and put away through cover.
Right length now.
Well, this is what happens. It happens so very often in cricket.
So you would think there's a little bit of moisture around there. So to give them the bowling option, I think it was a bit surprising.
That is the first 6 of the game.
You find that he might think he was a bit unlucky in that over Linden. As he was a little bit quicker.
And there is the first wicket as Paris is giving out leg before wicket.
And he's also gone down the leg side to the left-hander.
And having said that, Andy Payne, he's now gone out of the track, out of the playing area, a half tracker. As I said to you, that's a 50. That's come up for Willie, 50 or 48 deliveries.
In between that 3/4 length, that 8-meter.
And having not learned his lesson, he's now being slapped over over cover for another 6. Tremendous shot for 6 by McCaskey. So he's going to start at the southern end. And his first delivery, Bolden is bold. So as you said, Don, he will give you a chance. But I thought that he was ultra too aggressive per delivery. And Willie loses their second wicket. Neymar Bolden bowled by Ashley Niles. And a 6 to Jaden Roberts. Beautiful shot by McCaskey. And he miscues that one. And badly read by the fielder at the long on position.
Chance for catch. Catch taken. No, that's gone a long way. He's a big man. And he put the bat on that. No, that's gone a long way. He's a big man. And he put the bat on that. Well, he's bowled him. What a good comeback delivery. Bang on target. And that is a very important wicket to get as well. That's gone a long way. And we'll clear the boundary. Well, chance for a catch. Oh, he made a meal of that. Now that's gone a long way. Very well played indeed by McCaskey. And concedes more. Another important boundary. A very good over indeed for Wildy. No chance for a catch. Catch taken. And Wildy winning the toss at the end of 20, 169 for 5.
And he gets a nothing delivery down the leg side, and that's the first boundary.
Catch.
And there is the first wicket. A very, very well thought out wicket by the Wildy side.
Sorry.
As Worrell hits this one in the air. High, hard, and far. It's gone away for 6. So. And there is a teaser, Andy Payne into the boundary for 4.
Another wide one down the left side.
And there is 4 wides, 5 wides. And again, the same results, Andy Payne. Oh, that was sweet, Andy Payne. If they say the first time is nice, then you're going to do it twice. On one of the most picturesque grounds in Barbados, down in the country. And this delivery is hit high, hard, and far for 6.
As you can see, that one's pace on and oh, lovely shot.
Oh my God, exquisite, Andy Payne. Exquisite. Wildy's 50. The P for leg before, and he's been given leg before wicket. As you said, Andy Payne, change of pace. Yep. And Rivaldo Clark goes leg before wicket to Jaden Roberts for 23.
Let's see if he continues to use his feet to him.
And there is a 6 in over number 8. And that's gone. Audacious. A beautiful shot.
That's a lovely shot.
And he bowls a delivery which is hit straight. Absolutely straight for 4.
He's looked busy. He's looked good so far, Lyndon. He seems to be
hit high, hard, flat for 6. And no, this one is belted through mid-wicket for another 4.
Shot.
And now he's giving his wicket away. Soft dismissal, Andy Payne.
No, that's a poor delivery and has been put away by the veteran, Martin Nurse. So Jones to continue. And that has been hit with a lot of power. Driven safely and productively. That's gone for 4, an important boundary. No, that's going to go away.
I was wrong.
That's an important maximum there over that square leg area. A change in strategy here. And the ball goes away. What a shot.
Again, brilliant.
And again,
oh, yes.
Again, he goes and gets runs. No, he hit that powerfully. That's gone for a maximum. Is he going to be out? He is. An important catch taken.
Oh, well, there you go.
No, he hit that mightily. That's what Ashley Nurse can do. That's gone sailing over square leg. That's a big, big hit from a big man.
Oh, dear.
Oh, he's bowled him. What is that all about? What a strange shot from Ashley Nurse trying to be cute. And that could be the turning point. Nurse goes.
Kensington Oval. We appreciate that not everybody might be able to get a chance.
Well, as you were speaking, the boundary struck, and that makes it easier. No, that's going over the top. That's an important boundary. I tell you, this man is dangerous.
Oh, yes.
Well, where is that gone? Not taken. And has actually gone for 6 runs.
Game over.
And it means
Game
that
over.
the
It's done.
game-
Yes, and welcome back here to the Kensington Oval, where we are about to resume. The weather has given us a break, so to speak, and it is going to be Boyce who is going to continue from the northern end. 72 for 5. Edwin is on 3. Clark is on 18, and indeed looking to make further inroads in to the SFE's Pickwick side, and the likes of Preston Clark and Edwin looking to consolidate somewhat to see how deep they can bat in to the overs, which now will be playing 35 after that short break. 35 overs side. So far, lost the wickets of Bennett for 1. Jilts for 1. 22 to Stewart. He was looking good, Jerome Stewart. And Thaddeus Chase, the last wicket, he's gone for 18. So the umpires are ready. All is set. Boyce is ready as well. And indeed hoping that the rainers would stay away. Just as I look out to the south, looking pretty clear, hoping it remains that way as Boyce is ready, starts his run. Delivery played back to Boyce by Preston Clark. Indeed, just what is needed. Ball played down to long on for a single. See how deep they can bat in to the overs, hoping to get a competitive score going, really. Something that they can try their best to defend. Really, anyway, in the region of 170, 180. Good looking shot by Edwin on driving this one down to long on. Griffith doing the fielding, back for a couple. Take the score on to 75 for 5. So yes, if he's Pickwick really losing some early wickets, hoping with this pair here of Edwin and Clark, hoping they can get themselves a respectable total somewhat so they can defend. So one more to Clark. The over comes to an end. The ESAF's Pickwick batting first in this all-important Shield final. They are 77 for 5 with Edwin on 6 and Clark, he is on 20 and looking to do this pair a repair job for the Pickwick side. See JM Enterprises, Boscobel really starting well in terms of early wickets, and they were among the wickets as early as the first over with only 4 runs on the tins on the board, and they continue to bowl and to bowl well. Going for easy single. Preston Clark steering this one more or less down to the third man area to take the score on to 77. 77 for 5. We are in the 21st over. Bob so far 2 for 15 from 5.2. Edwin looking to steer this one hopefully past the first slip, recognizing it was a bad shot. Just having a few words with himself, settles down again. So indeed, Bob continues to bowl well. His over comes to an end. So far, 6 overs, 1 midden, 2 for 15. And the Pickwick side, yes, if he's Pickwick with their batters, Edwin and Clark, looking and the pain to repair in terms of the batting, looking, hopefully hoping to get somewhere in the region of 160, 170, even 180, but so far this pair have been batting pretty well in terms of getting their ones, getting their twos, and putting away the bad ball. So far they're doing a good job.
Yeah, good job indeed. The partnership is worth some 19 runs now, Donovan. But this young man, Preston Clark, he continues to impress. He's just picking up the ones and twos, rotating the strike. Sure, the Pickwick team, they probably would have awarded him a bit earlier to do this kind of job that he's doing. Like I said, he's not one who's going to power the ball over the top so early in his innings, but he's more of a stroke maker and one who will be good for a repair job.
Yeah, certainly. Obviously, the Pickwick management would have their strategy and their plans, but you would imagine after losing a couple quick wickets, one is I want to consolidate, to push the ball around, get your ones, get your twos, not gifted another wicket away, to put yourself under further pressure. He would have been the perfect person in, but as I said, they obviously have their plans, but I think they missed it there when he came at 6.
Indeed, but he's the man in the middle now, and he's got it all resting on his shoulders to shoulder them home all the way. So they need to back down to this new reduced target of 35 overs, aside. But he will want to be there at the end if they're going to really pose any form of a formidable total.
He punches one out to cover for a single, continues to look good. Given a little bit of a whiff, really, and played it in the improved fashion and getting a single in the end. But indeed, that would have been my decision if I had anything to do with it, but indeed I'm not in the Pickwick camp to make decisions, so they probably decided he's best fitted to bat where he's at in terms of finishing. So we just see how it goes, but so far Boyce continues to bowl well as well. 3.5 as this one is hit down to long on by Edwin, and he gets a single in the end. So Boyce so far looking good as well in terms of keeping the pressure on, none for 17 from his 4 overs.
Yeah, this Boscobel spinners, like I said to you a bit earlier, they're ones who really done bulk of the work for this team to get to this part of the competition. So it's no surprise to see Boyce and Bob carrying on and try to just reel through those middle overs as part of the innings and put the pressure on. they're not ones that you hit for a lot of big expensive boundaries. So even just picking up ones and twos, they usually keep it very economical. The Boscobel spinners, so to speak. So it'll be from here on. I'm pretty sure you will get a lot of slow bowling being bowled to this ESFE Pickwick batting team.
Again, bang on target, Bob. Zeroing in on that middle stump. Edwin for the defense, can't score.
So with the new restrictions on the 35 overs a side game, you know the maximum per bowler could bowl is just 7 overs, and Bob, he's into his 7th over, but very economical, 2 overs for 15 runs from his 6 overs before this, Donovan.
Yeah, certainly doing a wonderful job for his side. As, you know, as I said before, one with lots of experience playing at the highest local level. Just one punch in the offsides. I can't score. As not only have they been bowling well, the Boscobel side, but pretty good in the field as well.
Like I said to you, a very well all unit, very community based. Like I said, played together for a lot of years. They've been around, they know each other, the ins and outs. There's that team that whenever everyone's gone from the ground, they're still very much there, socializing. So you can see it all over their rapport in the outfield.
Yeah, certainly that's important. That's why I always relate to that. To teams like that, you know, you build a family base, really. That's really your home away from home, your family away from home. Bob again, zeroing in on the middle stump. So his spell has come to an end, and really 7 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 16. In my opinion, that's a very good spell. So by young Bob, really a good performance from him in the final, and he'll be pleased along with his teammates, management and everyone will be pleased, no doubt, with that spell. Indeed, a fine spell from Bob.
Indeed, just remember he was struck for a boundary of 6 in his first over, on the last ball of his first over. So to complete a spell of 7 overs and picking up 2 wickets for 16 runs after being struck for that mammoth 6, what an impressive spell by player coach Bob, and he really pulls this team together, and it's just for someone like Jamal Boys to continue that work, and whatever slow bowlings to come from that, the Malcolm Marshall in.
So 23 overs gone, we are in the 24th. Boyce is continuing, and he too has been pretty economical. And Edwin trying to be as positive as possible. So hitting this one down too long on for a single, and he too will be looking in the end to see if he can push on to get close to that 170 mark.
Very good batting by Preston Clark. He continues to impress. Just could transfer the weight, just going back on the back foot and punch that one down to the long on area for yet another single. But how effortless he's doing this. That's what I'm saying. Given a bit more time, he coming in that 7 for 3, he would have had lots more time to probably play somebody in. But here he is now. All rests on his shoulders with the captain and Rashid Edwin to try to pull this team from where carry them as deep as possible. A 25-run partnership to date, but they need to really carry on here.
And we have a look at the bowling figures for this tournament as we go on. Andy, this one is turned behind square for a single by Edwin. In terms of 7 for 10, young Raphael Lovell, Queen's College versus St. Michael's. And I'm very, very keen on Raphael Lovell. I think he's a pretty decent player. So this one is played back down the track by Clark. Indeed, he's a Lovell, so no doubt he's one that would perform. We are performers, Andy, so no doubt, no surprise at all that he continues to do well.
Yes, that completes over number 24 at 86 for 5. The ESAFB Pickwick side. Clark, he's on 24. Edwin, he's on 11. I've no doubt when that name Lovell would have played some part. And no, you was bearing that to the 4 for sure. But he also been a teammate of this young man in Preston Clark for the Queen's College side. can tell you that Preston Clark in this season for the 40-overs as well. He had 3 consecutive 50s in this competition for Queen's College, and he did that as an opening batsman. Donovan.
Yes, indeed. That's why we're so surprised. But as I said, he came 6, but they have their strategies worked out. As there's a change of bowling from the southern end. Johnson, he's into the attack. Bob completed his allotment of 7 overs. Remember, 35 overs aside, so he can only bowl 7. 86 for 5 in the 25th over. As this one is swung high, far and wide over mid-wicket by Edwin. That one tossed up, given some air, and he advanced down the track and hit this one beautifully over deep mid-wicket for 6. So he is probably looking to push on Andy, but indeed a very good shot.
A lovely shot that by the captain and Rashid Edwin. Could tell you what about this man, Johnson. He's going to give it a lot more air. He's one who tosses the ball up a lot, so he's definitely going to give someone like Rashid Edwin license to go over the top and go big.
So Edwin moves on to 17 with that massive 6. 93 for 5. Hoping to get up to 180, I would imagine. Oh, and he's dropped at short mid-wicket. Swinging that one through the onside, and ball was in and out. So Edwin making his intentions clear. He's looking to push on.
Yeah, he's going to go after Johnson like a two. Johnson, he will give it a lot of air, and he's pulled it very slow indeed as well, Donovan. So a chance there by Edwin, though, to the godfather, the team, like I call him, Tony Tabuff Edwards, that short mid-wicket. He really should have done a little bit better with that, but Rashid Edwin just making his intentions clear that anything given air and close to him, that he's going to have a good hit at it.
Clark is solid as a rock, as they would say. Plays this one back down the track, can't score. So the plan is clear. They're going to go after Johnson as that over comes to an end. His first over costing him 9 runs. And that massive 6 by Edwin over mid-wicket, 95 for 5. 25 overs gone. And Preston Clark, he is on 25. Rashid Edwin, he is on 18. And this pair so far looking to see if they can do the repair job that was much needed earlier, and batting beautifully together so far, and in the end looking to get up to that 180. This one is hit down to long on, as I say goodbye to Andy Payne, and I say hello to the one and only Lyndon Yard, one who is not only getting younger and younger, but he's traveling the world, and he's being there with all of the millionaires, himself a thousandaire, but he's mixing with the millionaires, and indeed a pleasure to be here with you again, Lyndon. How are you doing?
Well, good afternoon to you, Donovan, and thanks for the compliments. I don't know about being a thousandaire, but the way you look at it, life is good. You only got one life to live, so I'm enjoying life. I don't see why you can't enjoy life. You were supposed to be scheduled to be on a bus. I think you ordered several buses for today's event, and speaking about that.
Yes, certainly. Edwin advancing down the track, looking to hit this one in the region of Brandon's Beach. He made no contact, and in the end, he was easily stumped. So his intentions were clear from the over before when Johnson was in the attack. He was looking to be able to attack in, and this time around he missed it completely, and in the end, stumped. And he goes for 19 further trouble for the SFE's Pickwick side. They are 98 now for 6. And certainly, Lyndon, a very good performance so far by the CGM Enterprises Boscobel, who are certainly in charge here at the region's Mecca.
Well, they're definitely doing justice to the fact that they've won the toss and asked the Pickwick side to take first. Now, on what I consider to be a useful wicket, because personally, like I said earlier when I was on, I personally would have batted on this wicket. We're playing at Kensington, despite the fact it's covered and offer a little moisture. It looks a good batting wicket. It hasn't shown any terror. There's a little bit of bounce in it for the ball. There's no excessive amount of bounce, but I just think that the Pickwick side has just not applied themselves where necessary. And now they find themselves 98 for the loss of 6. They still have a quandary of maybe, 9.2 overs remaining. And Rashid Edwin, the last batsman, gone. Darnell Greenwich has now come to the crease. Jakeem Ford, Jatari Prescott, and Oren Seal, the 2 batsmen left. And at the top of the order, Bartlett contributed 1, Jill Scott 1, Bennett no one scored, Stewart 22, Quick 22, Chase 18, Preston Clark, who I thought might have batted a little earlier, he's now on 27. Give the young man the responsibility, fresh out of Queen's College School, very nice product. Have a lot of time for this young man. Rashid Edwin, last batsman out for 19, and 98 for the loss of some 6 wickets, and we're in the process of the 26 over in the game that has now been reduced to 25 overs. And a little bit of concern there with the crowd when those 2 additional overs were taken off, because the umpires did go off, and invariably no rains came. As I speak to you, there's a faint drizzle now coming across Kensington, and I think the difference obviously would be, and I think this is the appropriate way to go, subject to correction, but I believe that you should not really go off unless there is rain, as opposed to anticipating rain. And that's what happened there with that break there, where there was an anticipation of rain. The covers came on, 2 overs were reduced, and there's a 9-run penalty for slow over rate in this format, which makes it a little tedious. Duckworth Lewis doesn't come into the equation here, which is another equation altogether. So it makes it a little more difficult, and finally you want your final to go all 40 overs where possible.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, this one is swung down to mid-wicket for 4 by Preston Clark. He really swung for the hills for that one with all his might, and in the end he got 4 to take his score on the 31. And indeed a bit unfortunate, Lyndon, that would have happened in terms of the covers coming on. Misjudgment by the umpires, but hey, we are all human, and really it was a bit unfortunate. Then again, you had to lose the 2 overs, as you said, but you know, that is the way it goes sometimes. As there was a slight drizzle earlier, let's hope that the rain stays away.
And not to be controversial, but did you have to lose the 2 overs, or could it have been taken out of the luncheon interval? Given the fact that it was an umpire's error in calling the covers on, and there was no rain that never came, so virtually had nothing to do with either side, but just a miscalculation or misreading of the conditions by Ezra Marshall and Adrian Jones, the 2 umpires in the middle. And hence, you know, as I say, you want the best, and you want to get your finals to all 40 overs where possible.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, this one is driven down to long off by Greenwich. He's off the mark. Yeah, certainly. I would imagine that could have been done. Probably an oversight by the umpires, but that certainly could have been done. I know the luncheon interval just 10 minutes or so shorter, but it really has been done. So we just have to work with it, as they would say.
It is what it is. The young people tell you that.
You know, we're all human, and we tend to make mistakes from time to time. This one driven again down to the super boundary. They're back for 2. Greenwich looking to be positive here as the over comes to an end. 27 overs done and dusted, 107 for 6. ESFE's Pickwick. Preston Clark, he is on 33. And with him, young Greenwich, Darnell Greenwich, he is on 3. And looking really to see how many runs they can get at this stage. Linden looking to push on the accelerator here, hoping to get probably in the region of 150, 160-ish. Hopefully, so to be in with some total that they can defend.
Well, another 10 overs, technically you'll say 10 by 6 is 60 by a runner ball. Should easily get you to maybe 170, 180 to feel they have a fighting chance because they really got out the block slowly and have labored throughout the whole scenario. So it's a matter of just batting the complete 35 overs for starters. They're 6 wickets down, but I think a lot rely on Preston Clark, who, like I said, I have a lot of time for this young man. And I thought that in this setup, having played for the Barbados youth and now joining over to Pickwick, that he should be playing in this level of competition. He should be allowed the responsibility of batting no lower than number 4.
Well, I certainly agree with you, Lyndon. As we reflect again on the Pickwick side, the likes of Short, the likes of Gerard Jilks and those guys who are by rights ball beaters. But you know, some players, it's a final. Some players rise to the occasion. Some people panic. And this one is hit down to wide, long off, and in to the boundary for 4. So good looking shot. Ball given some air by Boyce. And Greenwich hitting this one uppishly, but wideish, long off and into the boundary for 4. So some players rise to the occasions. Some people panic, more to speak, for lack of a better word, once the occasion is a lot bigger or higher than they're accustomed to. I don't want to say that is the case with the Pickwick side, but it's quite possible that it could have been the case, really, because they really lost some wickets, some easy wickets at that earlier. This one is swung down to the mid wicket and it's gone in to the boundary for 4. So Greenwich continues to be positive, sweeping that one over through mid wicket and into the boundary for 4 to take the score on to 118 for 6. We are in the 28th over, and that takes his score now on to 11. So Greenwich being positive, Lyndon.
Yeah, it's a very good shot by the young man. He's done fairly well in his career, especially when playing for St. Catherine, so he could hold his own at this level.
Swings this one down to long on, and he's back for the second. Take the score on to 120. The over comes to an end. At the end, his last over cost 13 runs. So boys, a little expensive there. 120 for 6. 28 overs gone. Greenwich is on 13 and looking quite positive. Clark is there on 36 and looking like a top order batsman, Lyndon Yard, and really batting sensibly as well. You must mention that. And so far, it's looked good for his 36 runs.
Well, those are all the things you associate with me, Don. Batting sensibly and looking good.
So certainly, Lyndon, certainly.
Having said that, 120 for 6. Haven't lost, been in some trouble early. 4 for 1 when Kevin Bartlett was dismissed. Gerard Jilts went with 7 for 2. Dalvin Bennett made it 7 for 3. Jerome Stewart 41 for 4. Thaddeus Chase made it 65. And Rashid Edwin, the captain, out moments ago with a total on 98 in the 25th over. 120 for 6. And it said it's still important that these two bat on bat deep. Preston Clark is not on a well-played 36 from some 53 deliveries. And they can tell he struck some 3-4s, has a straight rate of 69.23. And gives them bowling figures. Keemore Jordan, 5 overs, 2 minutes, 2 for 14. Jadeja Edwards, 4 overs, 2 minutes, 1 for 21. Ronaldo Griffith, the captain, he sent on 3 overs, 1 minute, none for 12. Alston Bob, 7 overs, 1 minute, 2 for 16. Still has another over left. Actually, he probably, I think he will probably bowl. He is one of the bowlers who I believe should be given the option of bowling 2 bowlers can bowl 8. As a matter of fact, remember it's now reduced to 35, so I don't know if that still stands. 8, 2 8s and 3 7s now will have to be reduced to 2 8s, a 7 and 2 6s basically. And the other bowling figure is Jamal Boyce. He sent no 7 overs and made none, 1 for 37. Keemar Johnson, 2 overs and made none for 18. And Tony Edwards is into the tap.
This one is punched down to long off by Preston. I keep Preston Clark, who continues to bat sensibly and continues to do a good job.
And there is Greenwich looking to hit that one into Hansel Innes and doesn't make any contact. Loud appeal, not outside umpire Marshall. He works into the offside, going to come back for two. The return comes in, lobbed in that return, and the batsman take two. So Greenwich quickly moves to 15. Clark has 37 from 54 deliveries, a strike rate of 4.32 to Pickwick, scoring at the moment. And he posted the 29th over 123 for 6.
Good running by this pair, young and fit, and turning one into two. And this one is being caught by the man running around. It looks like Graves running from that short third man position, taking that catch. Greenwich looking to hit this one over mid-wicket, getting the leading edge, and Graves in the end taking a pretty good catch to dismiss Bennett, who've gone for a quick fire. Greenwich, who've gone for quick fire 15.
And further trouble for the Pickwick side, 123 for the loss of 7. 2 deliveries prior, Donovan. He tried the same shot. As I said, he was looking to hit it on top of Hansel Innes, and he succeeded this time in skying it. His body was very much towards the central bank, and the ball obviously made its way to the port and lobbed high in the air for a well-judged catch by Greenwich, who is maybe not the fastest fielder on the side, but generally had enough time to get around maybe 5-6 meters to his left to take what in the end he made look an easy catch, and Pickwick slipping and sliding, 123 for loss of 7. But again, my guy Preston Clark remains in the middle. He's the key cog in this batting lineup here. And like I said, I believe personally in this at this level, okay, he should have been in no lower than number 3. If you're not going to take 3, then he has to bat 4. Given the responsibility, he's a young buck. His eyes is exceptionally good. He's a nice off spinner, good fielder, and he plays with a very, very straight bat. And most importantly, he bats very, very sensitively. All the games I've done with him, even if he didn't get a big score, Donovan, he has shown that propensity to apply himself readily.
Yes, certainly. As Ford comes to the middle to join Clark. And first delivery, a good one on the middle stump, and stroke back to Edwards. And I certainly agree with you. Wondering why indeed he wasn't given a chance to come earlier. That's gone. This one is punched out to cover, can't score. And in the end, the over comes to an end, 123 for 7. 29 overs gone. Preston Clark, he's still there on 37, and with him Ford has now gone to the middle and really hoping them to get up anywhere in the region of 160, hoping to be competitive with that score.
Yeah, I think that's a good target to set themselves. With another 6 overs left, that's 36 deliveries. If you're going to run the ball, roughly should get at least around 60. At some point I think Clark is going to have to free himself up, look to take responsibility here to accelerate the innings rather than left it to the lower part of the batter, which is left. The likes of Jataria Prescott, Jakeem Ford, Donald Green just out, and Orion Seal. So not a lot of batting to come, but most importantly is not to get bowled out in this Shield 40 over final featuring CJM Enterprise Boscobel, who are looking for a hat-trick of titles against ESA Fields Pickwick, who if they go down will lose a second competition here at Kensington this year.
And certainly Johnson's, he has been switched to the northern end. He's back into the attack. Preston Clark is on strike. Driving this delivery down too long off for easy single to take his score to 38. Continues to impress. Good, sensible batting by young Clark.
124 for a loss of 7. Ford on strike. Haven't faced some 2 deliveries yet to get off the mark. Now he's off the mark.
So it's a good looking drive down to long off.
Edwards is the fielder there.
Jakeem Ford.
And a repeat of the previous delivery brings Clark his 39th run from his 56 deliveries that he's faced. 126 for the loss of 7. And we have just 5 overs remaining and 3 deliveries. So there needs to be some urgency. Can't just watch the right hand column, which is showing 7 wickets down. Knocked down by the bowler. So this has been a good over by Johnson so far. And this is his final over. 2 for 35 so far. It's been all Boscobels thus far. Worked into the onside for the 127th run to the Pickwick side. 7 wickets down, and they were invited to bat the end of over number 30. End of over number 30. 127 for the loss of 5. Ford has 2. Clark is entrenched on 39 from 57 deliveries, and the current rate for the ESAP's Pickwick side 4.23. Donovan.
Yeah, certainly larger than charge, as they would say, the Boscobel side. Throughout the day, they've been bowling well in partnerships, really, and the feeling has been pretty good. The field placings too have been pretty good as well. And the Pickwick side hoping to get up in the region of 160. Preston Nurse on 39. He will have to try his best to push on. And Akeem Ford, who was joining him, has gone for a quick single. This pair turned the ball into the onside, and they have gone through quite easily for that single. 127 for 7, and we are in the 31st over being bowled by Edwards.
And just to let listeners know, it's a 35 over a game. Now, play got going at 11:30, and they're back for 2. Good run in there by Clark. He moves to 41, 130 for 7. The ESAFA Pickwick side has to bat first. What do you made of the wickets there, Don?
There was no devils in the pitch, really. Good bounce, good even bounce. You bend your back as a pacer, you can get some results. If you're prepared to bat and bat sensibly, you can get some runs as well.
And what I would ask you, if you were the captain, you won the toss, what would you have done?
I would won the toss and batted first.
Okay, so we share something for a change.
Yep.
We share something coming
Yep.
for. I'm a little surprised that the
it is always pressure chasing in a final.
well, it's pressure at any point in time in cricket, basically. But I tend to believe that the toss these days is too much dependent on the strength of the opposition and not the quality.
It struck beautifully past the bowler into the boundary for 4. So that delivery won, and that was given a little bit of air. And Ford has got to the pitch and just struck that one over the bowler's head into the boundary for 4. Good looking shot by Ford.
135 for 7. This one is dragged up to the fielder where you call a cow corner, which separates mid-wicket and long on for a very valuable single. And with 1 delivery remaining in the 31st over.
That's a good looking shot, beautiful shot by Preston Clark. Getting to the pitch of that one and hitting that one over cover and into the boundary for 4. Indeed, a wonderful shot by Clark. He goes on to 46 and really looking really good here and playing a very good innings for the SFE's Pickwick side. And again, we beg to answer the question, where were you all the time?
Well, 13 runs off that over by 20. I was a little surprised that the Boscobel side would have opted to go to Evers at this stage of the innings. 140 for 7. Suddenly, that score rate has just been increased. That over costing some 13 runs. And Clark moving to 46 from 60 deliveries. Ford has 8 from 8, so a run a ball. And from here on in, I think that the Pickwick team are going to go on the accelerator. They have to go on the accelerator. 4 overs remaining. The current rate is 4.52. 140 for the loss of 7. Bartlett, he contributed to 1. Jilts out for 1. Bennett didn't score. Stewart made 22.
So I'll say bye for you for now, Lyndon, and Andy Payne is going to join you.
My good friend. Stewart made 22. Chase made 18. Top score 46, not up by Clark, who is at the non-striker's end. And there is Ford going across the line, taken by the keeper. Behind the stump, that is Lopez. Hello, and welcome back. Andy Payne, a short stint.
Sure indeed, Lyndon Yard. But yes, interested to see if the Boscobel team, they will go back to the pace bowler in earlier man, that ball up there is top, Kimo Jordan. You know, he's had a good early spell, and as you can see, the batting is really getting onto that depth, and they want to get after it. It'd be interested to see if the captain will go that direction, Lyndon.
Well, Kimo Johnson is back for his 4th over. And having said he's back, also back is Jakeem Ford, who was having trouble in that over, negotiating the left arm spin of right. So it is Johnson who's bowling Kemar, not Kemo, Kemar Johnson. And he strikes as Jakeem Ford. His short visual has ended for 8. Bowled by the left arm spinner, and Pickwick sliding and slipping further. 140 for loss of 8. Well bowled by the young man.
Indeed, useful time to get this wicket, but I can see just what the Pickwick side is trying to do. They're just trying to press on with the scoring rate. They've just upped the rate to some 4.5 runs or over. But this young man, and Preston Clark, he's still very much there. He's going to be joined now by, look like, Jataria Prescott. So these two will play for the Barbados on the 19 that's earlier this year. But it seems to have some depth, the Pickwick team, in terms of their batting. But a good wicket for Kemar Johnson to pick up that one at this time of the innings in the back end.
Yeah, you speak about depth, but I think they got it totally wrong with the young Preston Clark. I've seen a lot of him playing in the elite. And at this level, Andy Payne, he has to bat no lower than 4. Even if he feels he has to bat no lower than 4.
Yeah,
that has been my view.
I shared some information a bit earlier there with Donovan, where I say he was open the batting for the Queen's College a bit earlier in this competition, and if you recall, he had some 3 consecutive half centuries. So his form has been good. So I think they had him a bit lower in the order. And the type of player he is, he's not one that will go over the top as easy as someone like Darnell Greenwich. So you want to give him a chance to get himself in and really get the scoring going.
Yeah, and more importantly, Andy, from my perspective of watching him on any given side, he relishes the challenge. I always believe that at this stage of their career, you got to throw the youngsters to the wolves, so to speak. You can fight fire. Let's see the metal that they have. Let's see what steel resolve they have within themselves. And he is a player that I think he is well equipped. He plays both sides of the wicket. Nice little off spinner. Brilliant fielder. You know, but his batting has come on leaps and bounds, and more importantly, he understands the nucleus of batting, which is playing sensible cricket. So give him the responsibility. And I think that maybe had he been given the responsibility, Pickwick probably would have found themselves in this position, 141 for 8. And we have just about 3 overs remaining. And maybe another 30 runs if possible. 22 will be good. But he is vastly approaching his 50s. He's on 46. And he has the strike. He's off strike, as Jataria Prescott, who would play with him, is on strike. And I think you call for your fast bowler to come back. And here we go.
Yes, coming on to the last 3 overs, I'm sure that you will think that you will bring your fast man back, who had a very good start to his spell earlier this morning, and he's continued to hit those good lengths as he started here to Jataria Prescott.
And he starts with a nice delivery on Lenny Awesome, and Prescott, maybe he needs to understand his role, despite the fact you're doing the last 3 overs. and you want to get as many runs as possible, it's more likely that Clark will get the runs as opposed to Jatari Prescott, and he just closes his eyes and hope that the ball hit the bat. It didn't happen, kind of into his pad, and he survives that delivery.
Yeah, with some 18 balls before the start of this over, you want to get your man who's in on strike and try to capitalize.
Now he advances down the wicket and gives a simple catch in the outfield to Jadeja Edwards, who will not drop that today nor tomorrow. So again, Andy Payne, we talk about sensible cricket. Now here's a young man who is in at 46 not out. He's faced 62 deliveries, 4 fours. He's batted exceptionally well. And all you need to do is just get off strike. The simple way to get off strike is just to rotate the ball into the offside or the onside. And looking at the replay, apart from having been shot on the pad previous delivery, he advances down the wicket to the bowler who's bowled exceptionally well all day long. And he stands there, takes a couple exploratory steps down the wicket, attempting to hit the ball again upon that high pat sign there adjacent to Kensington. And we said that he hold out the watering hole, basically. A soft dismissal, and again, look,
Yeah,
a nothing shot really, and he stood the pose. He didn't even try to run, which kind of bothers me in the thinking of these guys.
yeah, very nondescript shot to mention. The outfield is very well spread, so he had lots of room in the outfield where he could just drop the ball and get off strike and get Preston Clark back on. But he chose to go for the aerial route to try to go for maximum. He tried to be the hero, and he fell villain definitely. So a good catch out there by Jadeja Edwards. I think it's his second in the innings, but this man, Kimo Jordan, continues to bowl a very impressive spell. He had a good first spell, and here he's back and back into the wickets to pick up wicket number 3 for him.
5.2 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 14. He's bowled exceptionally well. The new man in is Orion Seal. He will have the strike. Appeal for leg before, turned down by umpire Ezra Marshall, who signals leg by, and Pickwick advanced by 1 to 142 for loss of 9, in danger of being bowled out within the 35 overs. And again, priority here, Andy Payne, has to be to get to those 35 overs, but more importantly is that young Preston Clark is on strike. He's at 46 from 62 deliveries, 4 fours in his knot. And he picks up his 47th run.
Yes, Lyndon, so they've got some 2 overs and 2 balls remaining, so he ought to be there to the end. It just needs some support of that man Seal. He doesn't need to be a hero. He just needs to support his man and Preston Clark, who's really eyeing up a half century. And how well has he batted for this?
Ill directed, wide signal by the umpire. Extras down to 12. 2 byes, 6 wides, 3 no balls, and a total of 143 for 9. And we have 2 deliveries remaining in over number 33. 2 overs after this, and Pickwick with just 1 wicket to give. Scorecard doesn't really make for pretty reading, apart from Preston Clark. Again, another wide delivered by Jordan.
It's interesting there, Lyndon, that you've seen the good length that Jordan has bowled throughout his spell, but here he's trying to get full to the last man, and he's just being a bit wayward down the leg side, so he continues to be a big line and length bowler, pretty much, so to speak. But as soon as he's trying to get full, probably getting into the stumps there at Seal, he's wide down the leg side.
Operating from the Malcolm Marshall end, and a single attain to get Seal off the mark. 145 for the loss of 9.
It's actually a leg by signal there
Leg
by
by?
Marshall. Yes.
Belatedly. ESA feels Pickwick asked to bat first in good cricketing conditions. Overcast, some sunshine, slight breeze. And the end is near. The end is here, as Preston Clark, having batted oh so well, went for glory and loses his center stump, plucked out of the ground, bowled by Jordan for 47, and ESA Fields Pickwick 146 all out. And they've committed the cardinal sin of not batting out the 35 overs, all out in 33 overs, 146.
Just having a look at this man, Kemo Jordan, just continue to put in the good work. Just pull that one back on the length that he's been all day. That's his strength. You saw Preston Clark trying to go for the maximum, but he missed that one completely. And he's bowled for a well played knot of 47, the young man. But more importantly, this man, Kemo Jordan, he's now bowled some 6 overs. He picked up 4 for 17 Linden Yard. But how impressive these figures in the context.
Under the circumstances, I thought he bowled exceptionally well. He bowled a good line and length, and was more important, he bowled a 6-3 field predominantly the entire day. And to pick up 4 wickets was just reward. It was very tight in the end, and he definitely led the Boscobel attack. And the captain Ronaldo Griffith had no hesitation when winning the toss and asking the ESA Fields Pickwick side to take first knock. We can go through the scorecard for you. Kevin Bartlett, he was caught by Ronaldo Griffith off the bowling of Kemo Jordan for 1. Gerard Gills caught Kieron Boyce off the bowling of Jadeja Edwards for 1. Dalvin Bennett did not score. He was caught by Alston Bob off the bowling of Kemo Jordan. Jerome Stewart was bowled by Bob for 22. Thaddeus Chase was caught by Jadeja Edwards off the bowling of Bob for 18. Preston Clark, the last man out, he was bowled by Jordan for 47, having struck some 4-4s in 61 deliveries, straight rate of 77.05. Rashid Edwin, the captain, was caught by keeper Lopez off the bowling of Boyce for 19. Darnell Greenwich was caught by Richard Graves off the bowling of Tony Edwards for 15. Jakeem Ford, Bull Kemar Johnson 8. Jatario Prescott, he was caught Jadeja Edwards off the bowling of Kemo Jordan for 1. Orient Seal not out 1. Extras 13. 8 wides, 3 no balls, and 2 leg byes. Total 146 all out. A strike rate of 4.42. Some bowling figures for CJM Enterprise Boscobel. Kemo Jordan 6 overs 2 meters 4 for 18. Very impressive. 6 overs 2 meters 4 for 18. Jadeja Edwards 4 overs no maidens 1 for 21. Ronaldo Griffith 3 overs 1 maiden none for 12. Alston Bob 7 overs 1 maiden 2 for 16. Jamal Boyce 7 overs no maidens 1 for 37. Kemar Johnson 4 overs no maidens 1 for 23. Tony Edwards 2 overs no maidens 1 for 16. Fall of the wickets 1 for 4, 2 for 7, 3 for 7, 4 for 41, 5 for 66 for 98, 7 for 123, 8 for 140, 9 for 141. Pickwick all out 4 for 146 off 33 overs. Members of Barbados Cricket Association's Shield 40 over final, which got going half an hour late because of overcast conditions and some rains about, and the game was reduced from some 40 overs to 37 overs initially, and then it was then further reduced by some 2 overs when the umpires went off for what they thought was rains coming in the area, and it was reduced to a 30 side over a side final. So Pickwick 146 all out, thanks to a well played 47, a top score 47 with Preston Clark, but they were undermined by the pace of Kemo Jordan, operated from the Malcolm Marshall end or the southern end of the ground. The impressive figures of 4 for 18 from 6 overs. Andy Payne, what do you make of this total of 146? Is it enough, or will the dual defending champions be sitting pretty in collecting a hat-trick of titles?
Surely they will be looking to get up to that hat-trick of titles, but like I said, runs scored are runs scored. Runs on the board in the final, there's always that added pressure. But the Boscobel team, they say they're very well all unit, very experienced. They've been here quite a lot of times, so I don't think they'll be as overwhelmed as maybe another team coming into the first final. But Pickwick, they've been here in the Cup competition where they lost that, and they'll be looking to carry some silverware up to Fort Spear and St. Philip. But it will be a task to say the pitch been playing pretty well. Somebody who's, if a batsman's in, he needs to get there and carry on. Don't leave it for anyone behind. And I'm sure the Boscobel team, they've had a couple of century makers in the preliminary rounds, and Richard Graves comes to mind. He's a very experienced player. He would have played for quite a few of the Division 1 teams, as well as his opening partner in Dario Lopez. He also scored a century earlier in the season of 106 against that Kings Park team. So that's a very important pair for this Boscobel side to be opening up the innings. But 146 is by no stretch a demanding total, Lyndon Yard, on what's a very good pitch, a very quick outfield here at the Mecca. So they would want to think that they've done extremely well after winning the toss and inserted the Pickwick team to bat. They'll think that they've done the job and probably will have drawn first blood.
I think the positive side for the Boscobel side in chasing down this 146 runs is basically to throw the pressure, throw the floodgates at the Pickwick side. Get off to a good start. You're going to put them on the back foot because 146 on a very good batting strip here at Kensington Oval is really not enough. I'm not saying that Pickwick can't win it from here, but they'll be very much disappointed in the fact that they labored to 146. But runs on the board, as they say, is normally runs on the board. They speak about scoreboard pressure, but 146, in my opinion, will not be enough. But it's a game of glorious uncertainty.
Yeah, and it'd be interesting to see the tactics and the strategies, because obviously this game is a rescheduled game. And what happened in the previous game last week, we were seeing the Boscobel team, they getting off to start against the AFCL field Pickwick, and you would have seen them started with Darnell Greenwich with his left arm on off the dots, as well as young Jatario Prescott. It'd be interesting to see how Prescott go on this pitch, this surface, after we saw Kimo Jordan coming back from the Malcolm Marshall end. So that's something we look forward to see. But the tactics of both teams will be interested. Remember, Lyndon, there are no restrictions in the field in place in here. So 141, you could almost go on the defensive from as early as possible. So you just need to get some overs in, set your team back, and that's that the scoring rate just rises, and hope that the batsmen create the cardinal sin of giving the wicket away.
I like the fact you can always go on the defensive, but I don't think you can go on the defensive with 146 because it's very likely that the 146 will come off within the 35 overs. So I think you have to find a way to mix attack with defense, because it's simple. The Pickwick side will need to get wickets. If they can restrict the Boscobel side to 35 overs and fail to get 147 runs, then they deserve to lose the Boscobel side. But as the dual defending champions, they're on the driver's seat in my books. And as we head off to the luncheon interval, which is scheduled for 2:08, so there will be an early lunch. I can tell you that Boscobel, having won the toss, the dual defending champions, and have been able to bowl out and restrict the Pickwick side for 146 off 33 overs, thanks to Preston Clark's 47. In my view, at this level, he should have batted no lower than number 3 or 4 worst case scenario, because he's definitely applied himself. He's a sensible cricketer, bats exceptionally well, bowls well. He's an excellent fielder in this level of cricket. With 3 half centuries back to back in this competition, he definitely should be in way earlier. He definitely should have been in way earlier than the number 6 position he batted here in. And as Andrew Mason replaces Andy Payne, I thought that's a critical error that the Pickwick side made, apart from not batting out their 35 overs, Andrew.
Yeah, I agree with that. And, I believe that you should stop a crisis rather than to come to one. And, your top batsman should certainly come earlier. He's a wonderful cricketer and should bat maybe at 3 in the side. And I think it would have made a big difference. He got 47. And in the end, 146 is below par, but you never know. The runs on the board, you have to wait and see. Boscobel is a side that is a very, very strong one, and they will feel that they've got an excellent opportunity of winning this game. But of course, we're going to continue. We're going to continue to entertain you. And just before the break, we were able to show you some of the highlights of the BCA T20 Finals, Gladiola versus Wildy. Let's go back to them.
And he does. Well, when you bowl like that, first ball, a free hit. And there's McCaskey getting that ball over the top of the... Oh, that's very well played. Down behind square in the offside. Another boundary. Beautiful shot. More runs. Another boundary. Full and put away through cover.
Right length now.
Well, this is what happens. It happens so very often in cricket.
So you would think there's a little bit of moisture around there. So to give them the bowling option, I think it was a bit surprising.
That is the first 6 of the game.
You find that he might think he was a bit unlucky in that over Linden. As a little bit quicker.
And there is the first wicket as Paris is giving out leg before wicket.
And he's also going down the leg side to the left-hander.
And having said that, Andy Payne, he's now going out of the track, out of the playing area, a half tracker. As I said to you, that's a 50. That's coming for Willie, 50 or 48 deliveries.
In between that 3/4 length, that 8-meter.
And having not learned his lesson, he's now being slapped over skrill, over cover for another 6. Tremendous shot for 6 by McCaskey. So he's going to start at the southern end. And his first delivery, Bolden is bold. So as you said, Don, he will give you a chance. But I thought that he was ultra too aggressive per delivery. And Willie loses their second wicket. Nearmar Bolden bowled by Ashley Niles. And a 6 to Jaden Roberts. Beautiful shot by McCaskey. Miscues that one. And badly read by the fielder at the long on position.
Chance for catch. Catch taken. No, that's going a long way. He's a big man, and he put the bat on that. No, that's going a long way. He's a big man, and he put the bat on that. Well, he's bowled him. What a good comeback delivery, bang on target. And that is a very important wicket to get as well. That's gone a long way, and we'll clear the boundary. Well, chance for a catch. Oh, he made a meal of that. Now that's gone a long way. Very well played indeed by McCaskey. And concedes more. Another important boundary. A very good over indeed for Wildy. No chance for a catch. Catch taken. And Wildy winning the toss at the end of 20, 169 for 5.
And he gets a nothing delivery down the leg side. Now that's the first boundary.
Catch.
And there is the first wicket. A very, very well thought out wicket by the Wildy side.
Sorry.
As Worrell hits this one in the air. High, hard, and far. It's gone away for 6. So. And there is a teaser, Andy Payne, into the boundary for 4.
Another wide one down the leg side.
And there is 4 wides, 5 wides. And again, the same results, Andy Payne. Oh, that was sweet, Andy Payne. If the first time is nice, then you're going to do it twice. One of the most picturesque grounds in Barbados, down in the country. And this delivery is hit high, hard, and far for 6.
As you can see, that one's pace on and lovely
Oh
shot.
my God, exquisite, Andy Payne. Exquisite. Wildy's 50. The P for leg before, and he's been given leg before wicket. As you said, Andy Payne, change of pace. Yep. And Rivaldo Clark goes leg before wicket to Jaden Roberts for 23.
Let's see if he continues to use his feet to him.
And there is a 6 in over number 8. That's gone. Audacious. A beautiful shot.
That's a lovely shot.
And he bowls a delivery which is hit straight. Absolutely straight for 4.
He's looked busy. He's looked good so far, Lyndon. He seems to be
Hit
busy. Another
high,
straight shot.
hard, flat for 6. And no, this one is belted through mid-wicket for another 4.
Shot.
And now he's giving his wicket away. Soft dismissal, Andy Payne.
That's a poor delivery and has been put away by the veteran, Martin Nurse. So Jones to continue, and that has been hit with a lot of power. Driven safely and productively. That's gone for 4, an important boundary. No, that's going to go away.
I was wrong.
That's an important maximum there over that square leg area. A change in strategy here. And the ball goes away. What a shot.
Again, brilliant.
And again,
Oh, yes.
again, he goes and gets runs. No, he hit that powerfully. That's gone for a maximum. Is he going to be out? He is. An important catch taken.
Oh, well, there you go.
No, he hit that mightily. That's what Ashley Nurse can do. That's gone sailing over square leg. That's a big, big hit from a big man.
Oh, dear.
Oh, he's bowled him. What is that all about? What a strange shot from Ashley Nurse trying to be cute. And that could be the turning point. Nurse goes.
Kensington Oval. We appreciate that. Not everybody might be able to get a chance.
Well, as you were speaking, the boundary struck, and that makes it easier. No, that's going over the top. That's an important boundary. I tell you, this man is dangerous.
Oh, yes.
Well, where is that gone? Not taken. And has actually gone for 6 runs.
Game over.
And it means
Game
that
over.
the
It's done.
game is over. Victory to a Gladiola side that came here on the East Coast, and they've done very well to win the game thanks to some good batting from Worrell, and towards the end I felt a dangerous batsman. The winners, superb Glenn Gladiola.
So we're back live. The action in this final at Kensington Oval. And certainly it's a situation where Boscobel, a side that has done so well in this competition, will think that they have an excellent chance of winning this. But we shall see as the action is just about to begin. Hello to Linden Yard.
Hello to you, Andrew, and we are set for what hopefully will be a gripping final. 146-47 really should not present a challenge to the champions, but of course you know cricket is a game of glorious uncertainty.
So Graves will be the man to start. Darnell Greenwich will certainly be the bowler, former Barbados under 19 all-rounder, former St. Catherine's man as well, so I should know him. First ball. And starts very well. Well, he used to bowl medium pace, now he's bowling very gentle, so left arm orthodox spin, Darnell Greenwich.
I have a question for you, Andrew. How effective is a former fast bowler to turn a spinner? What's the ratio?
Chance for a catch. Catch taken. While you were asking me the question, questions are being asked of Boscobel.
And the answer is being given.
Because that was a very ordinary shot by Graves down the throat of long off, and the second ball produced no wicket for Pickwick. A poor start by Boscobel, the team out of St. Peter.
Well, extremely poor start for Boscobel. Not what the doctor ordered, as I was saying to Andy Payne before we went off here, Andrew. 146 to defend, 147, and I think that the Boscobel side, they have to come out fighting, but that was not in the script because it was a delivery just tossed up, and he simply just, rather than caressing the delivery or at least trying to overhit it, he just launched into it without being fully committed and just giving a simple catch to the fielder at the Dalvin Bennett at the long off position, and the Pickwick, who are in it to win it, and their start even better than the Pickwick side when they're batted. They are Boscobel CGM Boscobel Enterprises. There are not a run on the board, Andrew, and 1 wicket down. Not a good start.
Well, Dario Lopez comes to do battle. Big man, looks like a boxer. Looks very much like Mike Tyson.
It's actually Jadeja Edwards that's come up.
Oh, okay. So a change has been made. So Jadeja Edwards comes to the crease. So a wicket already taken by Issei Field Pickwick. The very experienced left arm spinner. He's got long on and long off as well. There are 2 men inside the circle and the offside saving 1.
Remember the no field restrictions, Andrew, so there's also a deep mid wicket. There's a cover on the boundary and a point on the boundary. So, as I like to say, Andrew, the theatre is spread far out in the country.
So here's Greenwich and Boscobel on their way. They'll push away out towards cover for 1.
So Rashid Edwin, the captain, starting with his fielders already spread. Cover on the boundaries. Now he's going to make a change for Dario Lopez, who's going to have his first ball. He's the keeper of the Boscobel side. The new batsman in Jadeja Edwards have a lot of time for the young man, so he's brought the field up. So that gives the impression that Lopez is more conservative. Now he's going to push the sweeper back on the 3/4 away on the cover point boundary. So long on is out. And that's just a solitary fielder out. So interesting change, Andrew.
Interesting indeed. Dario Greenwich, left arm orthodox spin. Very wrong arm. Let's have a look at him.
You will have seen a lot of him, Andrew. Do you prefer his pace or his no turn to left
Well,
arm
his
spin?
pace is very gentle.
What was more effective then?
He was okay. He was an okay medium pacer. I think, just after this delivery, and they'll get another run, I would imagine they will, down to backward point. Yeah, I mean, when he played for the Barbados on the 19 side, he was a gentle medium pacer and known for his lower to baton as well. And he would have played a couple of years for St. Catherine's. So the first over comes to an end. It's 2 for 1.
2 for 1, and you will see that the Pickwick side, they have all the running to make. In horse race terms, Andrew, they have all the running to make, because I do not see how they're going to defend how they're going to restrict the Boscobel side within, or contain them, I should say, within 35 overs of not getting 147. But they've started well. In the first over, they've picked up a wicket, which is a key cog in the wicket of Richie Graves, who went off the bowling of, caught by Bennett off the bowling down at Greenwich for no score. And 2 for 1. So they are right in it, but they will have to continue. The key for the Pickwick side is to get wickets. They have to get them and get them at an alarming rate. It looks as though Jatario Prescott is going to come into the attack, the former Barbados under-19 pacer.
Yeah, he looks good. Saw him in the under-19 tournament this year in St. Vincent. I also would have done a game up at the Foursquare Oval when he played. He's going to start the second over. He'll bowl to Lopez. That's a lovely shot. We'll get the legs. 4 runs. Full and wide and played square in the offside.
Well, a juicy full toss just outside in the off. Some asking to be hit, and the batsman Lopez just helping him. So he didn't try to overhit it, just opened the face of the bat and steered it to the left of the fielder at that point position and into the boundary for 4. So welcome boundary to the Boscobel side there. 6 for 1, Andrew. And noticeably, when the Boscobel side bowled, they used the 6 to 5 meter mark rather than that foolish 2 meter line.
Much better length. You can see from where the ball swinging back into the right-hander, and very well played into the offside by Edwards. Make that Lopez out to cover. Now, you would have seen him before. Your impressions of young Prescott?
Well, I'm impressed with him. I think as a fast bowler, see my fast bowler is aggressive, not just running and hitting one line.
Is he aggressive?
No, he's not. He's not aggressive enough for me. I think that's an area that he can improve upon.
No. Let's go past the keeper. And we'll get into the boundary. Badly lined. Leg by signal by the umpire Jones. And Boscobel. They go to 10 for 1. That was rearward. The first ball was full and wide and stroked through backward point. And now his third ball is wide down the leg side. He's got to get it right. He's got to get his radar right here, young Prescott.
And he has a cherry in his hand, Andrew. You've got to make full use of the cherry. I think the keeper, Thaddeus Chase, was a little late and get it wrong too, because he should have stopped that.
Another full toss.
Another interesting observation here, Andrew. You know he marked hard.
Yes, I've known that for years.
Keeper Thaddeus Chase. He walks in with the bowler, and then he does not go down.
Oh, I look at that. So Barbados with some young bowlers, lots of ability. Of course, there's Prescott. There's Renico Smith, who would have played in the under-19. And young King as well. I saw him at Wanderers the other day. Here's Prescott. That would have been going down the leg side. A bit of swing. Big appeal for leg before. Would have angled past the leg stump, leg by signal by umpire Jones. But looking the ball full and trying to get the ball to swing.
I think early days in the innings, Andrew, as a fast bowler, as a bowler, you have to control the batsman. So while you're going to get that early, so you have a new cherry in your hand. So I'm not going to present you the isolator of seeing the ball right in front of you. I'm going to make you work on it, wait on the delivery. I'm going to use a 3/4 length, which is that 6 to 5 meter mark. Then occasionally, once the ball starts to move around, I'll bring it a lot closer. But I'm going to keep you on the back foot first, just to keep you quiet, make you think about it rather than just present you with the eye opener right away.
Mm-hmm. So Prescott with the last ball of over number 2. And a single. Good intelligent cricket pushed away by Edwards, who's been in the Boscobel side for quite a long time, a very important cog in their wheel. So we've got a situation where 2 gone, Boscobel 12 for 1.
Yes, a healthy over in the circumstances. 9 runs attained without any fuss, Andrew, and this makes the total of 146 looks really a cakewalk, really. It should be for the Boscobel side. I like to take my chances early. What do you think of the wicket, Andrew, the pitch?
Well, I mean, early on, of course, with all the rains we've had, the covering would have been on for a while. Certainly the bowlers had something to work with in terms of moisture, but it's flattened out quite nicely. And
Like the pitch at Perth?
Oh, the pitch at Perth. No, that's a different situation altogether.
It flattened out considerably on the second day.
Yeah.
But it's flattened out in India favor now.
Yeah, indeed. You reckon the game will not last too much longer?
It won't last, Andrew. I told Mike King that yesterday. It will not last 3 days. And I told him up front that India will beat Australia easily in the first
Of course,
time.
Mike King, the king of stats, although he missed a very important stat on Friday. I'll tell you about it in a minute. In fact, I would have thought that would have been making headlines across the Caribbean on November the 22nd, 1974. Two great men made their debuts in India. So Friday would have been exactly 50 years, and we'd have expected celebrations from Robb Street in Georgetown to Nelson Street in Bisham. That didn't happen. I thought that Mike King would have captured that in the nation. He didn't.
I'll tell you what, Andrew. I saw your post and I laughed at it. But in defense of the great King, he was on holiday. He only returned to work today.
Okay, here's the ball which is in the air. Catch should be taken. It is. Wow. Boscobel not helping themselves at all. It was a poor shot by Edwards, and Boscobel find themselves in trouble at 12 for 2.
Well, he batted so well last week, Andrew, when he got going at Lears. And I think he's the key for me where the batting is concerned, although we only saw 3 wickets fell last week before the rains apparently forced that game into abandonment. But that's a very, very soft dismissal on the circumstances. And like I said, Andrew, it is all for Pickwick. They have nothing to lose. They didn't put a good score on the board. And the only way they're going to win the game, they have to get wickets. I had that conversation with Anderson Payne. I said to him, they cannot defend the 147. They have to go for it, because you say you can spread the field wide, but to get wickets, you got to go on the attack. Yeah. It makes no sense trying to defend 100.
I agree.
Contain them within 147.
12 for 2. Edwards back in the field for just 2. Graves didn't last as long as a snow cone, as we would say in Barbadian parlance. 12 for 2. So, good defense of a small score so far, Lyndon.
Yeah, I'll answer a quick question. Andrew, where's your money at this stage?
Well, my money's in my pocket, and there's not a lot of money there.
I'm surprised you have money and not carrots, Andrew.
In the old time days, you'd have marbles and you pitch them as a youngster.
It is about Bitcoin.
Bitcoin, yes, indeed. So we want to welcome, of course, all those on the BCA website. And, of course, this game live on CBC. Thanks to Mr. Pearson Bowen and his lovely team up at the Caribbean Broadcasting Corporation. These partnerships are so vital. And it's, I think, a performance worthy of commendation. We thank you, CBC. Now, no batsman is Boyce. Gets off the mark immediately with a push away in the offside. Down to cover. One would have thought that perhaps with getting those 2 wickets, is there the need to have the cover in the boundary, just push the field inside and challenge the batsman to go for that singles, have 3 in the offside? But nowadays captains are generally very defensive. Just check Craig Brathwaite.
Interesting you should mention that name, Craig Brathwaite. 13 for 2.
Another run. May even contemplate the second here. No, they won't. Badly lined and just worked off the hip. Talking about Craig Brathwaite this morning, verily. Third slip was pulled away. I don't know if you had a chance to see it. The ball would have been gobbled by third slip, and then the third slip was put in. These things happen in cricket. He's under pressure with his batting as well.
I had a discussion yesterday at Bank Hall with Keith Holder and Mike King. I ate them for bait.
You did? Okay. Oh, I think he might have touched that. The keeper dropped it. Oh, big edge, not taken.
Yes, Thaddeus Chase, the keeper, guilty of putting down what should be a regulation catch, Andrew, and maybe they ruined that attempt, as over number 3 has concluded. CJM Enterprise Boscobel, in search of a 3rd title or a hat-trick of titles in the Barbados Cricket Association Shield 40 over tournament, now reduced to 35 overs because of rain. They are 14 for 2, looking to get to a target of 147 off. Just 3 overs haven't been delivered, Andrew.
Yeah, well, that catch should have been taken, and Mimi, who was, of course, our scorer, and used to be a St. Catherine's person. They all live in St. Catherine's
Used
now.
to be Andrew.
Yeah, in fact, she's a supporter of St. Catherine's still.
Well, she's a die-hard Pickwick, Andrew, and if Pickwick should lose here, this is the
So
second time for this
so
year.
can you support two teams? Oh, she's the manager of the side. Tarry up, that ball going down the leg. But you can see what he's trying to do here. Not very pacey, but pushing the ball up. And with an angle down the leg side. Hit the batsman full, but was carrying past the leg stump.
He's getting the ball to shape around nicely, Andrew, but he's starting it on that center and leg rather than starting it outside off and let it come back. And I haven't seen the outswinger from him, but so far I've seen the in-swinger, so he just needs to start it a little outside the off stump to get it to challenge the stumps.
But of course, it's good to have a female as a manager of one of the local teams, but in fact, in local cricket, there's several scorers who are female. In fact, almost all of them. Harold Eastman is long retired.
I think he just needs to make room now
Yeah, I
as
think
part of
so
a
as well.
female score.
Yeah. Jackie Quick, who would have been at St. Catherine's for a while. She's now gone to Empire. Wonders with a female scorer. Gladiola.
King.
Yeah. Gladiola's, who's Gladiola's scorer?
Sanchia Barrow.
Shantia Barrow. Hello to Sansia. Not the easiest to get along with, I must admit. 15 for 2.
There's also Vanessa. I'm trying to remember her name at
Vanessa?
Lord's.
Vanessa
Dawson.
Yeah.
And then is that Maple.
And Maple.
Marva Cambridge.
Marva Cambridge. Wanderers is who again?
Melissa King.
Melissa King. She's your favorite scorer, isn't she?
Yorkshire.
Yorkshire is?
Tamara King.
Tamara King. All right.
So the ladies are definitely taking
Yeah,
over in
yeah,
every
yeah.
aspect, Andrew.
Yeah. They just need to help. They need to help the scores a bit. I mean,
is it
truth is not always popular, but truth is always right, huh?
Andrew, do you find it a little strange that the ladies are taking over the scoring, but they're not taking over the commentary?
Well, I think they should start to do commentaries. Of course, at the big level, you've got some people that would have been.
Isha Gore.
Isha Gore is doing a good job in the Caribbean. Miss King would have been there. We got Selman.
Selman.
She's in there as well. And are we missing anyone?
Of course, we would have started
Jordan
back,
as well, at least.
Of course, we would have started back in the day with Donna Simmons.
Donna Simmons. Well, what's become of Donna Simmons? I know she's making quite a bit of money as a lawyer. So Prescott to continue.
15 for 2. The Boscobel side in this the Barbados Cricket Association 40 over final.
Here's Prescott to continue. Bowling to Boyce. That's going to be called a wide. There's a predictability about Prescott though. Just get the bats on the back foot with a couple of short balls and then pitch it up. And he's been very predictable in bowling full and wide down the leg side.
Yeah, I think what's happening, Andrew, from this position, I have a perfect point of view where he's just falling over on approaching the umpire. So he doesn't keep his body upright. He's falling over towards the right side. So naturally, his right hand is going to push the ball down the leg side.
But he starts his run again. Very full. Lucky to have gotten away with that. How quick is he? Is he quick? Is he sharpish? Is he
He has a bit of a pace about him, Andrew. I don't think he relies on
80
his
miles,
pace. I think
80 miles an hour?
Yeah, hovering around. I think maybe 76, 77, anywhere around there. He's
Say that
hovering
again?
around 76, 77 miles an hour.
Oh, he can't get to 80. You don't think so?
Part of the problem with the young fast bowlers is that, Andrew, that they don't rely on bowling fast.
Oh,
they just
I
bowl
see.
2 deliveries fast.
Okay, I see. I saw King at Wanderers. He bowled a couple of deliveries fast. I've got a question for you. Down the leg side again, another wide. Prescott has got to get his radar right, my friend. 16 for 2. Now, are there any young fast bowlers in Barbados that are sharp? Quick. Take your time. Think about it.
The sharpest I would have seen, Andrew, would have been young from Gladiola. No. Call again. He would have played for Barbados Youth. Yes, I'll give you his name shortly.
So send us a note, 2534679. Tell us if there are any young fast bowlers in Barbados with a lot of pace. A single pushed away down to mid-on. So are there any young quickies in Barbados? Tell me. Send me a note on that. 2534679. Are there any at Spartan? Stefan King is the medium pacer.
I've seen Jaden Lord. I think that's the name I'm looking
Jaden
for.
Lord.
Yeah. He's
I know-
sharp, Andrew. The problem with him is very moody.
Oh, he's a moody guy.
He's very, very moody. Reminds me a lot of Winston Benjamin.
Okay, he was
Very
moody.
moody.
He was very moody. I'll talk
But
about
can be
Lord.
sharp.
I'll talk about Lord in a minute. Full and stroked up to cover. Not a full toss, not put away. Yeah. I know that Tony Gray, who is a scout at the local level, tells me that they're looking at Jaden Lord. They think he's got all the ingredients.
It's
They think
just
he's a
for him
good
to get
bowler.
his attitude together, Andrew. He doesn't have a bad attitude, but just on the day or on the minute, he's
Okay.
just a little bit too in and out, too hot and cold.
I see. How quick is he after this delivery? That's very well bowled indeed. Lovely out swinger, beating the batsman as he groped at that. How quick is
Beautifully bowled.
How quick is Lord?
I think he can touch 82, 83, Andrew. I've seen him with good gas. He has a simple run up. He doesn't have the size. He's even smaller than me, and
Oh,
you know
really?
I'm very small.
He's very small and getting
No.
smaller too.
But you can easily underestimate him, Andrew. But I find it with mostly fast bowlers these days that they bowl two deliveries fast and then they go for variety.
Yep. Another single down towards mid-on. Rather suspect that Pickwick should get the mid-on a bit tighter there.
Has to be. That should not have been a single, Andrew. The ball came, first of all, the bowler should have been able to get around to shadow it for starters, but the bowler was just veering off on the other side. 18 for the loss of 2. 4 overs completed. And remember that the Pickwick side, they would have made 146 all out of 33 overs in the game, reduced to 35 overs because of a late start. We got going at 11:30 to 37 overs initially. Then an critical error, Andrew, by the umpires forced they took off 2 overs when the rains never came. They brought on the covers, the rains never came, and 2 overs additionally were reduced. Had to reduce the game to some 35 overs, and in the end, Pickwick amassing 146. Thanks to young Preston Clark, one of my favorite young cricketers of today. He got 47, a busy 47, and in response, the title holders for the last 2 years, 18 for 2.
Interesting. I just asked people to connect with us in terms of fast bowlers. Are there any in Barbados? And I've got a name for you. Here's Greenwich to continue. Peeling off the outside edge. They'll get a second here comfortable, I would imagine. Yes, they will. Ian Best just sent me a note and said that he thinks that Jordan Niles of Wanderers is quick. Is that true?
He has a bit of pace about him, Andrew, but like I said, consistently, I don't see him go fast for like 5 overs straight. He will give you 3 overs of good pace, and then by the time he comes down, it might be hard to judge him. And I'll be fair, I agree with Harold Eastman, because personally when I played, I hated to play at Wanderers as a bowler. I think it's not conducive for fast bowling. I watched from Saturday to Saturday, Jerry McAllister will come in, he'll pong 3 deliveries in the wicket and doesn't get a lot out of it. But then he will go maybe at Empire or St. Catherine's, and those 3 deliveries fly over the keeper's head.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, so it's really benign, the Wanderers pitch.
Well, I'll tell this.
Jordan does have a bit
I'll
of pace
tell this
bowling.
about Jordan Niles. I've been watching him for the last 2 or 3 years, and I just wonder when I see him, a wide is called by the umpire there. Why is it that does he go to trials though? But first of all, he's fit. You know, I'm big on fitness.
Yeah,
and he's not express, but he's sharpish. And is one that I think is a good bowler. There's no question about that.
I think if you're going to pick fast bowlers, he's one of the cricketers that you have to have around.
I agree with you.
Definitely have to have him around for his pace and everything. Like I said, Andrew, they're getting caught up with this thing about variety, taking pace off the ball, back of the arm. If you're a fast bowler, your armory is your fast bowling. Your armory is that bouncer. We hardly see a bouncer on any given side, Andrew, being bowled to the average batsman, whether he's batting good or not batting good, or whether he can play the short ball or not play the short ball. So, for example, like today, we saw Gerald Jits opening bowling. You know that if you bowl close to him, he will pick up the ball a lot easier. And the bowler started by bowling the ball wide of him, forcing him to go for the ball, and they got an easy wicket. You know, but today's young fast bowlers, they're going to bowl 2 overs fast, and then they're going to go to back of the arm spin, seam hand across the seam. You know, it's too much variety to suit the modern day T20 format. So another over done and dusted, 5 overs done and dusted. And Boscobel in search of 147 for victory, 21 for 2.
Will continue to tell us about young fast bowlers, of course, in Barbados. Are there any?
Kaiwan King is not a young,
But in fact,
he also has some pace about him.
There's a gentleman out of St. Lucie who was actually watching the stream. He tells me that Kyron King
Yeah, he has
He
some
thinks
pace
he's
about
got
him as
some
well.
ability.
Yes, he does have some pace about
plays
him.
for Wanderers, does he?
Yes, he does.
Saw
Has some
him the
pace
last
about him.
game I did there, and I thought he bowled sharp. Very small man.
But again, difficult to judge when you're on the one square.
Yep. He was sharpish.
The fast bowlers these days are seem to be becoming very small, not like the days of Patterson Thompson.
Well, we talk about Renika Smith in a minute. Lovely delivery. Beautifully bowled indeed by Prescott. Getting his length and line there correct. And the only thing wrong from the bowler's perspective was that didn't take the outside edge. But beautifully bowled indeed.
Lovely delivery.
Renika Smith, how good is he?
I like the young man. I saw him when he came back from the Under-19 World Cup. I think he has places to go. And once he continues to exercise and express himself in this format, especially the 3-day format,
Lovely outswing again.
he could very well have a bright future ahead of him.
People continue to send WhatsApp messages. What about Johan Lane? How is he?
Nice,
Is he sharp?
nice little young, so a little bit of sharpness about him as well. So the future looks good, Andrew, but my main problem with all these fast bowlers, and I'll say this openly to all the clubs, on any given Saturday,
Right.
none of these fast bowlers bowl 12 overs in a whole day of 75 overs, Andrew.
Okay.
Look at the statistics.
So it's a
Harold is
question of
the statistician.
stamina.
Exactly. Now, Harold has now made the very valuable point. Most of them don't even open the bowling. So why are you having a fast bowler on the side to give a slow left arm spin of the ball? Sorry, a slow bowler, not spinner, a slow bowler of the ball.
Right.
So you're denying the fast bowlers the opportunity of developing their craft, developing their skill with a new ball,
Right.
and then you're going to ask them to come and bowl the 26th over or the 27th over.
But there's another ping on my phone, so I'm just checking to see as the action continues. This bowler is certainly getting the ball to move away now. Interesting, when he started, he was getting the ball to swing into the right-handed. Now he's getting to go the other way.
Yeah, now he's gone outside in the offside. We thought that instrument becoming on the outside in the offside line is holding its line or just going outward. And at the moment, Dario Boyce doesn't have a clue. He's 7 from 14, 21 for 2. His last 2 deliveries just snake past the bat.
Another name, a gentleman again from St. Lucie says, Shaquan Bell. Is he sharp? Is he okay? That's wide. And a naughty shot.
I haven't seen the young man, so I can't speak about the young man. I've heard his name being mentioned, but
I think he's from Lodge.
I like to see.
You
them
like to
as
see
a-
them
as a
first,
process,
yes.
Yeah.
So continue to send us. Are there any young fast bowlers that we should note in terms of just making that pad, writing that name down?
So I think it's something you have to address, Andrew. That
Yeah.
needs addressing in the country. If you're going to produce fast bowlers on any given Saturday with 75 overs in a day, a fast bowler's got to be able to bowl at least 12 overs.
Flicked away, runs for Boscobel, out towards the wide long on boundary, and will not get their good work. They'll get a third, they should, and they will. Good aggressive cricket by, first of all, the batsman, and good fielding. Ford is the young man, and he really made a good stop, moving from that wide long on air, but they got through. It was badly lined and put away.
I know in your days, Andrew, at St. Catherine's, you would be begging. As soon as you arrive at the ground, you want Ken Roy to bowl for one end and Derek Bishop
Derek
the next
Bishop.
end. So therefore, Darnell was forced to go.
But of course, St. Catherine's had the pit bulls.
Yeah, but since then, when you got those spinners in the side, you want the spinners on from both ends.
It's an interesting comment you're making because, I mean, as you know, Derek Bishop was a star up at St. Catherine's, got over 1,000 wickets. The only problem I had really, and the great man Felston Payne, was that having won the toss at Bayfield, there was this view that St. Catherine's should bowl first, even the conditions being good. You know, I don't support that at all, because I believe that if you're left arm spin, you would want to bowl last. And when you look at the structure, cricket is Saturday, Sunday, and I would imagine that you'd want to have your left arm spinner bowling last. And I believe that once the conditions are good, you're playing at home, you should bat. And on several occasions, I remember St. Catherine's being punished, having won that toss. But of course, there was that inclination for them to have a champion bowler bowl first. But then my counter to that is that you always get wickets in terms of bowling. The challenge is getting wickets batting points. And that has always been a challenge for many teams. Another ping on my phone, so we'll certainly look at that.
With the development of the fast bowlers being the topic of discussion
Yep, indeed.
around the country.
St. Catherine's losing Kenroy Williams. It's a very, very sad occasion.
They've gone through a spate of losing a
Yeah.
whole heap of cricketers, a cluster of cricketers in recent times, Andrew.
Yeah, in fact, it would have started, of course, with Elston Payne, April, I think, the 10th last year. And then Roger Blades followed, a tough St. Catherine's cricketer. Down the leg side, more runs. It will be wide, signaled by the umpire, badly lined. And that should go all the way. It does.
So 24 for 2. I think before both of them would have been Terry Watson.
Yeah, Terry
He's
Watson.
promised me some fish in tongue, you know.
He did. Yeah,
A
a
couple
big
days
man,
later,
Terry
he was
Watson.
known
Good cook he
over
was,
there.
very good cook. And he would always offer you dolphin roe and dolphin maw. Of course, he would have gone to the great beyond before Thurston Payne and Roger Blades.
Yes. I attended
Trevor
this
Clark, who would have captained St. Catherine's and led them into the first division. Mimi, did Trevor die before these guys? Oh, Trevor Clark died before Payne.
Another single attain. So halfway through over number 7, it is 29 for 2, make it 30. 30 for the loss of 2 with Boyce on 4. Lopez has 11. And their Boscobel side seeking a target of 147 for victory after Pickwick, ESAP's Pickwick, were dismissed in the 33rd of the 35th over. A side game for 146.
And of course, talking about St. Catherine's, just a couple months ago, they would have lost Cappy Greenwich as well, a former
Oh, yeah.
St. Catherine's president, former member of parliament for the area, the Honourable Cappy Greenwich, badly lined, and runs there for Boscobel to get 2.
Former Saturday cricket commentator as well. Let's go to Rudolph Cappy Greenwich. I remember hearing that consistently.
Wonderful.
As
In
a
fact-
young boy coming up, I used to hear that.
Yeah, he was wonderful. In fact,
Of Saturday sports.
Yeah.
Let's go to Rudolph Cappy Greenwich.
yeah, indeed. He,
Musical cheer about his voice. Andrew.
yeah, lovely. I enjoy listening to him. He'd always call Thurston Payne Telly Payne. I like that very much indeed. He's gone to the great beyond. The interesting thing about him, as we see some support, is that support for Boscobel?
Boscobel, oh yeah.
Okay. When I arrived, they were here very early. Boscobel's rural St. Peter, of course, the parish of the late great Owen Seymour Arthur, former Prime Minister of Barbados. But a powerhouse in cricket in Barbados at the junior level. Pickwick looking to Prescott to try to get a wicket. He's going to bowl his 4th in the trot. He started
Overs
with
will be
number
done.
8.
2 for 15. 3 overs for 12 runs. Prescott. So Greenwich, original figures 4 overs, no made is 2 for 15. And Prescott started his 4th over. 3 overs, no made is none for 12. 13 extras, 32 for 2. And 7 overs and 1 ball.
Interest in the extras. You can't have 146 and contribute so many extras. The thing about Prescott so far, he strikes you like a support bowler. One that will
does.
come in and keep it tight. I'll get back to that after this delivery. And that's good bowling. He's also been able to get the ball to move both ways. He started with the in-swinger. That ball touched down just on top of the off stump and with a little bit more pace but bounce and square the batsman up. He looks like a good cricketer. He's tall and will get better. There's no question about that. And one that many people think will certainly go all the way and can bat as well. Can bat a bit in low order. He starts his run again. Edge, pass, second slip. Down to the boundary. And we'll get there. Luck is on Boscobel's side. Lovely outswinger, big edge. And wide of second step, that's gone for 4.
Well, you know, Andrew, you need that in life. You need some luck, especially in sports. And just wide of the captain, Rashid Edwin, whose position is about second. It did bounce before him. He didn't have a chance to catch it. But the ball moved away with the seam. He followed it. The extras are 13, a healthy 13, and a total of 36 for 2. So while we are commenting about the movement of Prescott, noticeably, Andrew, the scoring rate is just moving along, having lost those 2 wickets.
Yeah. The current rate is 4.80.
Good delivery. A little bit of bounce on the line of center stump and stop miss. Arrival there by Lopez, who remains 15 from 24 deliveries. Boyce has 6 from 15. And Boscobel, having lost Richie Graves without scoring, and Jadeja Edwards for 2 were pushed back, and they are responding to a crisis. They're 36 for the loss of 2.
Vincent Bullen, of course, the Spartan man, sends a note. Barbados has not produced a fast bowler since Tino Best. We have no ball bowlers, not fast bowlers, which is something different, says Vincent Bullen. Man, you need to read my message. Well, I've read your message, Vincent Bullen. Of course, a parker like Harold Eastman. He said we have not produced a fast bowler in a long time. Is that true?
A very good statement there by the veteran Vincent Bullen. We have new ball bowlers, but the question I will have to him is how many new ball bowlers really bowls the new balls on a Saturday? And for how long are they given the opportunity with the new ball? Because you can bowl the new balls there and then not say it for the next 2-3 games, but you're playing the side.
So, 8 gone, it's 36 for 2. Another comment coming in. Jakeem Pollard, left arm pace from Princess Margaret. Barbados under 17. They think that he's got some ability. I saw him play the last time I did a schools match playing at Combermere. They didn't get a chance to see him bowl.
He won a quicker left-handers around. I've seen him we did see him, Andrew, and the final when Gladiola played Wildy down Isolation Cavaliers. He looked the part. He was a little bit out of his league, really, when they threw him in at the deep end, gave him the new ball to bowl, and he was a little all over the shop. But I have some time for him. He's only 17 years, just bordering, just watch those little niggling injuries. But I think he can develop into a fantastic bowler.
We're going to have a change in bowling. A gentleman just sent me a note and is asking me to ask you, having looked at all of the young fast bowlers, in your view, who is the quickest of the lot?
It's a very interesting question, Andrew. Like I said,
I'm told that King is. I mean, I've seen him, but I'm told.
I'm going to go Kyron King.
You think he's the quickest?
I'm going to go Kyron King.
But I saw him bowl. The last game I did was against UWI, and he one was he bowled sharp. Very small guy, and could eat some good flying fish and cuckoo and some good old potatoes from St. John and build those muscles, and he may be good. Now we're going to have a change in bowling. Edwin, who has put on some weight the last time I saw him. What is he eating? Oh my golly, this guy's eating quite a bit. Have a look at him.
He was always inside, Andrew.
Well, I mean, Edwin. Well, of course, Christmas is coming up, so he's going to have some Christmas ham. Yeah, it's a big thing in cricket. The discipline is not there. They'll look for a second and they'll get it too. Jakeem was not as quick as he should be. And of course, he's a slim man and was not able to be out of the blocks. Harold Eastman says a lot of these guys are still in the mother's wing, so they'll eat lots of good food. Of course, in the old time days, we ate a lot of potatoes and yams. They tell me that potatoes and yams are very, very scarce nowadays, and they're very expensive too.
Tomatoes as well.
I understand you can't even get a tomato. Is it tomato or tomatoes in the supermarket? Have you had any tomatoes recently?
I haven't, Andrew. I'm
They're
struggling.
about $8 a pound too. Yeah, Edwin, of course, would have played at the highest level. An off spinner. Decent off spin as well. Nice guy too.
Terrific human being.
Wonderful.
I was longing to say that,
Wonderful,
Andrew.
wonderful. Well, he's one of the few captains that will speak to me. Because I have a challenge with captains talking to me.
So, Andrew, you have problems with captains and scorers?
Yeah. Well, Craig Brathwaite hasn't spoken to me in a long time. Desmond Ince hasn't spoken to me since 1990. These things happen in cricket. Lovely firm drive down to White, long off for a single.
Look at the bright side, Andrew Mason. Jason Hall has made you his favorite commentator.
Yeah, he has indeed. In fact, he shocked me one day. He called. I said, "Hello, welcome to Mason and Guest." He said, "This is Jason Holder." I almost had a heart attack. I'll never forget that. On that day, I didn't know how to respond to him. But he said I saw him in an elevator, didn't talk. I don't remember that day. Bad delivery, more runs. Edmund has got to get his radar right here. Come on. It will skid out towards the boundary. And it will be pulled back just about now. But Edmund has got to get it right here.
By Seal moving from slip and in the blink of an eye, Boscobel, CJM Boscobel, CJM Enterprise Boscobel at the end of over number 9. I'll move it to 42 for 2. Lopez is entrenched on 17, and with him is Boyce, the keeper, who's not on 9. We've had just about 9 overs delivered. And remember, the defending champions looking for a 3-peat, Andrew, and they need a further 105 runs if they're going to make it a 3-peat.
Well, they got Griffith, of course, Ronaldo Griffith, Alston Bob, former St. Catharines cricketer, Jamal Boyce, Tony Edwards, Kemar Goddard, Kemo Johnson, Kemo Jordan to come. So 42 for 2, a partnership of 30, which has steadied the rocking ship a bit.
Oh yes, and at a similar stage, the ESA Fields Pickwick side were 37 for 3. So you'll see that they're slightly in front, and we're going to have a bowling change. And here's one of another fast bowlers not mentioned, Andrew, Jakeem Ford.
Is he sharp?
Well,
Or is he sharpish?
I'll have to ask the manageress. She says no. He's not sharp.
We'll certainly have a chance to see him bowl. So Jakeem Ford out of St. Philip. I think he's from the Lynches area in Barbados. Ian Ford is his father. I know him very well. First ball. Edge! And is it taken?
Brilliantly
It
caught
is!
by Rashid Edwin that slip, Andrew.
And weight doesn't matter, does it? Beautiful catch taken.
Catch. First delivery outside into the off, and the ball shaped out a little bit. And with some pace, and the batsman Boyce getting the edge and brilliantly taken by Rashid Edwin, who fell to his left, Andrew, but I would say it was a regulation catch.
It was a regulation catch. But it didn't drop. Have a look at this. Outside edge found. There we go. Beautiful work. Beautiful done.
Good anticipation.
Yeah.
Good eye-hand coordination, Andrew Mason.
Big man.
And you would think at 42 for 3. Remember, at the same stage, Pickwick were 37 for 3.
Right.
So Boscobel slightly ahead, but I think that there's some concerning moments, especially for our good friend Andy Payne, who's hailing from that side of the country.
Yeah. And he should be a St. Lucie man.
So I think, like you said, with Ronaldo Griffith to come, Bob, Boyce, Edwards, Goddard, Johnson, and Jordan. And Bob will be the key man. Brilliant catch, Andrew.
Yeah.
Fantastic catch.
Well, he certainly dropped to the ground and might have moved the earth to please because, of course, you know that's an ad. But beautifully taken. Wonderful man. And always good to talk to. He had to move to take it. Beautifully done.
And just in the test match with West Indies versus Bangladesh, they're 169 for 6, 169 for 6. And this is session 3 on day number 3, trailed by 281 runs. So Bangladesh, Andrew, up against it. And of course, your side, Australia.
Yeah, in trouble. Big trouble.
Serious trouble, Andrew. Not big trouble, serious trouble.
Big trouble.
I think they're no way out.
Yeah.
For them in this test match.
Big trouble.
And what a turnaround it would have been, Andrew, because to think that India were humbled in India by New Zealand, and then to rebound in this way against the mighty Australians.
So here's 4 to bowl to Bob. Now have a look at the pads that Bob has got on. Are they orange pads?
Like I said, they're very pretty.
Out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I know him very well. In fact, I
He played
found
for
him,
St. Catherine's, didn't he, Andrew?
but I brought him to St. Catherine's.
And why did he leave?
Well, but that's a big problem at St. Catherine's, really. I don't know why they're leaving. But
They say his wife is from Boscobel.
she's from Boscobel.
So you have every reason to leave then.
Yeah.
He said
So
home drums beat first.
home drums beat first, and Plastic Bag sang that. Here's 4 to bow to Bob. Doesn't deliver. Yeah, I remember we were looking for a left arm spin. I mean, we always had, of course, a fantastic bowler in Derek Bishop. But I remember speaking to him. I went to do commentaries in St. Vincent, and he was actually at the ground. And I did, in fact, encourage him to come to play cricket in Barbados, and he accepted the invitation. We made all the necessary arrangements, and he played for St. Catherine's for some time with some success. Here's 4 to bowl to him. Good aggression from forward, banged in short. Now he's got the batsman on the back foot. It'll be very interesting to see what he does with this next one.
He also has 2 slips, a third man, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fielder out at the square leg boundary.
And Edwin has gone to second slip now, so he's removed himself from first.
And given the first slip position to Orion Seal.
Another St. Catherine's man.
Oh, Andrew.
Yeah, they're leaving us at their
You
field.
would have lost a lot of players.
Well, he was a Pickwick man first, says Mimi, who's the coach. No, that's good bowling. He actually played that ball off the back because he was looking for another short ball and squirted it square in the onside down to square leg for 1. The sun is out brilliantly now at the region's Mecca. And it's 43 for 3. We want to thank you for interacting with us. If there are any other young fast bowlers, you can give us a little note, 2534679. Andy Payne is getting ready to come in to do commentaries, having had a big lunch sponsored by the BCA. Barbados Cricket Association providing lunch for the commentators. Saw some macaroni pie, some chicken. You even had steak today and ribs. I had some ribs today. Means I have to jog from as early as 5 o'clock in the morning.
Well, I'm going to get mine after these next 2 deliveries.
You don't need to jog, do you? Here's forward. Good delivery. Yorker length and dug out into the offside.
Very
Down to
impressive.
cover.
Impressive over so far, Andrew.
Yeah, he's a good cricketer. In fact, there was a time when I thought he might have played for St. Catherine's, but we need to get some more scouts up at Bayfield. I'll maybe ask Matt Fingal or the Honourable Red Plastic Bag to do some scouting for St. Catherine's.
Is Matt still intricately involved in St. Catherine's these
Not,
days?
he was president, I think, for about 8 years and did a wonderful job at St. Catherine's, but still very much involved at the youth level along with Ulrich Batson. Good delivery. Single. Taken. As it's pushed away. Cover has to move to the left to pick it up. They get 1. So the over comes to another successful over from Jakeem Ford at the end of over number 10, 44 for 3.
44 for 3, and 10 overs gone. Lopez is on 18. Bob has 1. The current rate is 4.40. Remember the Boscobel side to make it a three-peat, a hat-trick of titles. It is the Barbados Cricket Association 40 over Shield competition. They need 147 runs after the game was reduced from 40 overs to 37 and then to 35. And Pickwick invited back first on a good pitch for batting. They amassed 146, a below par score. But like Matt Fingal would have said at the law school, they are fighting back. More from Andrew Mason, and then Andy Payne will join him.
Thank you very much indeed. So the action continues with Edwin, the captain, the exemplar. Andy Payne joins me. St. Lucie man supporting the St. Peter team. Hello, Andy. Nice to see you. Had a good lunch?
A very lovely lunch indeed, Andrew.
Stayed away from the macaroni pie?
Yeah, I had my salad and my chicken.
Not necessarily in that order. How do you read the game now, 44 for 3? Talk to me.
Yeah, interesting game. This pair at the middle now, Dario Lopez, he's been there for some 30 deliveries from the beginning. He's been a very integral cog in this Boscobel side for a long time. And Alston Bob, he needs to stay here. But I think that the Pickwick side with the importance of this man, Rashid Edwin, who's just bowled a bad delivery and swept to the fine leg area for 4. But Rashid Edwin, he's going to be integral for his team as he's an experienced player and he's one who knows how to get wickets.
Yep. Bad delivery, as you said, and swept quite nicely by Lopez, who's batted well. He's got 22, 49 for 3. It's not a big score. They're under 100 now, but they've lost the wickets of Graves. He was really a victim of his own indiscretion. It was poor. Edwards, a key man in the side, and they lost Boyce recently.
Yes, 3 very important wickets, like you said, a victim of his own indiscretion. I don't think he recognized the importance of his innings here today, Richie Graves. He would have been a really, really key man. We had some word from Australia, former St. Catherine player, and Omar Phillips, who was very annoyed when he saw Richie Graves got out, and he sent me an immediate note, Andrew.
Yeah, well, hello to Omar Phillips, still in Australia.
Yes, he's very much there doing his coaching.
Yeah, wonder what time it will be. Send us a note. Love to hear from you, Omar Phillips. St. Catherine's captain as well. In fact, came to Bayfield and won the championship. I'll never forget that. Please come back to St. Catherine's, Omar. We need you. We need you badly.
Yeah, very good friends with Alison Bob. They were teammates for a long time. That was your glory days, Andrew.
Yeah, in fact, Bob would have played for St. Catherine's as well. Edwin gets the respect of Lopez, who prods it into the offside down to cover. The rain is with us. And we've got 11 overs gone, 49 for 3.
Yes, interested period here in comparison after some 11 overs. You know, Pickwick, they would have been 42 for 4, so 49 for 3. It's pretty much even Stevens there, just a wicket difference. But this man Lopez and the experienced Bob, they need to form a partnership if they're going to keep their side in this contest. But I tell you what, this Pickwick outfit with the Pacers and Ford here now, he's looking very good, Andrew. Good bowler in his own rights, as well as Prescott in his opening spell.
Yeah, he looks nippy. He's not the type that will run your way, but you like those kind of bowlers that are sharpish, good use of the short ball, pitch it up and do a bit with it, as he was beautiful in terms of getting rid of Boyce and outswing. Continues the attack now to bowl to Bob. That's full and stroked away through cover. That'll go to the boundary. We'll get there just about now. Poor delivery and dealt with in the appropriate fashion. It was juicy, like the lovely lunch we had at the BCA today. Stroked through cover by Bob for 4. Wouldn't miss out on that. And the 50 is now come on the board for Boscobel.
A lovely shot is what we would call a GIF, Andrew. A full delivery just on the off stump. There's no one on that extra cover boundary. So all he had to do was beat the infield. And he had a sure boundary there and very well executed in that he placed it well, and 4 more runs to his team.
So Bob in his orange pads. Here's 4 to bowl to him. Very well played again. Just a single. They'll get a second as well. Bob scoots home. Fielder down at third man, had to move a long way across to his left, moving from third man to backward point. Always 2 there. There was a bit of hesitation with the second, but always in control. So Bob has gone to 7.
Yeah, good aggressive running there by Bob and Lopez. That man from the third man area, he had a long way to come around to his left. So, and he had a little bit of a misfield as well. So 2 well taken runs in the end.
There's a hint of rain in the air now, overcast. Oh, very well bowled indeed. Pitched up just outside the off stump. Jeff Boycott's chord of uncertainty, nibbled at it, and very close to the outside edge. What a good comeback delivery.
A good comeback delivery indeed. I will tell you, this guy, Jakeem Ford, though, he's got the knack to bowl a wicket-taking delivery. As you saw that delivery to dismiss Boyce earlier, and then this delivery, those are the type of deliveries that would always get you wicket.
I like him. Does he remind you of anyone? You would have played a lot for the Maple side in the 90s you played, right?
Yes.
Long retired, I would imagine, with visions of coming back. Good delivery, bang on target again. But does he remind you of anyone when you played at the first division level for Maple?
Tell me who you have in mind. Is remind me of a lot of bowlers, Andrew. With this kind of deliveries, you're talking about a specific Maple player?
No, anyone at the first division level when you played, anyone you can think of?
Yeah, you put me to the test there. But what I'm saying is he's a bit sharpish, some good wicket-taking deliveries. It's just that consistency that he needs to persist with.
And very athletic as well. No, that's a good delivery. No, good bounce. Batsman on the back foot having to, as they say, pick the ball out of his chest. So we've had a situation where that he's bowled a full toss that was stroked away, but he's now come back with some good deliveries, but seems to have infringed by bowling on no ball. So a free hit is an offer here. That's naughty, Mr. Ford.
Yeah, naughty indeed. Probably striving for a little additional pace because you saw that one had a lot of bounce on it. So probably with the additional thought of pace, you just infringed the front crease like you rightfully said and overstepping. But did we see what Bob can do with this free hit now?
Well, he does a lot with it. Gets it over the mid-on there. Go away, down to long on. That's gone for 4. That is what you should do with a free hit. You should put it away. Well played, Bob.
Yeah, you can see the experience of Bob. You saw the intent. He just stayed there still in his crease. And he didn't move too early, Andrew. He just waited till it fell into that slot and hit it over the mid-on area as the mid-on is in. And easy hit once you get over there. So 4 runs off the free hit. That moves him up to 11. And 60 for 3. Boscobel requiring 147 for victory.
Good hit. Now the mid-on will go back to long on now. Bob goes into double figures.
But sensible batting here by this pair, Andrew. A partnership beginning to forge. There's 18 runs between the pair, but the experience of Bob coming to the fore. And that man Lopez, he continues to there. A lot of pedigree in Lopez, Andrew. As I can tell you, his brothers are Donovan Lopez, a former Barbados under 19 captain, and Carlitos Lopez.
What has become of Donovan Lopez? The over comes in and 12 gone, 60 for 3. What's become of him? Donovan?
Lopez, as you know, he would have been a former Maple captain as well, as he did the Barbados youth. He's now playing his trade in the culinary industry.
Really?
Yeah,
Is he a chef?
He's a chef. He's actually the executive chef at that Lone Star restaurant on the West Coast.
Oh, Lone Star.
So, yes.
It's a big job.
Indeed.
Very well paid to, I'm told. Lone Star is a big hotel. It's not cheap.
Yeah, very good chef.
So Lopez is at Lone Star. What about the other one, Carlitos? Where is he?
I think he's migrated now and he lives in Miami, Carlitos Lopez.
Is he a chef as well?
No. But yeah, he's over there. Like I said, very good pedigree in this man, Dario Lopez. Is come up in a real cricketing family, but he's been there for Boscobel. He's been there for a long time, and you saw him kept him wicket a bit earlier today, and you can see how good he was. 22 from 35 deliveries, but really holding the innings together for this CJM Boscobel team. And if there's across the line, a good partnership between himself and Bob needs to go a bit deeper. There's just 12 overs bowled, so some overs to go and some runs there to be required. But good partnership beginning to forge here as we are into our first water break.
Yep. So Graves didn't do too much. He just faced 2 balls, gone for a duck. As you said, Lopez is holding the innings together. You opened the batting with Graves, got 22. Edwards, a key man normally for them, just got 2, played a bad shot, and Boyce was outdone by an outswinger from Ford, and he edged it and was caught at first by Edwin for 9. Bob is a key man. He's got 11. So you would think that the combination of Lopez and Bob will want to bat deep here for the CJM Boscobel side that has been dominant at this level of cricket. So as the players refresh themselves, 73 for 3. I'll make that 60 for 3 with Bob on 11 and Lopez 22. And a situation where there are 12 overs bowled. So the equation now, Andy Payne, they require 87 to win. 7 wickets in the bag. On that evidence, you would think that Boscobel should go on to win, but it's going to take clever, it's going to take intelligent batting, because when you look at it, you've got Boyce, Edwards, Goddard, Johnson, and Jordan to come.
Yeah, pretty experienced batting at the bottom end. Tony Edwards, he's been around for a long time. Ronaldo Griffith, the captain, you know, he played for Maple as well as he did for the BDF. He's a soldier by making, so he's got some batting to come at the bottom. But the bowling for the ESA field Pickwick today, Darnell Greenwich, picking up those 2 early wickets, 4 overs, no maidens, 2 for 15. Jatara Prescott offering good support, 4 overs, no maidens, none for 16. The captain Rashid Edwin, he's come on, he's bowled 2 overs, none for 11, and Jakeem Ford producing that brilliant outswinger like you said to take the edge of Boyce, and he's bowled 2 overs and he picked up 1 for 13. So also 60 for 3, 12 overs, Andrew, as we're about to resume in the middle.
Yeah, indeed. So the weather's holding. 10 minutes to go very overcast. Had a bit of rain. The rain maybe has gone down to St. Lucie to come back a little bit later on. So the action continues, and we're going to have another change in bowling.
Yes, changing bowling with Andrew. On your WhatsApp, you've been asking about some interested new fast bowling talent. I'd be keen to see what kind of text messages that you had.
Well, I
coming
did.
in.
Yeah, I got some text messages. I'll look at those messages again because I'm very keen on fast bowling, because I think that if we're gonna get back anywhere to the top, we gotta produce fast bowlers and produce them that will, as the greats did, scare, intimidate batsmen, and that is going to be of great importance. Of course, halcyon days of West Indies cricket, we have some very, very good fast bowlers. The godfather being, of course, Sir Wesley Hall, Malcolm Marshall, and of course Joe Garner was not as quick but very, very effective. Colin Crawford sharp.
How about Sylvester Clark, Andrew?
Sylvester Clark was very sharp, and in fact, interesting story, because back in 1978, when of course the players went to Packer, Alvin Kallicharran took a team to India, because Clive Lloyd then went on to captain the West Indies team. I'll tell you about that after this delivery. Good stop, very good stop indeed by Oren Seal. Ball hit firmly up the pitch. And Sylvester Clark, by virtue of Malcolm Marshall, who actually went on that tour, with the top fast bowlers playing for Packer, well, Sylvester Clark got into the West Indies side, went to India, but Alvin Kallicharran didn't know him. And in fact, didn't bowl him a lot. But when he did, he realized he was very sharp indeed. Alvin Kallicharran, who's now in Guyana. Indian President Mr. Modi was there recently and had a good time. I actually presented him with a bat. Sir Clive Lloyd was there as well.
You were missing, Andrew.
Well, I'm going to Guyana tomorrow, but I wouldn't get a chance to meet the Indian Prime Minister. He's actually leaving. Howard Eastman is surprised at them leaving tomorrow. I'm leaving on a jet plane. You know that song, don't you? Can you sing it?
No, Harold's the singer in the box. But 4 good deliveries being bowled there by Oren Seal, just taking the inside half of the bat. Dario Lopez, all 4 of them, hitting a good length, just bringing the ball back into Lopez. But the key is for him to stay there in the middle. But this Pickwick team, they've got some good players, guys who would have played at the higher level before, and to come back here into this intermediate division and showing their worth, as that one's worked down to the final leg area by Lopez for 4. So after bowling those 3 deliveries pretty straight, he sprayed a bit down the leg side and he's picked off another 4 by Dario Lopez.
Yeah. Lovely turn of the wrist and impact, and just worked it away. Having, as you said, bowled a good line just on top of the off stump straight and was punished.
Yeah, I have another question for you for the survey, Andrew. Is there any team that you think, or if you could recall, that would have won 3 consecutive Shield finals?
Apart from Boscobel?
Well, there are 2. They're hunting the 3rd.
Okay, so give me a clue.
I'm thinking off the top of another St. Peter team.
St. Peter team. Bristol?
Or around Bristol.
Oh, I got it right. Bristol. Well, in fact, when I look back at my career, I'll tell you that the commentaries for the first game, as this ball is played square in the offside, lovely shot, we'll have the legs to get to the boundary, and we'll get there. Bad delivery, too short, and see with no pace whatsoever. It's played square in the offside, that's gone for 4. Good over for Boscobel. 13 gone, 68 for 3.
Yeah, 2 forced to close out the over there by Dario Lopez. So Seal guilty of bowling a bit short, and he saw him on the back foot, just getting into the air and punching that one past backwards, square for 4. But this is the joy of play here at the Mecca, Andrew. You get your value for your shots. So that will be 4 any day here at Kensington Oval.
Indeed. The only thing about it is he didn't have a big crowd to support him. Yeah, just getting back, of course, to Bristol. Do they play at Bristol anymore?
No, I don't even think Bristol is in the BCA division anymore.
No, that's sad.
They're not in the
Don't remember the
competition.
year they actually got into the Division 1 competition, but I had the honor of doing the first match there. And, you know, it's sad really that when you got a club like Bristol not playing cricket anymore. And the interesting thing too is that the country teams are struggling. St. Catherine's out of the elite competition, and your side, Maple, St. Catherine's on the east coast, Maple on the west coast, and Bristol not playing cricket anymore. So the action continues as I will take a break in a minute.
Yes, to the demise of a lot of North cricketers, you know, but there's some teams that came in there. Lords from St. Lucie, they've made their way into the Division 1 competition, as well as Isolation over there in St. Andrew, where you love it very much.
Yeah, I like Isolation Cavaliers. I want to get a message out to the Prime Minister. Of course, Donovan Lovell knows her very well. He's a big supporter of the party, Donovan Lovell, a big BLP man. Tell her to knock that pavilion down in St. Andrew and make it a first-class venue. It's a beautiful venue. I like it a lot. Really like it a lot. I enjoy going down there. And by the way, Barbados will be playing 4 matches at home next year. Have you heard?
So you send that little snippet out for everyone to see. So you have that, Andrew, the dates for the first class?
Yeah, I do. It's going to start on the 29th of January. Barbados' first match is going to be against Guyana. Barbados' last match is against the Leewards in St. Kitts. They've got a couple of matches at home. They've got 4 matches at home. They're going back to the home and away basis. And I would have broken that story a long time ago. We just await the official confirmation from Cricket West Indies.
You had a scoop, Andrew.
Well, I normally get scoops. That's a bad delivery. Wide. And they'll run one, so we'll get 2. Of course, Keith Holy used to be the scoops man in Barbados. He's no longer the scoops man. Keith Holy's doing radio commentary along with Donovan Lovell. 69 for 3. Yeah, I'll send you the schedule. I've got it. Sent it to Harold Eastman as well, who will be making an application for a job as a statistician. Harold says he wants a contract. I prefer to send him a schedule.
You just send him the schedule. But knowing Harold, Andrew, he's probably got his contract very much arranged already. So.
Yeah. He's a big one. Of course, the scores are no longer scores. They're statisticians. On the back foot and pushed out to cover, there's no run.
But what is interesting here, Andrew, is that this period they haven't been bothering any sort of alarms. They're just playing the ball on merit, just picking up the singles as they come along, and just getting the boundaries when the battle will come, as you saw Lopez in the previous over. So a good head there, Bob. Good foil to have, and he's just showing his capacity as a senior player here.
Donovan Lovell behind me, flirting as usual. 71 for 3. Comes the caller next. Up towards the mid-off area, dropping just in front of Prescott. Did he put in that good old West Indian dive? Wow, that was very close to being caught at mid-off.
Yeah, eerie drive as we're having a look at it here, but just a little bit early in the shot, Alston. Bob, is it a change of pace? No, CMAC delivery, but he driving a bit early, and you can see it carrying to Prescott, but just dropping short of it. Who made a good save in the end?
Yeah.
So no run on offer, but very well bowled there by Ford.
But this has been a good comeback by Ford, having bowled a couple of naughty deliveries. He's not sharp by any stretch of the imagination, but he's the one that will keep you honest. Like a Henry Bryan, who was an underrated bowler for Barbados. I like Henry Bryan, really. You know, in fact, I remember going to Jamaica. Henry would have played in the 90s, played for Maple. He's now the
head coach at Maple.
I remember speaking to Delroy Morgan, who was then opening the batting for Jamaica. And he said to me, of course, Patterson Thompson was in the side, but he said that the one that they always worried about was Henry Bryan, because he was that kind of bowler that he wouldn't give you any runs, and he would nip a wicket.
A very skillful bowler, Henry Bryan. With knowledge of experience down there, have a lot of chats with Henry day in, day out. And if you can just see how he went about his job, he was always that man who would continue to bowl on that 4/5 stump line. And like you said, had the ability to just nick the edge off. So a very good bowler in his own right.
Yeah, very good indeed, and I think was good enough maybe to have played more for the West Indies. Of course, he came along at a time, when it was very difficult to get into the West Indies side. Reminded me a lot of Barrington Brown. Not Barrington Levy, by any stretch of the imagination. You know him, he's your favorite man.
I remember
But
Barrington Brown.
he was sharpish, and Henry Brand hit the bat hard.
Barrington Brown, he would have chaired the new ball with Lyndon Joseph.
Yeah, Lyndon Joseph, and that was a good combination for Guyana. Those are fantastic memories. If there any other memories going back, you can certainly send us a note. 2534679. Of course, Harold Eastman is saying he will learn to trade with Stephen Farm and Prof Edwards because he actually played for the Wanderers side.
Yeah, I give you a little history. He also played for the Empire team before he went
did,
over
yeah,
to
he
the
did.
Wanderers.
Did he play for Maple?
Yeah, he played for Maple at the back end when he was really...
When he was not as good as he was when he was playing for Wanderers.
He was still good enough. I remember playing the first T20 final here in Barbados.
Right.
And Hindi Barron winning that game for Maple. We played against the then Lime.
Lime.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And we
It
played at
was
the
BT at the time?
Yeah, at the Weymouth ground.
Right.
And he had 4 good wickets up there for the man of match performance.
So Seal to continue, very gentle medium pace, and not one that you'd have any nightmares about, really. I'll bat him Seal. He's a very, very gentle man. Same pace as Mark Seal, who has been at CBC for over 40 years now. And bowls a little medium pace of Wharton. Hello, Mark. Haven't seen you in a long time. Mark Seal is getting even slower. Of course, CBC is actually broadcasting this game as well. Hello to Mark Seal. So I'll just do this last over, and then, of course, Donovan Lovell will come a-calling. Not by bowling by any stretch of the imagination. He was a slugger.
Tell you, if Donovan was here, this score would probably be off already.
I would think so as well. The problem with Donovan is he never lasted long. In fact, there was this famous story that is, when he was playing for Banks, he was batting. His mother called the pavilion, and somebody said, I want to speak to Donovan. She said, and the person said Donovan was batting. She said she'd wait.
She can hold on.
Donovan came and took his mother's call. Edge didn't hit the stumps, and we'll go down to third man. Wow. Luck, and more luck for Lopez. That could have easily been played on, but it goes past the keeper. That's gone to the boundary.
You saw Chase coming up to the wicket there for Orion Seal, and Seal just trying to keep Lopez honest, keeping him in the crease, and that one's nipped back and had a bit of the inside edge, but good delivery. Very lucky to still be there, as that one could have crashed into the leg stump, but it didn't, and they've carried all the way for buys, so it didn't take any. So that one was a sharp nip back at Andrew, and had both Lopez and the keeper in a lot of trouble.
So Seal, Pickwick's what? 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth bowler. Would have left St. Catherine's, I believe, this year. Was it last year? One of the many who would have left St. Catherine's. St. Catherine's hard hit by people leaving. Of course, a former captain who's now gone to Spartan. He's gone back to Spartan. Michael Austin.
There was also a left-hand pace bowler there last year. Moriah?
Moriah, yeah. Not Moriah Carey.
No. Gavin Moriah.
Gavin Moriah.
Yeah, he's now at the Yorkshire.
He's Yorkshire.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
yeah. Good left arm pacer.
Yeah, so
very fit.
They've been hit by some transfers.
Yeah, indeed. Played away, lovely shot. I love to see the on drive. The old time cricketers play that so well. Talking about transfers, in fact, St. Catherine would have been hit about 2 or 3 years ago when a lot of the players from the junior program then actually went to play just a couple of yards away from the club. Of course, they went to Windward. And those players like Jakeem Blades and company, Bishop, Windward are in a very good chance, a very good opportunity now to actually next year go up to the top. They're leading and should make it to the elite.
Yes, indeed. So that's the problem again. So that's what's good about this Boscobel team, Andrew, if we can speak about that. There's so much of a homegrown team.
Right.
All of these guys here are probably from Boscobel or the environs of Boscobel, the Castle, the Giz, the Moat, all that area. So they're very much homegrown. So I'm sure that they're sticking to the Boscobel and they want to see them as well promoted up to that Division 1 level.
It's a drive up to mid-off. Left-handed batsman Bob will get a single. Of course, Boscobel has produced some good cricketers. Fidel Edwards is from that area as well, is he?
He's very much from a Boscobel area, as was his brother Pedro Collins. We also speak of the Corey Collins. And that man, Omar Phillips, that we spoke
He's a
about.
Boscobel man as
very
well.
much Boscobel.
Emerson Jordan is also a Boscobel as well.
Remember Kevin McLean.
Kevin McLean
he's
is a
very much
Boscobel
from
man
within
as
the
well.
confines of that area. So we've been mentioning that entire area of Boscobel and its environs, the amount of players that they've produced.
Produced some good players.
Very, very good players indeed.
St. Peter. But I'm going to leave you now. I've been talking to a great dealer, Donovan Love, who actually spent 2 years at Boscobel without any real production. Comes the call in 79 for 3. You check his record, he averaged 10.
Yes, as Donovan Lovell, a very excited batsman, is there with the players for the Banks and then the Carlton as well. Aggressive batsman by nature. As he comes into the seat now, but it will be looking forward to continue to bowl this man Alston Bob, who's in a very good partnership with Dario Lopez. 37 runs partnership. The score is 79 for 3. As I welcome Donovan.
Yeah, certainly. Thank you and welcome back to our viewers. And indeed, my lawyers will be writing Andrew Mason. I'm going to make sure to that. Bright and early on Monday morning, I'm heading down to Cloral Street and he's getting a letter from me. That's for sure.
I can tell you, Donovan, one thing that's not new to Andrew Mason is letters from lawyers.
Nevertheless, he's going to get one. That's an additional one, Andrew. I'm telling you, it's coming. But indeed, Bob is batting really well. A key wicket here for the Boscobel side. One with loads of experience. And once he stays here, Pickwick a bit guilty of being wayward in the bowling thus far.
Oh, lovely shot that by Lopez. You can see that one by Ford going into the mud, as they would say, for a short delivery. And there was Dario Lopez on the back foot with a swivel and hit that one past the backward square area for another 4. He moves up to 32. 84 for 3. Donovan, how good was that shot?
Yes, indeed. That was, as they would say, a long hop, really. And I would bet any amount of money that Stevie Wonder and both Ray Charles would have played the same shot. That was a rank long hop, asked to be hit. And indeed, that's what he did. And they sped away quickly across this outfield for 4. So the Boscobel side aided and abetted by some not so good bowling from the Pickwick side and not consistent enough. Remember, very small total, 147 for victory. So indeed, they are their worst enemy at this point, not being really tight enough in the bowling.
See another lovely shot there by Lopez. It will get pretty close to the boundary, might not carry across the line, but you see him getting a bit full this time and on the lay stump as they come for 3. Donovan Lovell, another lovely shot by this man Lopez, who was there from the beginning of this innings. He's moved up to 40 runs now, but a very, very good innings in the making by Lopez, taking the score up to 93 for 3.
Batting really well. 45 deliveries faced, 77 minutes, 5 4s and 1 6 indeed. Very good knock, and it could be a match-winning one as well, because at this point the Boscobel side really cruising here, as I said, aided and abetted by some bad bowling at times by the SFE's Pickwick side. And Bob, who, no doubt, with all the experience at the first division level, is going to stay there with him, looking to bring this one home for his side. If they can get Bob and Lopez, you never know, but the way it's looking now, Andy, it's looking as though this train is making a trip down to Boscobel.
Yeah, good batting by the pair. Donovan, as you said, 93 for 3. Lopez on 44, Bob on 16. Remember, the target is 147. You will see Ford just pulling out of his run there as he approached the wicket. But a sensible batting by this pair, Donovan. Nothing too alarming by them. They're just picking up the singles, and as the bad delivery come around, they're just putting them across the line for what's turned out to be a very good partnership. Like we said, 45-run partnership between the pair, but very good batting by this pair.
And certainly with the field placings from the Pickwick team, there's a lot of real estate. If you look, you see long on, there's long off, deep in the wicket. So all the fielders seem to be on the boundary, so it's easy 1s and 2s. And as you said, quite rightfully, good batting by this pair so far.
Yeah, another single there by Bob, just working that one down to the long on area. Long on is back. Remember, down there are no restrictions in this in this division of cricket. But if they're hot to get anything near this Boscobel, I don't think the restrictions need to be anything of note. They need to get some men in some wicket taking positions and try to get further into this batting.
And I agree with that. I said that before. Even though there's no restrictions, you've got to create that pressure, not only by bowling, but by your field placings. And looking to get that wicket, not just sitting around and hoping for something to happen. You know, put a batter at short cover, put a guy in front of the eye line of the batter and see what happens. Create that pressure.
A naughty bit of cricket there, Donovan. You saw Lopez trying to work that one into the leg side. Who's the player there?
I'm trying to understand what happened there, really, because the ball was in the air for ages.
Have a look at it, Donovan.
In the air for ages. The fielder had enough time and still didn't get close to the ball. So really a chance given to Lopez. That ball in the air for ages, and the fielder still did not get close to taking that catch.
Donovan, I'll tell you, any of your primary school charges would have taken that one. Lopez, he had given up. You know, it was a long way in the air. He had a long time to get under it done. He had all the time in the world to take what would have been an easy chance, and he floored it. And that man, Lopez, he lived to fight another day. He's been the danger man so far. I'm sure the Pickwick team, they must be very dejected in that missed chance.
Yeah, it can certainly deflate you, but you still must remember that it's cricket you're playing, and these things will happen. And even though you might be angry, sometimes you are, you just not make sure you don't show it. You know, encourage them still. You're gonna need them to take the next one and just keep going. But indeed, a very easy chance. And I'm telling you, anyone a tall pass in the road going anywhere to do a little shopping now would have simply just catch that one and go back doing the shopping.
So as the 16th over have come to an end, it's 88 for 3. Lopez, he's on 38. And Bob, he's on 17. The required run rate now is only 3 runs and over. The run rate is 5.5 and over. So Boscobel is required another 59 runs to win off 114 balls with some 7 wickets indeed. They would think that they're very, very much ahead in this contest, Don.
Yeah, and when you look at that, you would see in the context of the match, a low scoring game, you need not only to bowl well, you need to take your chances. Remember, the keeper, he dropped the catch as well. And there's one that's gone again. You want to make sure you take everything in terms of your catches. Your field places must be precise. You must dive around, put your life on the line in the field. Because remember, a small total, you can get some quick wickets. You're still in with a chance.
This one's worked pretty close to the fine leg area. It's getting pretty close. It's not going to get across. A good piece of fielding there. It looks like Chitario Prescott. Just to pull that one back inside the ropes. But another 3 runs, Donovan, to Alston Bob this time, as that one by Owen Seal was angled down the leg side, and he was able to tickle that one around to the fine leg area to pick up another 3. So easy scoring there, Don.
Easy pickings, as they will say. You only had to get some bat on it, and he did just that, and it sped away across the quick outfield, and they were able to get 3. So wayward bowling again continues. Inconsistency in the bowling from the Pickwick side that you really cannot afford to be all over the shop, as they would say, in terms of your bowling when you're only defending 146.
Yeah, but we keep speaking about this left-handed, right-handed combination, and I don't know if that's affected Seal somewhat, as you see him now bowling to the right-handed Lopez. Let's see what line he's about to bowl, and that one is down the leg side to the left-hand. The signal wide by umpire Ezra Marshall. Don?
Yeah, certainly some bowlers don't like that, and it gives people of a higher level in terms of bowling trouble at some time. So you would imagine it could be here for young Seal. 50 runs partnership, 21 to Lopez, and indeed a very good partnership for this pair. 20 runs to Bob. So they've been batting pretty well together, running beautifully between the wickets indeed.
Yeah, the 50 partnership coming up off 46 deliveries in 39 minutes, some 6 fours. Lopez, he's 31 of that, and Bob, he's 20. Another good shot on the offside here by Lopez. That one's gone out to that man at the deep extra cover who's made a fumble, and the batsmen were very quick to come back for the second on that misfield. So good aggressive running there on that occasion, Don. Pushing the score up, and that's what they're doing, keeping the Pickwick fielders under pressure.
As the coaches said, they ran the first one hard. You never know what could happen. They did just that. They ran the first one rather quickly. The misfield came, and they were easily back for the second again. Good, intelligent batting by this pair. Experience, Bob, for sure, is going to guide Lopez and looking to guide him straight to victory.
Yeah, what we can tell our viewers is that we're playing on the pitch further to the east, so there's a lot of room down there on that cover side, and Tyra Prescott, he probably needed to come in a few yards off the boundary because it's a long way down there, just in front of the Greenwich and Haynes stand. So it's a long way down there. If you can get the ball in the right area, he's got a long way to come in. So two would always be easy. As I said, this pitch is the furthest one to the east here at the Oval. No ball being signaled there this time by umpire Ezra Marshall as Seal, he's infringed on the front crease. So a free hit will be on offer there for Dario Lopez. He must be surely eyeing up a half century. Lopez, as we said, he had a century earlier in this competition, Don. He scored 106 against the Kings Park's team in one of the earlier round matches. So he's been formed batsman for Boscobel, and he's stayed there from the inception and just biding his time and trying to get his team across the line. So just wait and see how Seal it would be to bowl what would be a free hit to Lopez. Lovely stop there by that man, and that one could be the run out. Cardinal Sin trying to run on a misfield for that man that cover for a free hit. You don't want to be run out on a free hit, Don.
Well, then not only the free hit, but there was a chance for a run out. It looks like Stewart at cover, doing some good fielding. The return came back in to a Seal and could not effect the run out. It looked as though Bob would have been a fair distance out. Again, another opportunity gone to bag in.
Yeah, like you said, if you're going to get home, you've got to take these chances, the half chances as well, to put pressure on the fielding team, get deeper into the batting lineup. But all's when it ends well. But good feeling there by, it looks like that man, Jerome Short. A lovely piece of fielding, as you said, putting his body on the line on that occasion, and essaying a very good stop in the cover area there. So Boscobel looking for a repeat, as we say in this shield. They require another 52 runs down. That's all they require. Seen that one by Lopez, just turned quietly into the square-like area. One is all they'll be, as it looks like Bartlett, after missing that chance previous over, coming around from the deep backward square. Single, another single, 98 for 3. Don Lopez, how good has he been in this inning so far?
This has been a very good innings by Lopez. Patience, even exhibited patience. Very, very good running between the wickets. His shot selection has been great. He's chosen the right balls to get his singles and twos, and once the ball comes along, he's very, very confident in terms of dispatching it. And so far, this has been a very, very good knock, in my opinion. 52 deliveries faced, 88 minutes, and he struck 6 fours. And really, to have a partner in the likes of Alison Bob at the other end, with first division experience playing for St. Catherine's, is really, really good for the Boscobel side at this stage. And they're in a position where they can push for victory, as this one is steered down to the boundary, past the man at gully beautifully by Bob. The 100 is up for the Boscobel side, 101 for 3. 17 overs are gone. Bob is on 24. Lopez is on 41. And really, it looks like easy sailing here for the Boscobel side. And the ESA Fees Pickwick side will have themselves only to blame. They created the chances on occasions, but just refused to take them. and you never know. Add 2 quick wickets to the total, you never know what could happen. So 46 to win from 108 deliveries is the equation, Andy. Where is your money at this point?
Well, that would be Andrew Mason and yourself with the money. I'm just following the cricket. But Boscobel are very much ahead here, down the 103 for 3, just requiring another 46 runs. This man, Dario Lopez, is in Trent, and support from Alston Bob. 26 from 25 delivered. Bob quietly just batting ahead of a runner ball, just without notice. So that's very good batting, getting the ball in the area, picking up the boundary whenever he can. He's have some 3-4s to his score. That's man Alston Bob. Dario Lopez, he's had 6-4s, but the pair has been really into a very, very good partnership and pushing this team along. As you see, a new introduction to the bowling, Preston Clark, the young man, bowls some off spin. He batted very well earlier today. Let's see what he can do now, Don. Just starting the one on the leg stump, and saw Lopez just going for a sweep shot coming off the pad. So leg break signal there by umpire Adrian Jones. But the umpiring in today's game, Adrian Jones and Ezra Marshall, just making the mark coming up to the higher division. Good job, I would say, by the umpires today.
They did a very good job as far as I'm concerned, but both with experience in terms of cricketing experience, and that really helps a lot. But they've done a pretty commendable job. And as you said, coming up a flight in terms of the divisions, but so far so good as Preston Clark continues.
Very good delivery there and a good take by the keeper. So Clark, he seems to be a little bit of a faster type of off spinner from every time I've seen him, but good enough to keep it tight. Preston Clark, a very attractive player, a good player for them in the making. Just to see, hope that this young man can carry on and grow from strength to strength.
As Bob with a single, and as I would say to you, if you were at the Hollywood stage where the awards were or will be given out, you get an award for the best supporting role, and obviously that will have to go to Bob, who's been a perfect foil for Lopez so far.
Yeah, taking away from him, a very experienced player, like we keep saying. He would have also played for the Windward Islands on some occasion. So one who knows the cricket. I had a chat with him last weekend after the rain-out game, and he said he would really like to take this Boscobel team up to the higher level of the first division. And he says he just wants this team to continue to play together for another 2 years and keep practicing, he says, because he's a player coach. And like you said, he's really have a group of home-based players, homegrown, I call them, and he's been doing a good job as a coach down there. Lovely piece of feeding there in the cover area. As you saw that one a bit fuller from Preston Clark. As the over comes to an end as well done. So 103 for 3. Lopez, he's on 41, and Bob is on 35.
Yeah, certainly looking to be in charge easily here at the Boscobel Batters. But I was saying before, Andy, that I really would like us to go back into the communities. These communities where you can find a lot of hidden talent, and you can call it whatever you want. If you want to call it the community T20, whatever you want to do, looking for talent, 10 over cricket, whatever you want to do. And let's find that talent that I know that is there in the communities. Not only bringing communities together, but also getting that talent exposed really. I'm sure as we did back in the earlier times, you would find loads of talent hidden away in the communities, in the length and breadth of this country.
As we have Andrew Mason just behind us, and he's happy to hear about this community cricket. And the message coming in is that the godfather of the Boscobel will be the late, great Keith David Boyce, a man of rural St. Peter, Castle to be precise. And he was very close to all in sundry at Boscobel. So he must be rolling his grave to see the target is just 44 runs off 101 balls done.
Did you know that Andrew Mason was a big, quick bowler? You seem surprised, Andy.
Indeed.
I can remember one Saturday he was playing, and somebody said, "Be careful, Andrew's going to bowl. You're going to watch him. He's dangerous." The guy says he's dangerous. He talks about people. Says, oh, no, he's very quick.
That's another delivery work away there by Bob, who's very impressive in picking the ones and two up. Every ball, he's just looking to score. As I was saying to you a bit earlier, Don, check out his strike rate. He's scoring at 93, 27 from 29 balls. Bob, so it's how easy he's picking these singles up. And I could tell you, a player that he probably would play with, Andrew's still very much with us, tells the pain of one of that elk who was able to pick up a single off pretty much every ball, just picking it off similarly to what Bob's doing now.
Yes, indeed, the late great Telson Payne, one really with immense talent and really a stalwart at the St. Catherine's playing facility in St. Philip. And as you mentioned, that Telson Payne, one that comes to mind most recent would be obviously one that we miss dearly, and we keep extending condolences to his friends and his family, and obviously would have been the late Ken Roy Williams, another stalwart of the St. Catherine's Club, and no doubt these are ones that the club and by extension Barbados will miss greatly. Really some fine, not only cricketers, but some fine players as well. And one we recall obviously Blades as well, and along with after this delivery, it's played out to the offside. And Terry Watson as well, and who will have been some stalwarts from that St. Catherine's team that we really miss.
So as that over comes to an end, 107 for 3. Bob, he's on 28. Lopez, he's on 42. So another 40 runs required off 96 deliveries. As you saw, the captain and Rashid Edwin just coming back into the attack and completing that over. So Clark is going to Preston Clark to continue, but Rashid Edwin, he's been on the ball, probably on the ball himself a bit. If you were hoping to get into the wickets, you would think that he had to bowl a bit more. He's bowled some 3 overs for 15 runs. As Clark will bowl into Lopez, a nice delivery there, just groping forward. Lopez beaten and taken there by keeper Thaddeus Chase, so no run, but a good partnership, like we said, being essayed by this pair, and good supporting role. You said Bob was for Lopez, as Lopez is pushing that one up in the air. Lovely catch that by Rashid Edwin, the captain, just trying to work that one into the leg side and taking the leading edge, and you can see Rashid Edwin diving all his way to the right to come up with a one-handed catch, a spectacular catch there, Don. So he's now got 2 lovely catches in this innings, as you see Lopez trying to work that one to the leg side, taking the edge, and a lovely catch that by Rashid Edwin. What a lovely catch, Don.
Indeed, that was really a good catch, and to see the big guy through the air, getting lots of hang time and really plucking that one from the sky is indeed a very good catch to dismiss Lopez, who has played a very, very good knock here for his side, but indeed a very good catch by Captain Edwin and Preston Clark. He has gone his first wicket, but indeed I must say well done again to Lopez. A very good knock from him. 107 for 4. Still in the driver's seat, I would imagine, at the Boscobel side, but you never know. This cricket is a funny old game, but 40 runs required from 94 deliveries. I really don't see anything major really happening to stop the Boscobel side from getting across the line, but as I said, this is a funny old game. Before I go, I just want to say a pleasant good afternoon to my former opening batsman from the bankside, Michael Flash Maynard. How are you doing, my friend? And Pedro Agard, how are you, my friend? I've not seen you in a while, but I'm now reflecting on the attacking batters, the guys who dismiss bowling regularly on Saturdays. So I have to mention Barry Calendar as well. Good afternoon to you. How you doing? Ron Bates as well. Those guys were really dismissive on weekends. And the umpire here now, the umpire Jones as well. Adrian Jones, he was one or two who was very dismissive. You, Andy, you were stylish. You were good, but stylish. You want to cover drive between cover and extra cover, but I would want to hit that same ball through my wicket for 4. But still, you were productive, my friend.
Thank you, Donovan. You've called some very productive names there in club cricket over the years. But what a big wicket that is to get at this stage. Dario Lopez, he's been in good form, as we could inform by Pedro that he's had a very lovely 90-odd against his team to be in OC on a difficult wicket. But it's the captain of Ronaldo Griffith. No, he's into the middle to face up to Preston Clark. Let's see. Lovely delivery. The keeper, the hands on the head. Maybe a little bit of an outside edge. Very exciting times there for the Pickwick team as they hope to get another one in. As you said, Don, add 2 wickets to the score and it could look a lot different.
Certainly in the chance they're given to Griffith. First delivery, keeper not taking it. So you got to take your chances, the low scoring affair. You've gotten a wicket, the possibility of getting another one, creating more pressure, and the ball is edged and is put down by the keeper. And Pickwick today has been their worst enemy.
Yes, as you said, they're still very much in the game. Like you said, just some 6 wickets away, 39 runs required from the batting team. Bob, he must be the man there in the middle who might hold all the aces in this deck. But a very good spell of bowling here by young Jatara Prescott, who's having a really good game. He's batted all the way for his team, but now he's come on and shown his worth with the ball. Into his second over, only 2 runs conceded to date, and picking up that the all-important wicket of Lopez.
Yeah, certainly a very good wicket to get. Lopez has looked really entrenched, really looked as though he was going to bring it home, but indeed a fine catch by Edwin.
Another good single there by Bob, just playing that one late and playing to the backward point area to pick up a single. As that over has come to an end, so after the end of the over, there's some 38 deliveries remain from 90 balls. Bob, he's on 29, and just skipper and Ronaldo Griffith just coming to the crease, so they want to add a little bit of a further partnership to try to get their team across the line. As remember, the CJM Boscobel, CJM Enterprises Boscobel, they're looking for a repeat of this Shield final.
Yes, and as they say, winning is a habit. So even if they are in a position where at the moment it might seem as though they might be under a little bit of pressure, and then really not, but they're a team that they're accustomed to winning, so it'll be easy for them to dig themselves out of any hole, really. But with Bob, Alison Bob still there, and Griffith joining him, I think they still have their heads in front.
So the start is over for Rashid Edwin. You saw Bob just stroking that one up to the long off area for another easy single. I'm not sure that the Pickwick will be too bothered though, as we'll watch to bowl a lot of balls at the new batsman in Griffith. He's new to the crease, and it looked like he had a half chance early by the keeper. The keeper, who's then will put down 2 pretty relatively easy chances, Don.
Yes, sir. Of course he did. But again, that's the game. But you can see here now, an easy single, a pass. Edwin, who has gone to his left, to his right, trying to field the ball. An easy single for Griffith because he's bowling with a long on and a long off. Griffith is on strike. You want to take a wicket again. Squeeze him. Don't let him get off the mark. But indeed, easy single that puts Bob back on strike. Yeah. There's too many balls for the Boscobel side to get the runs they have to get. So you can't defend the runs. Take a chance. Bring the field tighter. Looking for that wicket.
That one's punched out to backward point. They're looking for 2. 1 is all they get. Bob, again, just working that one past the point area for another easy single. Rashid just bowling that one a little bit short on the offside, and Bob, he was easy to get back and punch it past it. But a good call by you, Don. You would think that you want to squeeze in your batsman, especially getting that long off and long on in, and don't give any easy singles away to that area. As you see him just working that one now past the fine leg area. It's definitely 2 on here by the captain in Griffith, so he's back for 2, and that's what you want. You don't want to get the new batsman scoring too freely.
I see too many captains do this. I mean, you're not playing names. The batter is in for the first delivery. I don't care who it is. You can't have long on and long. Well, sorry, you shouldn't have long on and long off, and he gets an easy single off the strike. You want to bowl as much deliveries as possible at the new batter, trying to get that wicket.
So again, you saw Lopez just punching that one into the cover area to pick up net an easy single. Again, Darnell Griffiths just throwing his body on the line, but couldn't prevent a single there by Griffith, the captain. So in that over, we had some 6 runs done, and all it began with trying to squeeze that man in Griffith, and I'm sure it would have been a lot more difficult for the scoring, but 6 runs at the end of that over. So at the end of the over number 21, it's 115 for 4. Bob, he's on 31. Captain Griffith, new to the crease, he's on 5 with 5 not out, and the required rate here, there's just another 32 runs required of 84 balls with 6 wickets in hand, and like you said, you want to strangle the new batsman.
Too many deliveries left. 84 deliveries to get 32 runs. The new batter comes in to bat in Griffith, who's not known for scoring a lot of runs. But there you have long on, long off, deep mid wicket, deep square leg. The man that cover is deep, halfway on, almost on the circle, but there's none but where the circle would be. So he can easily do what? Tap the ball past the bowler and get a single. Ball is back on strike.
So it's Preston Clark bowling the loose delivery, easy scoring there for Ronaldo Griffith, just hitting that one up to the cover area, and he's back off strike. So giving up the strike after first delivery. So good rotation of the strike by Captain Griffith, getting the senior man and Bob back on strike. Bob, he's on 31 off 37 deliveries, and they want to get another wicket here, Don, if they're going to keep themselves in the contest. But you need, like you said, to squeeze the new man and try to bowl a lot more dot deliveries and ask him to do something different than just get off strike.
Yeah, and certainly in the offside for Bob, the left-hander, there's a man on cover boundary sweeping, then there's a man at gully, but he needs to be a bit finer, because that's a release for the left-hander. He's going to go past the man at slip, he's going between gully and your man at point. That's his area. He's going to slice the ball off the bat, looking to score in that area. Block that area, force him to hit the ball down the ground, force him to hit the ball to the man at cover catching.
So Clark, again, you see Bob just going on the back foot and punching that one to the man at that point area. Can't score, but good bowling by this young man, Preston Clark. He's now into his 3rd over. He's picked up 1 for 4. Continuing to bowl the ball into the pitch and asking Bob to play him off the back foot. You see another good delivery, just biting a little bit across the right-handed batsman, not being able to score. And those are the type of deliveries that you want when you're bowling to the right-handed Griffith, who's new to the crease. But Bob, I'm sure he's not going to give it away. He's very well entrenched here, as you see. Clark again, this time he's by on the leg stump, and Bob going for a sweep shot. Let's wait for the umpire to signal, like by Adrian Jones. So another single on offer. So 117 for 4 down. That just required another 30 runs.
Easy sailing for the CGM's Enterprises Boscobel. And that one angled down the leg side. He only had to get some bat on it. He didn't really, but came off the pad. And easy single in the end. So 78 deliveries remaining, 30 runs to get for victory for the Boscobel side. And unless the captain, who's operating from the southern end, could do something spectacular in terms of a hat trick or a beaver trick, really, in this over, the way it's looking to me as though the Boscobel side, they're going to get across the line and quite easily in the end. By far more balls than runs. Bob is there batting brilliantly. Captain is there, who's going to give his support, no doubt. And it's looking as though it's going to be an easy victory for the Boscobel side.
That was Captain Rashid Edwin into his 5th over. So to the point, he's full some 4.1 overs, none for 21. That's Bob again, just trying to beat the backward point area, and Preston Clark can't do that. Another good delivery there by Rashid Edwin. But what's good about this over in particular and the one previously is that they've now found that they can bowl the ball into the pitch, and that's the batsman to try to cut them, something we thought they should have done a bit earlier. Low appeal, not taken again by keeper Thaddeus Chase. He's not being taken a lot behind the stumps today, though.
He's having a bad day. It happens. I'm not going to question his competency, but it happens. But today, when you really need him to be on, there's a final. You really need him to be on. He's been really not very good at all today. I mean, sad to say, but it's the truth. And today is the one day we want him to be really, really good. But he dropped a couple chances, and very important ones at that.
Good use of the feet there by Bob, just getting to the pitch of that one and hitting it down to Lawan for easy single again, Donovan. But good use of the feet. Rashid Edwin just giving that one a little bit of air, and Bob, he was quick to be onto that one and stroking it down to Lawan for one. Again, ball to Griffith, and this time he can't beat that man that short mid wicket. Looked like Jamil's short, but good over by Rashid Edwin so far. I think he's bowled some 5 deliveries, just conceded 1 run. So Griffith coming on the front foot, just blocking that one as the over comes to an end. So Rashid Edwin, he's bowled some 5 overs, none for 22, as the score is 118 for 4. Another 29 runs required, 6 wickets in hand, and 72 balls remaining. A word from Donovan Lovell, as we think it's going to be a second water break, and Donovan, all the comments.
Yes, certainly. Large and in charge, as they would say, at the CGM Enterprises Boscobel. 118 for 4, and really a good knockout 42 by Daryl Lopez. So far, the highlight, Alston Bob, he is on 32, and he really has been lending great support to this effort. And really, with 72 balls remaining, 29 runs to get, it should really be a walk in the park for the CGM Enterprises Boscobel side to really take this one and take this one quite easily. So far, the bowling Edwin 5 overs, none for 22. Prescott, Terry Prescott, none for 16 from his 4. 1 for 26 from 4 for Jakeem Ford, and 1 for 4 from 3 overs. Preston Clark so far doing pretty well, and coming into the attack and really putting on the brakes really on this run chase, looking to bowl good areas, looking to restrict, and really and truthfully it looks as though it's going to be an easy victory for the Boscobel side, as we are at the water break, much deserved. At the end, the Pickwick team, they are together in a huddle, no doubt discussing events that have passed along with their coach. I can see having a word with the captain, and probably speaking of what could have been or what should have been, and what has transpired so far, and what they would need to do really if they're to be in with a chance here, with a further 29 runs remaining for victory, as the superstar Lyndon Yard comes to join me. Welcome back to you, Lyndon.
Thank you, Donovan. And 29 runs required for victory, 72 deliveries, 6 wickets in hand. You'll have to say that the defending champions, the double or the dual defending champions, CJM Enterprise Boscobel, are in firm country. Alston Bob, on 32 from 46 degrees. Griffith, the captain's on 6, and obviously the captain should bring his team home. And you could say that up to this point in time, that the Boscobel side has certainly enjoyed the exchanges from the toss right to this very point. And Pickwick, way behind the 8-ball time, obviously run out 29 runs, and you will want to say that basically the Boscobel side, if it can preempt the results, they're home and dry.
Yes, certainly. Good effort, and it started when they were in the field, and the bowling was good, pretty consistent. They were hitting good lines and good lengths, and really they got some early wickets, and they got into the Pickwick side pretty early, and they continued to build the pressure in the end, dismissing the Pickwick side for 146. And in my opinion, that was a good job. Because the likes of Jerome Chilks in this side, Bennett in this side, Edward in this side, Jerome Stewart, pretty decent batting lineup, and to dismiss them for 146, I think was very, 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 very well done in the end. And batting, chasing this 148, this 47 runs for victory so far. Lopez getting 42, a pretty good knock from him. And Alston Bob is still there on 32. the captain has joined him, and no doubt looking to see it home. And I can tell you that this pair will be determined not to lose a further wicket, getting up to the 147.
And just to bring you a gist of the bowling figures, Clark will continue. Donald Greenwich, 4 overs, no made 2 for 15. Jataria Prescott, 4 overs, no made none for 16. Rashid Edwin, 5 overs, no made none for 22. Jakeem Ford, 4 overs, no made 1 for 26. Ryan Seal, 3 overs, no made none for 24. And Preston Clark in the process of his 4th over. He's been tight, having conceded just 4 runs and has picked up 1 wicket. But most importantly, the champions are in control. They drilled up to the long off position for another single. Takes a total to 119 for 4 in over number 24 of a possible 35. And the shadows begin to lengthen from the Greenwich and Haynes stand. Sharp single attained to move the total to 120 with Bob on 33 from 50, and Griffith for that single is up to 7 from 8.
A very good running by this pair. Just tapped the ball in the onside and just looked at each other and just automatically went for that run. It tells me that they've been really playing together for a long time.
Bob showing the value of experience at the higher level as over number 24 comes to an end, and the Boscobel side having lost Richard Graves, caught by Bennett off the bowling of Darnell Greenwich without scoring. Dario Lopez caught by Rashid Edwin off the bowling of Preston Clark for 42. 59 deliveries he faced. He struck some 6-4s, strike rate of 71.19. Jadeza Edwards didn't fire today. Edwards, he was caught by Jerome Stewart off the bowling of Darnell Greenwich. He made 2. Kyron Boyce was caught by Rashid Edwin. Rashid Edwin is second catch of the game off the bowling of Jakeem Ford for 9. And those were the wickets that have gone down. And just to give you the fall of wickets: not for 1, 2 for 12, 3 for 42, 4 for 107. And this pair here are entrenched. They've added just 13 runs, and they need to add further 26 runs, 27 runs for victory. And they have all but 66 deliveries available to them. So the spin of Greenwich to continue. Left arm spin, one of a couple left arm paces that have turned spinners. The one that rarely comes to mind. And speaking about spin, he's just taken a fantastic catch, leaping to his right, his unnatural side, if you could say, to pull in the wicket of Griffith, who was caught and bowled for 7, and 120 for 4 becomes 120 for 5, but soft dismissal in the end and a great catch.
Very good catch indeed, but as you said, soft dismissal, just really getting to the pitch, and he could have gone through with the shot. Really was gone over the bowler's head easily, but he just got there and he just tapped it back to the bowler, who took a good catch, making some height and pulling that one out of the sky indeed. Very good wicket, not the wicket they would prefer. They would prefer the wicket of Bob, no doubt, but nevertheless, another wicket, add some more drama, if you like, to the proceedings. But in my opinion, 120 for 5, still 27 runs to get. I still think the CGM Boscobel side should hold on.
What is interesting with that caught and bowl catch is that it was going to his right side, his unnatural side, but he sprung himself to his right and took it with his natural hand. So I think he didn't trust his right hand and he stuck up his left hand, and the ball rightfully stayed in. and the catch taken 124-5, and that now lets in looks to be Jamal Boyce. Actually, Johnson was come to the crease, and Kimar Johnson, left arm spinner,
One who gives it a good clout, by the way. Very attacking.
ambidextrous. So I was talking about the left arm paces, left turn, left arm spinner. Can you think of anyone?
Jerome Jones
There you
got
go.
6 his last match. 6 for 27, I think it was.
At the same venue against Pickwick as well. So maybe not the
They were playing Wonders. He got 6 against Wonders.
well, at this venue he also got 6
At this
against
venue he got
Willie,
yeah,
for
against
Willie versus
right,
Pickwick
in the
in
finals.
that grand final. So at the same venue against the same
Correct.
opposition.
I think
Only
he-
higher level.
He had a 5-wicket haul in the game against. I got double check against Yorkshire, but he did pretty well against Yorkshire as well. So you get a lot of wickets with that left arm spin.
Is it quality spin or just slow bowling?
Well, runs on the wickets. That's what we're dealing with. He's getting wickets. That's the important thing. If it's quality or not, he's getting wickets.
Well, you've seen him with his pace and his spin. Which you prefer to see? Which you think he's more effective with?
I prefer him as a seamer. He's a pretty good seamer as well. I prefer him as a seamer. He gets the ball to cut, and he uses the crease well as well. His angles as well. So he's a pretty good seamer. But slow stuff is working for him. So I guess he's going to stick with that. He's not getting any younger, so I guess he's going to stick with that.
Agent like Frank Wayne, I guess he was safe. So to Donald Greenwich as he completes yet another over, and having completed his 5th over, he's collected 3 for 16, and in search of 147 for victory. To that CJM Enterprise, Boscobel, they're 121 for 5 at the completion of 25 overs.
And certainly are in charge, head in front, and really should go on to win this one quite easily. But as you mentioned, Jerome Jones, and I'm stuck on that for now, it's in my head. I wonder, he's been performing wonderfully for years, not only with the ball, but with the bat. And I'm just wondering how come, how is it he never really got a call up? I'm not sure if he did. I was speaking on the correction to represent the senior side.
It's going to be Preston Clark to continue from the Joe Garner end. And the feed for the off spinner. He has a slip in position. There's a point. Sweep on the cover boundary. Cover, long off, long on, deep mid wicket, straightish mid wicket. And he will need a fielder in the stand for that one, as he opted to toss the ball up. And with consummate ease, Johnson, as you say, is a no-nonsense batsman, and he hit that one straight into the 3 W's below us. We are on the very, very top, and U6. So Johnson, in a hurry, is up to 7 for 4 deliveries, 127 for 5.
Yeah, very good shot. That's the nature of the player. And once he gets closer, he's going to give it a clout. That's for sure. He's not going to go no wandering, and that's the way he plays. And once he's in the slot, as I said, he's going to go for it. He's a strong lad, as we see here. Close straight, just struck it away easily.
Then he gets a very good comeback delivery, and thought about going for the same shot, but then at the last minute decided to left the bat above his head, taken by the keeper, Chase. Now we'll pick up a single up to Gerard Jilts at the long off position, was brought maybe 10 to 12 meters to his left, and Johnson is up to 8, and the end is very much near, 128 for the loss of 5.
And 19 more required from 56 deliveries. And Bob is still there on 33. Johnson's gone to 8. Lots of room in the outfield where the ones could easily be had. A perfect example there.
There is Johnson looking for a repeat shot into the 3W stands. In the end, he drags it into his left pad. Fortune favors the Brave. It ricochets in front of him. Keeper skips across from behind the stumps. And over number 26 is completed. And CJM Enterprise Boscobel entrenched for victory. 18 runs required. There are 129 for the loss of 5. And they have all but 54 deliveries to face to get those 18 runs. And if Pickwick are to come back in it, they will need to get 5 wickets and get them very, very quickly. Preston Clark, 5 overs, no meters, 1 for 14.
Well, they certainly had the opportunities to take some wickets earlier, and I just wonder, even though cricket is not a game that's played like that, but I just wondered if they had taken those chances earlier, then how the game would be positioned at this stage.
Here's a sweep by Bob. He'll get him 1. He'll turn and come back for 2. And having said that, bad bit of fielding down there, bit of field that allows the ball to go into the boundary. And you can see the celebrations already started with the posse from Boscobel, Rule Barbados, down in St. Peter. And 133 for the loss of 5. Poor bit of fielding on the boundary.
Yeah, certainly that one should have been easily stopped there by, it looks like Gerard Jilks, but in the end went away for 4. And as you rightfully said, the posse from Boscobel, and as I said earlier, I've spent 2 years down in that area, Boscobel. Some wonderful people in that area. I can tell you, a very beautiful place to be, and I really enjoyed my time in Boscobel.
Run number 134. This is one of the worked up to the fielder off the long on position. That is forward. And the equation becoming a lot simpler. 13 from 52 deliveries, 5 wickets in hand. Boscobel looking to be 3-peat champions. Haven't lost a game since 2021 when they lost the final.
Yes, indeed, a good track record, Lyndon, as I am preparing to make my way out, as Andrew Mason is going to join you for the finish. And for Evergreen, the quickie, and I didn't say the Ricky, I said quickie, Andrew Mason is going to join you.
And Olivia spins right across Johnson, who allows it to go by to be taken by Chase. Slipping position still. Backward point in Jilts. Sweeper 3/4 away on the boundary. Cover. Long off. This one is hit. Long off is interested. The fielder goes back. The ball goes over his head. And 6 to Johnson. So it's up to 140 for the loss of 5 delivery. Given some air by Darnell Greenwich, who has 3 for 27. And Boscobel inching much closer to victory than they require. Another 7 runs from 50 deliveries. 140 for the loss of 5, seeking 147. And Johnson with that 6 is up to 14. And now he flashes this one out to the sweeper of the cover boundary, who comes across and has it under his control. It's 141. Johnson to 15. Bob on 39 from 56 deliveries will come back on a strike. And actually, he would not have a strike because Johnson has retained a strike. That concludes over number 27 of 35 available. And the defending champion, CJM Enterprise Boscobel, 141 for 5 in response to ESA Fields Pickwick, who were asked to bat first. And the game reduced to 37 overs and then 35 at the end. They were dismissed for 146 off 33 overs. Preston Clark, top scorer with 47. And Jordan, he picked up 4 for 18 in his wonderful spell of 6 overs. So, 6 runs away from victory. And the balls really doesn't matter. And it's going to be Clark to continue. And the sweet sounds down below. And the party's already started for the posse from St. Peter. 6 from 48. Preston Clark to continue from the Joel Garner end. And on strike is Kemar Johnson. Then goes for an almighty heave. Doesn't make contact, hitting outside the line of delivery. Not taken by Chase, who's not looked the part behind the stumps. Tucked away into the mid-wicket region. They will take 1. They think about 2. They will come back for 2. And they get the 2 quite easily in the end. So it's 143 for 5. This is over number 28. And in sight of a comfortable victory, Boscobel, 143 for 5. They require 4 runs. As Johnson is down the wicket, I will pick up one of those 4 runs. He will move to 18. It's now 144 for a loss of 5. I would not dare, Andrew Mason, to ask you as you rejoin me, raise your money.
Well, my money is in Boscobel, and the currency is strong, very strong indeed. They should go on to win this. And look at Bob. I mean, 39 important runs, 144 for 5. Should win in a canter. 1 or 2 little problems, but generally, you always felt that the score from Pickwick was inadequate.
Bob is back for 2, so I can tell you, Andrew, the scores are level. 146 for 5. Pickwick made 146 all out of 33 overs, and the dual defending champions will now become a 3-peat champion, Andrew. And the clock, having picked up 1 from 19, the honors will go to Bob. He has 41 from 58 deliveries. He's battled really well under the circumstances. And Kemar Johnson has come in and swiftly gone to 18 from 13 deliveries. 1 to win. Clark around the wicket. And there is the winner run. Hit to Jatario Prescott at cover. And the news from Kensington Oval is that CJM Enterprise Boscobel has repeated as the BCA's Shield 40 over champions with a comprehensive 5-wicket victory over ESA Fields Pickwick, who were asked to bat first in the game, reduced to 35 overs. They amassed 146 all out, inadequate score in the end, and of 27 overs and 5 deliveries. I can tell you that the Boscobel side, they got home by 5 wickets, finishing at 147 for loss of 5. Congratulations to Boscobel. Commiserations to the ESA Fields Pickwick side, Andrew Mason.
Yeah. So, congratulations, you said, to a team that has done well in this competition, well marshaled, well coached. Bob, who has had the experience of playing for the Windwards, comes from St. Vincent. I would have had the experience of playing for St. Catharines at the highest level in Barbados, and batted, shepherded the fought to safety 42. Johnson was also important as well, as they lost a couple of wickets towards the end, but you always felt that the target set was never going to give them any challenges, and our folks very much at Boscobel and St. Peter will be quite happy with what in the end turned out to be a comprehensive victory, 147 for loss of 5.
Well, I call it a cakewalk, and just to go through the scorecard for you, we can tell you that in reaching that target of 147, they lost Richard Graves, who was caught by Bennett off the bowling of Darnell, scoring not for 1. Dario Lopez, his opening partner, was caught by Rashid Edwin off the bowling of Preston Clark for 42, faced some 59 deliveries, struck 6 fours. Jadeja Edwards was caught by Stewart off the bowling of Greenwich for 2. Kieran Boyce was caught by Rashid Edwin off the bowling of Jakeem Ford for 9. Alston Bob at the end, not out on 42, 57 deliveries, 4 fours, a strike rate of 73.68. Ronaldo Griffith, the captain, was caught on bowl by Darnell Greenwich for 7. And Kemar Johnson, he made 18 out towards the end of 14 deliveries with 2 sixes. Extras 27, 14 no balls, 2 byes, 14, 4 no ball, 4 byes, 7 leg byes, 14 wides and 2 no balls, 27 extras, and a total of 147, sorry, of 169 deliveries all told, to win by some 5 wickets of 27.5 overs. Let me give you some bowling figures. Greenwich, 6 overs, no middles, 3 for 28. Prescott, 4 overs, no middles, none for 16. Edwin, 5 overs, no middles, none for 22. Ford, 4 overs, no middles, 1 for 26. Seal, 3 overs, no middles, none for 24. Clark, 5.5 overs, no maiden, and he picked up 1 for 20. I said the extras were 27. Fall of wickets, one not for one, 2 for 12, 3 for 42, 4 for 107, 5 for 120. And in the end, a total Andrew Mason of 146 was never going to be enough on a good batting strip that was presented for the Barbados Cricket Association Shield 40 over final, played in good cricketing conditions after all the rains we had yesterday. Few glitches in terms of the weather, which played a little bo peep with the umpires, and in the end we would have lost some 5 overs. But in the end, I would say, and I'm sure you wouldn't contest this, a comprehensive victory for the defending champions. They got home rather easily.
Yeah, you're right. The thing that Boscobel did, first of all, is they won the toss. That toss was important. The cover was very much in the square for quite a long time, and we saw some good bounce generated by the bowlers, and Pickwick were under pressure, despite the fact that Preston Clark, who batted too low in the order, they were able to recover to some extent. But when you lose wickets so early, it can really put you on the back foot, as we saw. And despite Pickwick being able to recover, their final total was not enough.
Oh yes, definitely, Andrew. 146 in a final on a good, what I consider, because like I said, had they been the captain, they won the toss, I would have batted first, despite the fact that the coverage would have been on from, let's say, 48 hours or so. This is Kensington Oval, the best cricket ground, I would say, in the Caribbean. And this
without a doubt,
this
the region's mecca.
Yeah, this pitch definitely presented no horrors whatsoever, despite the fact that the opening batsman got stuck with a short ball. I thought that the Pickwick batting, it never looked comfortable, never looked settled. You never saw, like, the two openers never looked like real openers in real term cricket. And I thought that was a critical thing to have Preston Clark, a young man who is bordering 17, he's no more than 17, 18. And having played at the top flight level of the elite level for quite some time for Garland John Barbados Youth, and then venturing to Pickwick and playing at this competition. He had 3 consecutive half centuries. To put him in at 6 today, I think was a critical error on easily the best wicket at the pitch that he would have played on in this tournament. Hence they found themselves behind the 8 balls and really atrocious batting really at the top of the order, because there was no terror in the bowling from the Boscobel side. Yes, I would say that Jordan, he bowled well, he bowled the awesome, he bowled a 6-3 field, he bowled to his field. He was rewarded with 4 for 16. He bowled well, and the 4 for 18, he bowled well in the circumstances. But as I said, there was no terror in the pitch that deserved for the Pickwick side to make 146. And I think they kind of batted the way Pickwick played their cricket. There's never any aggression where Pickwick is concerned. If you look back over the years, you will struggle to give me 2 batsmen that Pickwick had that have been out and out aggressive. They're always manipulators of the single. Get 1, get 2. They're not among the studded side. And hence, if you look at the elite side that lost to Wildy, and you take this Shield side that lost to Boscobel, they basically played the same cricket. So it's pretty samey, up and down, wait for something to happen, rather than take the initiative or take the fight to the opposition. Hence, at 146, I always thought it was never going to be enough to challenge the Boscobel side, who were unbeaten since 2021, and that's a phenomenal run. To go since 2021 unbeaten, and you're now 3-peat champions. 146 was never going to be enough, and in the end, despite a few stutters, including that first wicket loss in the first over, they got home very, very comfortable. So many congratulations to them, and I'm sure, Andrew, you'll be heading down to the party. So scores in summary in this game: Pickwick, ESA Fields Pickwick. Let's give the sponsors their dues. You know the sponsors are very important to sports and everything we do. They made 146 all out from 33 overs in a game that was reduced to 35 overs. Preston Clark top scored with 47, Stewart got 22, Edwin got 19, Chase contributed 18, and like I said, Jordan, he picked up 4 for 18, very impressive with his off-stump line. Bob, he picked up 2 for 16. Chasing down a total of 147, CJM Boscobel, they reach 147 for 5 of 27 overs and 5 deliveries. Bob, again a feature, 42 not out. Lopez, he contributed 42, critical 42. Johnson towards the end, a quick fire 18 just to hasten the end. Boyce, he got 9. Greenwich, the pick of the bowlers, he got the first wicket in the very first over. He picked up 3 for 28. But again, for the second time in less than 3 months, ESA Fields Pickwick at the Mecca, their former home, they've come up short, Andrew Mason.
Yeah, they have. And I also thought that Preston Clark could have bowled a bit earlier as well. 5 overs and 5 balls, 1 for 20. We saw Oren Seal, who's just a bit of a medium pace. I was a bit surprised that he bowled through over 24 runs. I would have thought that he would have had someone like Clark in the attack a bit earlier. But then when you look at the response by Boscobel, Richard Graves, who's had the experience of playing at the highest level in Barbados, a Duck, and then Edwards, who's such a key man, got 2. So the Pickwick side were able to get wickets early. But look at Lopez, 42, batted very well. And you spoke about the knock from Bob, 42 not out. And then having lost Griffith, then it was Johnson making 18 from 13, batting quickly with 2 big sixes. And if there were any fears, then a situation where there would be delayed really. And at the end, the Boscobel side got home comfortably, won 47 for 5.
Yes, I thought that they could have also utilized the services of Gerard Gilts for his medium pace. And over in Antigua, you can tell you that Bangladesh, they're 252 for 8, 252 for 8. And the Centurion Justin Graves has 1 for 23, Andrew.
Yeah, well, the thing about Justin Graves as we prepare for the presentation now, of course, we're just getting ready for that. We're going to bring that to you. The other thing, too, about Justin Graves is that he did so well in Australia, that famous test match that the West Indians certainly won. He made 30-odd, and many people felt that he really should have gone on to have gone to England. That didn't happen. 300 at the 50-over level, and then a brilliant 100, batting pretty late in the order. Congratulations to him. And the West Indies are doing pretty well against Bangladesh.
Yes, the West Indies have done well thus far, and I'm sure they will want to go on to press for victory. It's going to be a little tall order, but if they can get a victory out of this game, it will certainly do their World Championships the world of good going into their final fixtures of the 2-year championship, which I think would include the Pakistan side to conclude the 2-year fixture of the ICC World's Test Championship. So Andy Payne has joined me, and congratulations, your side got home. As I sure, when I saw you came here this morning, know that you were bubbling with confidence that your side would do well, but not so easily to have gotten over the line.
Yeah, thanks, Lyndon. Very well oiled unit, like we said. That man, player coach, and Alison Bob. He's got a very, very good close knitted unit. So the guys were very confident. Had a chat with Bob last week, and he said that they think they had the resources to do the job, and the job they did indeed. But coming in on the Pickwick side, like I said, a mixture of youth and experience. The ESA field Pickwick side, I just thought that there would have been a little bit more. There would be a little bit more innovative, if I want to call it such a word, in going about it. We spoke about that man Preston Clark coming in at number 6 in the innings and showing his worth, batting all the way down to the end to be the last man out. But the way how he batted Lyndon there, he was confident in his stroke play. He was getting the ball in the gaps, picking up the singles, and showing that he's got the aptitude to carry on and looking like a very good player for the future. As well, they lost early wickets in that experienced man in Gerard Gilts, who the Pickwick side would have liked to have had a very important innings there today. It wasn't to be, but it was just between the captain of Rashid Edwin and Preston Clark, who in the middle order just put it together, and Darnell Greenwich to a lesser extent showed his aggressive intent at the back end to get them up to 147. What could have been a challenge in total, losing 2 early wickets, but that important partnership between Alison Bob and Dario Lopez. Dario Lopez continue to be a linchpin in this Boscobel batting lineup. He was composed, he showed patience, Lyndon Yard, and he just looked like a man possessed to take his team all the way to the end.
I think he batted well under the circumstances, having faced some 59-degree striking 6-4s. He was a little fidgety around the beginning of the innings, but he weathered the storm, which was most important for him to weather the storm. And in the end, he batted it really well to get himself to a total of 42. But Bob also contributed 42, not out. And Kemar Johnson towards the end, a quick fire 18. But going back to the Pickwick innings, Andy at the top of the order, Bartlett didn't score. Bartlett got 1, Gilts got 1. Bennett did not score. Jerome Stewart got 22 from 24 deliveries. Chase contributed 18, but then the middleman, Preston Clark, who I thought they sent in too late, he made 47, well played 47 from 61 deliveries, 4 4s in that 61. Rashid Edwin, the captain, contributed 19. Darnell Greenwich made a quick 15 from 11 deliveries. Jakeem Ford contributed 8. Jataria Prescott 1. And Orion Seal 1. Extras 13, 146. Was never going to be enough in a game that was reduced to 33 overs, originally 37, then 33. And the pick of the bowlers for CJM Enterprise Boscobel is Keemore Jordan, 4 for 18, 6 overs, 2 meters, 4 for 18. How wonderfully well did he bowl?
Very well indeed in the yard. He continued to hit those good lengths that line, and he had the ball moving away from the right-handed batsman, which created a bit of trouble. You saw him getting early wickets, having those good catches down behind the stumps. Kieran Boyce saying 2 early catches that would have put them on the back foot, but Jordan, like I said, a very underrated bowler. He's one of the better ones in this intermediate division. You saw how comfortable he looked coming from that Marshall and Linden Yard. You saw the bunks that he was extracting, and he was consistent with his line and length. You never saw him straying like he was unsure of how to go about his work. So a very good opening spell, and to come back at the back end when his captain needed it to finish it off. And that he did as well, getting that last man out in Preston Clark. But all in all, I thought that his spell really put the ESFE Pickwick on the back foot.
And then, of course, the captain had the leisure of using his trump card in Alston Bob, who contributed 2 for 16, having sent on 7 overs with 1 maiden.
Yeah, the experienced Bob, he would have played plenty of his cricket here in Barbados. Like we said, he's from St. Vincent by Upburn, but he came here, he went to the Combermere School, where he really started to play his trade. Then he went up to the St. Catherine, and he continued. He formed a formidable pace left arm spin duo there with Derek Bishop, and these two were very economical. You could see his experience here, bowling the ball into the pitch. You saw him got struck for a big hit over there at the long off area, but he still went for 16 runs in that spell. You saw him got that important wicket of Thaddeus Chase trying to hit him over the top, a quicker delivery into the pitch. Again, the Chase couldn't get under it to elevate it, and he just showed his experience of what is required at this level.
And the fall of wickets in that Pickwick innings would reflect that they really struggled. 1 for 4, 2 for 7, 3 for 7. So they really were in trouble in the process of over number 3. They then had a partnership of some 34 runs, where Stewart was out, the 4th out in the process of over number 11. It became 5 for 60, 6 for 98, 7 for 123, 8 for 140, 9 for 141. And the innings capitulated and folded for 146 of some 33 overs. Then, in response to a total which in the end would have been subpar, they lost Graves, Richie Graves, at the top of the order without scoring. As I said, Lopez, the wicketkeeper, he contributed some 42, 59, it was 6 fours in that knock, 71.19 his strike rate. Edwards, unfortunately, didn't get going. He contributed 2. Boyce made 9. Bob at the end, 42 not 57 deliveries, 4 fours, a strike rate of 73.68. Captain Griffith, he contributed 7. Johnson made 18, 27 extras in that innings in comparison to the 13 extras that were given away by Boscobel. So there you see a vast difference as well. Andy Payne and 147 for 5. Pickwick, their attack led by Donald Greenwich, 3 for 28 from 6 overs. How did he go opening the bowling from the Malcolm Marshall?
Yeah, Darnell Greenwich changed his approach. He used to be a left arm seam bowler. He's now bowling on off, not spin bowling with his left arm. But 3 for 28, pick up those 2 very important early wickets. Richard Graves, who we know can be very dangerous once he gets going, as well as Jadeja Edwards, who was the most prolific batsman in this Shield last year. Just coming back from a professional stint, and he picked up that wicket as well. And coming onto the back end, he got that man and the captain, Ronaldo Griffith, a lovely one-handed catch plucked out of the air to get his 3 for 28. But all in all, I thought he bowled really well. He lacked support in terms of penetration. I thought they could have brought Jataria Prescott back for a second spell when they probably brought someone like Orion Steele on, as well as we thought that Clark could have had an earlier goal and try to get into that middle order.
Yes, I would agree with you 100% because I thought that Jataria Prescott was a little unfortunate not to have picked up the wicket. 4 overs, no middle, none for 16. Bowled really well at the top of the order, despite the fact he struggled to control the swing initially. But then when he got it going, he had some beautiful outswings as he was past the outside edge of the bats at the top of the order. He could have come back for a second spell. Edwin, 5 overs, no middle, none for 22. Jakeem Ford, 4 overs, no middle, 1 for 26. Orion Seal, 3 overs, no middle, none for 24. And Preston Clark, 5.5 overs, no middles, 1 for 20. could have been utilized a little earlier in the plot, especially I think where Rashid Edwin, the captain, brought himself on as first change. He could have been utilized from that end or in that segment there, probably at the Joel Garner end if he didn't want to have the off spinner bowling. He himself bowls off spin. If he didn't want the off spinner bowling from the southern end of the ground, and I thought that Gerard Jills, because in order to get 10 wickets, you have to try something. You can't go through your same bowlers who are bowling pretty samey. And despite the fact that Donna Green has got 3 for 28, he never really got the support necessary from the other end. He bowled from the Malcolm Marshall end, and that support from the Joel Garner end really not accompanied for a lot. They got 2 wickets at a cost of some 46 runs from 9.5 overs if I combined the spell of Jakeem for the medium pacer and the off spin of Preston Clark. And in the end, the Boscobel side repeat as 3-peat champions. 4 of wickets. Graves went with no runs on the board. 1 for naught. Jadezi Edwards made it 2 for 12. Kieran Boyce made it 3 for 42. It became 4 for 107 when Lopez went for his 42 in the 20th over, and the final wicket to fall would have been that of Captain Ronaldo Griffith, who was a little bit annoyed he didn't see it through to the end in the 25th over at 120 when his wicket fell with 5 wickets down. So in the end, a comprehensive, I would say, victory. It's not by a large margin of say 9 or 8 wickets, but given the circumstances that there was a perfect batting strip presented after all the rains we had on Saturday and the early morning showers we would have had this morning, and a little delay start by half an hour, then a stoppage unfortunately in the middle for another 2 overs to be deducted, and the Pickwick side unable to capitalize on what I consider to be a good batting strip presented, despite the fact that it offered some bunks in the early, but it wasn't a disconcerting bounce. It's a bounce that if you have good technique and what's not, you would get in behind the line of the ball. The batsman had to bob and weave basically, and the fact that Jordan bowled predominantly outside in the off stump, he would have made it a lot easier for them, but they themselves were a victim of their own indiscretion, and in the end presented a comfortable score for the Boscobel side to chase down, and any champion side will want to chase down 146 on any given day or night.
Yeah, you could have never quite think that this game would have gone the distance of 35 overs. So you had to be a bit more aggressive and attacking. And seeing, like I said, Lyndon, this pitch that we played on today was one furthest to the east. You would think he had the opportunity to utilize probably his off spinners from this to Joel Garner end and probably ask them to hit them into the like side.
I think that's the way he went to it, and giving Preston Clark the opportunity to bowl from the Joel Garner end for the Boscobel batsman to go to the bigger side of the boundary. However, he didn't have the runs to play with, one, and secondly, he needed to get him into the attack as soon as possible rather than later. I thought he brought him on maybe a tad too late, but in the end, it went off well. So we line it up for to go down to the presentation, and the Boscobel side get home quite comfortably by 5 wickets in the end of 27 overs and 5 deliveries in the game, reduced to 35 overs to make it 3 wins on the trot, a hat trick. And it'll be interesting to see or to know if any team in this competition have ever recorded a hat trick of victories.
Yeah, we got some early probably word that all around Bristol they would have had a repeat in the year 2002, 2003, 2004. As we wait to go over to that presentation. So another team from St. Peter would have.
I would say to you, Andy, you just wanted to rub it in. You could have simply said another St. Peter side has done it before. The more renowned and more well-known Bristol side that no longer exists, and that side would include the likes of Elvis Cadogan, John Graves, Lloyd Thompson, a formidable side in the, I would say, the 80s and 90s. And 2000 early as well, and so we're going to hand over to the presentation.
Just waiting that information to say that we're going to be there, Lyndon. But yeah, so victory to Boscobel team, the CJM Enterprises Boscobel for a 3-peat. Good work down there carrying on as they've also made their way into the intermediate playoffs. So they're really showing that they're one of the premier teams in the lower division of Barbados cricket.
Well, they've been saying it for quite some time, and if you look at the statistics definitely does show that to have repeated as a 3-time champions of the 40 over Shield competition and then to be hovering into the semi-finals of the three-day tournament, three-day tournament as well, looking to go up into the higher echelons of cricket is really a moral victory for the St. Peter Bay side, who is going from strength to strength, especially given the fact that a side like Bristol are no longer in the competition, having dropped out for quite a number of years. That club has now folded, and it's good that while one folds, another club emerges, and quite a few players from down the country have come into the limelight. So congratulations to the Boscobel side. Whatever they're doing, it's obviously working and going from strength to strength. At a time where you have sides like Conward Hunt, which is a side that has been struggling of late. The Lords have recently come up, but they have had gone through this strengths and struggles recently. And then, of course, it's Isolation Cavaliers. So the sides from down the country have been doing reasonably well. Diamondshire is another side from down the country that has done reasonably well over the years. So
North Stars, they made
North
it
Stars,
to the T20 final earlier this season.
and I think that's the key side from down the north. And so cricket in the north is very strong in terms of producing the good cricketers. And a good final, and 3-peat champions in Boscobel. I'm sure their sponsors, CJM Enterprise, must be absolutely very, very pleased. And of course, before then, there was been JCB Boscobel.
Yes, indeed. Sponsorship being so integral at this time, at any juncture for any club team. So for CJM Enterprises to come on board just prior to the playoffs, that was very timely for Boscobel team. And instead of putting your name behind a team of this, surely you will get your rich rewards. So kudos to the guys down there for engaging and having the enterprises, the CJM Enterprises, to put his name in behind them, as they brought them to another victory here at the final of this Kensington Oval Shield competition. And Lyndon, when we speak about Kensington Oval, how impressive it was to have the cricket here after overnight rains yesterday forced the abandonment of probably every game in the elite division. But to come here today and get a complete match at the Kensington Oval, I'm sure they will have some challenges for any other ground today to get this final completed.
Well, I don't think that most grounds today would have been able to host this final today, given the fact that we had good rains last night and some into this morning. Kensington Oval, obviously the mecca of cricket in the Caribbean and in Barbados, is the perfect idea. And I personally, I'm one of those people who believe that every final from Herman should be staged at the Kensington Oval, and it's an opportunity for youngsters really to improve their skill, get an idea of playing, how it is, how one can feel about playing at Kensington, to play at a ground where there's no rocks, how free it is back, really maintain the presentation of the stands and the circumstances in which one can operate under is ideal. I think that every final and every category, every sphere of cricket in Barbados should be hosted at the Kensington Oval.
As we're looking over here at the presentation ceremony, you've seen they're just getting together to collect their prizes. I don't think we're getting the audio, but if you look over there, as you can see on the screen right now, you've seen the CEO of the Barbados Cricket Association and there with all the other dignitaries for this presentation, Linda Yard, and I'm sure Boscobel, they'll be very much eager, looking forward to pick up the trophy. But you can see the staff of the Barbados Cricket Association, they're very much there surrounding the CEO as they just
Dr. Roland
Toppin, as they just wait for this presentation ceremony.
Yes, and while we wait for that ceremony to get going, that will obviously bring the conclusion of a wonderful, wonderful domestic season where the knockout competition is concerned. We just see the beginning of the presentation of the medals. That's Rashid Edwin coming forward to receive for Pickwick, the runners-up. I like to say runners-up rather than the losing finalists, the runners-up of the competition this year. And for the second time this year, side from Pickwick have journeyed to Kensington and have come up and has finished second. But it is always good to get to Kensington. It means that to get here you would have to beat quite a few oppositions to get down to the final too, even if in the end you go under in the finals. But the achievement of getting here takes some doing, Andy.
Yeah, you have to see the players here receiving their medals from Pedro Graves, the director of the Barbados Cricket Association. Like you said, the runners-up, but a very good tournament. I mean, Lyndon, this Shield competition. It would run simultaneously with the Cup competition. So for Pickwick to make both finals, that is amazing. In that they had two teams playing simultaneously on weekends, and both teams coming to the final. Unfortunately, they were able to lift the trophy, the competition trophy, either of the two. But you must give kudos to Andrew Jamin Imtage and his team up there, Ron Delierwood and crew, for getting these players together and getting to two final.
Oh yes, and one must agree that hard work usually pays off. I guess the test of the fact that having resided maybe 5 minutes walk away from the ground on any given Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, there's always a considerable amount of youngsters who are in the club who are practicing their craft, and kudos to them. And they're very tightly knit unit. As a matter of fact, they collaborate with the BNOC. They're side by side neighbors, and on any given Tuesday, one Tuesday they are BNOC, and then on Thursday of the following week, then they go over to Pickwick. So the camaraderie in terms of the clubs in the area is very, very good and very strong, which is good for cricket in Barbados. And that's an example that most clubs can use from as well, rather than having to, because most clubs these days are finding it hard to maintain camaraderie and to keep the club going. It's always difficult. So when you can collaborate to collectively support each other when you're nearby within walking distance, that's a very, very good initiative. The guys from Pickwick, their turn will come. So they need not be disheartened by the fact that they've lost two finals this year, but as I said earlier, to get to the finals is a monumental achievement, and kudos to them. It's good to see that they have a good bunch of youngsters who I believe can only get better with hard work, dedication, and
As
practice.
you see Coach Imtage here now receiving his prize from Pedro Graves. Good work by Imtage. Like you see, they've got the resources. Just remembering Shea Hope, he's a product of this Pickwick side, as is his brother Kyle Hope. Tino Best, who's very active still in playing club cricket there. So President Brown, he must be happy as well. Unfortunately, they didn't get the coveted trophy, like I said, but continue to do good work out there. And then, like you said, you pass there ever so often. There's a junior program in place. As you can see, the vice president now of the Barbados Cricket Association, the first vice president, that is, in Calvin Hope. It seems like he'll be the man entrenched in providing the medals to the winning side, Boscobel, Lyndon Yard.
Yes, Calvin Hope himself would have played his trade here at the Pickwick side as well. Well, formerly the home of Pickwick, they now moved to the Foursquare Oval, and he will be presenting the medals to the successful Boscobel side as the players come forward to collect their medals. And then, of course, there's the big trophy, or I should say
Shield.
not the trophy. But it seems as though Boscobel owns it, really.
I think they very much owns this shield here, the Boscobel team. As you can see, the veteran there in Tubuff, Tony Edwards, he's been around from well into the 90s and still to be playing his trade. We call him the godfather along there at the Boscobel team. So very good to see Tony Edwards picking up yet another medal.
Yeah, I remember he was around in the time when I would have played against Boscobel for Marvin. Rudy Rouse was a young aspiring all-rounder in those days. So Edwards has been around for quite a long time. And it's always good, Andy Payne, when you have those old stalwarts in the side to include the youngsters and bring them along and show them what club life is all about in terms of getting them into the clubs and representing their clubs to give up their best. And not only that, but to lift their clubs up, and as an inspiration for other youngsters who from the community area. I'm sure there are quite a few primary schools around the St. Peter area that could benefit significantly from the usage of the experience and the advice of these club members in terms of when they get older, where do you want to go, how do you want to give back to the community that obviously would have raised you. They say it takes a community to raise a child, Andy.
One young player who would have played with him last year, who he's now moved on, he's playing for the university side now, Kyle Jordan. He's very much a part of that Boscobel community as well. So he's now playing for the university, but had a stint this year with the Barbados on the 19s, and he was one of the more prolific batsmen in the side when they traveled to St. Vincent earlier this year. So good to see the Boscobel continue to produce young players, like you said, down there, right there in Boscobel, St. Peter. As you see, the medal continues here. Is Dario Lopez just collecting his. He had a very enterprising knock this afternoon. 42. And then the player coach, Alison Bob, who was 42 not old. This pair really put the Boscobel in a position to be looking forward to raising the shield here this afternoon, Lyndon.
I think one of the things we didn't talk about that you should be very au fait with is the keeping of young Lopez. You thought he looked well yourself as a keeper. How do you think he went during the course of this game?
Yeah, well, throughout the season in the whole, I mean, you keep hearing down Boscobel that they think Lopez, he's one of the better keepers or the better glove men in the lower divisions, and you saw him here today skipping and moving Linden, just taking those wide deliveries when he needed to. He was very adept up to the spinners. A very good keeper. And if you can have a good keeper like you had in your days at Malvern with the old man Alpine,
Alpine,
you know,
Alfred Paris.
Alpine Paris, you know, it just keeps the batsman honest. And if you have that kind of competent keeper, it leads a lot in this lower division cricket. Because remember, the bowlers are not as fast as probably the higher division, but to have an honest keeper there, it just keeps things really, really in check.
And with the influx of slow bowlers, it's always good to have a competent keeper behind the stump, especially if you have slow bowlers who have several variations off the various fingers rather than just a finger spinner. And a good keeper, a good competent keeper is always critical to any team's success. These days, they tend to believe that a keeper must be able to bat, which is always a plus.
It's Rudy Rose just collecting his medal. He's acting as
Speaking of the
manager,
veteran.
and you spoke about the veteran and Rudy Rose. He's manager for this Boscobel side. So him just collecting his medal from Calvin Hope. Good to see Rudy and that lot still very much playing their role. Their scorer and Kim Edwards, she's very much there for the ticket. She runs pretty much what's going on behind the scenes for this team. So good to see her collecting the medal as well.
So easy to say she's normally involved in the thick of things.
Here is now Linden for that presentation of the shield. And I'm sure the spectators, we just need to say the big
The massive contingent that have
has
journeyed from down the north. And the captain comes forward. This is Ronaldo Griffith, and he receives the challenge shield from the first vice president of the Barbers Cricket Association, Mr. Calvin Hope. So congratulations to the Boscobel side, CJM Enterprise Boscobel, as they are the reigning champions, the defending champions, the three-peat champions of the Barbados Cricket Association Shield 40 overs competition, when they handily defeated ESAFB's Pickwick by 5 wickets in a low-scoring affair. Scores in summary: ESAFB's Pickwick 146 all out of 33 overs, and in response, CJM Enterprise Boscobel 147 for 5 of 27.5 overs to win by 5 wickets. And many congratulations. They will now come forward to have their group picture taken, and Andy once again will give you the final words in terms of the performance of the 3 times defending champions CJM Enterprise Boscobel. They have won by 5 wickets, a very emphatic performance, as Andrew will have the final words as we watch for the presentation, or actually photo opportunity, and I'm sure it will be in prime time news and tomorrow's daily, where the Boscobel side would have reigned supreme. Andrew Mason, I know yourself a St. James man, not a St. Peter man.
St. James man.
A St. James man, not
I'm
a
a
St. Peter
St.
man.
Philip man.
You reside
Born
in St. James.
and bred in a place called Mason Town.
Fixed board of address.
Indeed, but it is tremendous. There's no doubt about that. The Boscobel team, a team that has full confidence. There's no question about that. Out of St. Peter Rural, Barbados, and you can see them on your screen there. Very happy with their success. They came to the region's Mecca. The first thing they did, they won the toss. They chose to bowl first. They restricted the Pickwick side to a small score. Very small.
146
Yeah.
off 33 overs.
Yeah.
Never was going to be
And
enough.
despite 1 or 2 wobbles, they were able to actually come through and win. So we're just waiting to see if we can actually pick up an interview before we say goodbye. Let's go down. Is it going to be, let's see if we can actually pick that interview up. We'd love to certainly try and see if we can talk to, of course, someone from Boscobel. I know that Stephen Leslie is down there. But we must congratulate the Boscobel team for winning, and winning in the end quite comfortably.
Yeah, they played really well, Andrew. They were all over the Pickwick side from the toss. They won the toss, asked Pickwick to take first, not on a pitch that I thought was a good enough wicket that warranted at least a 220 score, maybe even 195. But they labored. They were in trouble early, 3 wickets down for 7 runs. They never recovered, and they labored to 146, which was never going to be enough, given the fact that as the afternoon went on, the sun came out, which would have dried out any moisture that was in the wicket. It got progressively easy, and chasing on that target of 146 runs, they got home with 5 wickets in the end. It doesn't look comfortable, but if you viewed it live on CBC or www.barbadoscricketassociation.org, it was rather easy in the end.
And of course, there was commentary on radio as well. The BCA investing very heavily in the portion of the sport. We really want to congratulate the Boscobel side. I want to ask you though, Lyndon, about the standard of the game. Your impressions?
The standard of the game today for me was okay. It was not excessively exciting. It was okay. I thought that the Pickwick side has set the tone by laboring on the back foot. Despite the fact that we were 3 wickets down for 7 runs, you still got to play the game.
All right. I think we're just about to try to get that final interview for you. Just waiting for technical staff to tell us. Can we go downstairs now? Can we? Let's go and join. Is it Stephen Leslie for the interview? Let's go downstairs.
Ronaldo, a three-peat, a wonderful achievement here at Kensington Oval. How does it feel for the Boscobel team to win 3 in a row?
It's a wonderful feeling. I must say that. First and foremost, I'd like to thank the sponsors, CJM Enterprise and ESAT Building, the support throughout the season after we had lost our sponsor before. It's only fitting that we bring it home the 3rd time for the community as well.
What is so magical about Boscobel, the community, the support that we see here today? What keeps you guys, a nucleus obviously, to continue achieving what you are?
Family. Everyone's family. Support, like you said, on and off the field. No matter where we go, we get the support.
Last week, we had a shift from Lears. It was rain affected. We came here today at Kensington. What was the mood like in the camp leading into today?
We were beaming with confidence. Kensington Oval, a lot of guys wouldn't get the opportunity to come here and play. Not our first time, I must say. We're grateful that y'all did reschedule the play here. We really wanted to play from the beginning. Thank you very much for that as well.
I want to congratulate you and your team, and I want you to go and celebrate with your team. And congratulations again to Boscobel.
Right, thank you very much, man. All the best, buddy.
Of the successful Boscobel side. His last name is Boyce, which is a big, big name in St. Peter.
There's another interview lined up, Andrew.
Looking at me.
Right, okay. So we're going to try to get that final interview lined up. Just double checking with our technical people to see if we can maybe get the captain of the Pickwick side. Let's go downstairs.
Rashid, the Pickwick Club, second oldest club in Barbados. You came here to Kensington. Didn't quite make it over the line, but what do you think of the effort of the guys for the entire season?
Fantastic effort. I really couldn't ask for anything more as a captain. I got a pretty young team out there. So I'm very, very proud, to be honest. Very, very proud to get to the finals.
The opportunity to play at Kensington Oval, the Mecca. I know at the beginning of the game, there was a team shot for your team shot for Boscobel. How does it feel to have achieved the final and obviously playing in front of some of your fans?
It's obviously a great feeling. It's always a pleasure to play at the Mecca. I mean, it's a big occasion. Whether it's a preliminary game or final, it's a really, really big occasion, in my opinion, to play at Kensington Oval. It's a lot of people's dream to play here as a cricketer. So to get to the finals and to play at the Mecca is a fantastic feeling.
And finally, Rashid, what would you say to your supporters, those young juniors that come through the Pickwick Club, who really want to reach this level? What would you say to all of your fans?
I would say, first of all, I got to thank the fans for the support, obviously, today. But to the youngsters, obviously, keep going, keep working hard, work on your strengths, obviously, work on your weaknesses as well. Stay focused and keep working hard.
Rashid, you didn't quite make it over the line, but you've got the future ahead of you. Want to wish you and Pickwick all the very best.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Good.
Thanks again here.
From the captain of the Pickwick side, and of course earlier we'd have heard from Ronaldo Griffith, who was very much the captain of the Boscobel side. Of course, Griffith was the big name in the north. Lucy, St. Lucie, St. James, St. Peter. It's been a wonderful day. We hope you enjoyed it half as much as we enjoyed presenting to you. And just before I go, final word from you, Lyndon, before we say goodbye.
Well, Andrew, I would want to say congratulations to the Barbados Cricket Association for putting on a wonderful tournament and taking the initiative to move the final to Kensington. And it's been a successful tournament in the lower level. And congratulations to the three-peat champions, CJM Enterprise Boscobel, and commiserations to my home side, ESA Fields Pickwick. I'm sure you'll have a drink on that.
Of course, you would have supported them. Of course, the big word for Boscobel is success. And they know that the secret of success is constancy of purpose. I'm Andrew Mason. Here's hoping that you enjoyed our broadcast. We were very happy to bring it to you on behalf of the entire team for the final time. It's goodbye from the region's Mecca.